All right, good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone has a great morning. I hope you guys are excited about the weekend. If you get a weekend, I used to always think about like the people who work don't work Monday through Friday, right? And so the whole instance of like, oh, this is my weekend. Because I've been in a position where like I've worked like different hours, not just throughout the week, but yeah, exactly. Yeah. Weekends don't really exist. Exactly. That's a thing. That's a thing. But it is Friday for whatever that may or may not be. So yeah. Anyway, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. So if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live. Our daily gift goal is the roses right now. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to the little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, it'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. Share out the live if you could. Share out the live once or twice. We don't need the spam share, but share it out once or twice. That would absolutely help. But more than sharing the live, if we can repost the live, reposting the live helps way more than anything else. So share the live maybe once or twice, but repost the live. That's massive. If you guys could do that for me, please, please, please. And again, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. Oh, I love you very much. That's where we're going. If you're over on YouTube, go ahead and tap that, hit that thumbs up button for me, please. We should have, oh yeah, there we go. We should have as many thumbs ups as we have people watching. So please, please, please make sure that you are hitting that thumbs up button for me. All right, with that being said, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. We're going to go ahead and get started here. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and you would like to debate me, you can click that pin message that is at the top. All you got to do, you don't have to leave where you are. The only thing that you have to do is click that pin message. There's a link and it will bring you right over. You don't have to leave the app that you're on. With that being said, let's get active.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air.
Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong
move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Yeah.
Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right, or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Step in if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with any of the things on the background. if you are a friendly, do the things for me, right? Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It is only 1 coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. With that being said, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Disagree, it's not lagging. I think you guys I think it may be, no, you guys keep saying lag, but I'm not seeing a lag. It may just actually be on your side. Yeah, is it looping? Is it being the same thing? Again, I think it's just TikTok. Yeah, I think you guys might have to go out and go back in. Yeah, TikTok has been extremely weird lately. Like, I don't know what's happening. I want to say that it's due to the actual servers or whatever. But TikTok has been like extremely weird lately because, yeah, like there's no issue over on Twitch or Kick. Yeah. I don't know. Like it's weird. I really hope that they get like the server issues resolved really soon. So yeah, because the constant issues that I see people having on Studio, it's not necessarily when people stream from their phones or whatever, but streaming from Studio seems to cause so many issues, which doesn't really make sense to me because I would think that they would want the Studio experience to be like proficient, right? And I would think that not only would you want the Studio experience to be proficient, but like you would want to drive people towards that versus having them on their cell phones. I don't know. Anyway, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates.
Santana,
Hey,
there's a lot of lies going on around about me, and I don't appreciate it, man. And it's some of your followers.
I'm so confused.
They said I called you the N-word, and I believe that's a lie.
I don't know who would say that or whatever. I mean, like our
multiple people, and I just don't appreciate it. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, they hated Jesus, baby. We won't break. Yeah, don't let it get to you. Did you come up to debate?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect. Let's do this then. I know you know who I am, but let's do a proper introduction to not only who I am, but what this is. So give me a second and we'll get active.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys, and only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, or Kick, yep, I said it, Kick, you do not have to leave where you are. The only thing you have to do is click that link that's in the pinned message, but I also dropped it at the top of the chat. So get up here and debate. If you're friendly, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to, holy smokes, the likes aren't moving at all, guys. Let's get the likes up to 50,000 likes. What are we doing? Tap the screen, guys.
Come on, guys, 50,000 likes. I'll tap the screen while I'm waiting.
Tap the screen. All right, Stallion. I know you're a Trump supporter. Is there a point on the background that you disagree with that you want to debate, or would you like to tell me how in the hell you're still supporting Jimothy today, especially with all the things that we know?
I'll go with Republican Epstein survivors.
Okay, so yeah, the premise is the Republicans don't care, about Epstein survivors, and that's just like a prelude to a prelude or prelogue or whatever to the fact that not only do they not care about the Epstein survivors, but they don't care about women, children, the environment, the economy, our country, like hygiene. They don't care about any of those things.
I care about my hygiene, so that's a lie. That's your first lie that you just spewed.
Okay,
I care about mine.
Maybe I was being a little facetious with the last one. Okay, you got me. But they don't care about the Epstein survivors, nor any other thing as far as like the things that Americans should care about, and even more so, like the overall happiness and safety of Americans.
Well, right now they're making sure another country isn't building nukes, so I wouldn't say they don't care about the state of this country and the people in it.
So is it your premise that since we are currently in conflict with Iran over the quote unquote perceived nukes, that means they care about the safety of American citizens?
Yeah. 100%.
Okay. So question, riddle me this. If our national intelligence is saying that Iran does not have nukes and they are not a threat, if our former head of counterintelligence is saying that Iran was not an imminent threat, if Donald Jimothy Trump himself said that when we dropped those bunker busters on Iran and their uranium enrichment site, that they no longer, it was obliterated. He said that it was completely gone, right? Why is there any type of sense of them building nukes when everything else says that they are not?
I'm gonna go up to the president's judgment. If he feels it's the right thing to do, I'm gonna have to stand behind him.
Okay, but just to clarify, so it's not about them having nukes, because everything around and every piece of intelligence that we have says that there's no nukes or anything like that. But it's just you saying that you're just going to trust Trump, even though like he's the one that set the prelude, and as far as saying like, oh, everything was destroyed.
Yeah.
So is this blind faith?
No, it's not blind faith. I just think he knows what he's doing. We've been told for years, since Jimmy Carter allowed them to, hold Americans hostage, that these people are bad, they're yada, 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 da, 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 da. And now we have a president who's actually doing something, and I appreciate it. 100%.
I mean, I hear you. He is, quote unquote, doing something. But again, the question I have is, if all of the reliable sources that we have, including the head of national intelligence that was appointed by Donald Trump, who is a Trump loyalist, who testified under oath of perjury. Hey, Sierra, thank you so much for the galaxy. If all of them are saying that we don't have nukes, why wouldn't we listen to the actual people who, one, it's their job to have access to that information, and two, I'm sorry?
Because unfortunately you have to go around people's words and do it for yourself.
I'm so confused. What do you mean?
Unfortunately, he has to go around what they're saying.
So he has to go around the truth.
I wouldn't say the truth, but if he feels he needs to be in Iran, I'm gonna have to stand behind him.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but you
I
said
understand what you're saying.
But you said it was specifically about the nukes. I'm not saying the justification overall in his mind for being in Iran, but I'm saying like at least as far as the nuclear capability, there's nothing that points to the fact of them having nuclear capability. So I guess my question is straightforward. Donald Trump said that they're building nukes, right? But Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump's hand-pointed pick for the head of national intelligence, testifying in front of Congress under oath of perjury, said that they don't have nuclear capabilities and they're not an imminent threat. Which one of them are lying?
I assume the president would be.
Okay, so if you assume the president would be lying in that situation, then why are you granting him the premise of being in Iran based off of nukes if you've already said that he's lying?
I'm not gonna get. Let's move on. Okay, let's just move on.
You know I don't do that. You know I don't just move on.
Look,
so
okay.
at the least, okay, how about this? can you concede that there's no basis for us to be in conflict with Iran about nuclear weapons?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, I can.
So then if there's no justification for us to be in conflict with Iran about nuclear weapons, then what's the justification for this current war with Iran?
I can't speak on that. Unfortunately, I can't speak on that. Let's move on.
Well, but wait, so you said that you support what he's doing. So does that mean now that you are pulling your support for him as far as the war?
No.
Okay,
Nope.
so then why do you still support the conflict with Iran?
Because like I said before, these people held Americans hostage. We sold them arms under the Reagan administration. We gave them billions of dollars, and then under the Obama, now we have a president who's doing something. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. Listen. I can understand that. So your premise now is it's not about nuclear weapons, but it's that Iran has been such a negative factor throughout the globe, and we have history with them. So much so we're at the point where we need to deal with them now. So you're good with the current conflict. Is that an accurate statement?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, let's move on.
No. Because I got a couple more questions. Shouldn't we hold that standard across the board then?
Did you hold Bush to it?
Yeah, sure. But the question is, if your standard is that, the reason why you feel it's justified to be in this current conflict is because of the previous history with Iran and the fact that there's been so many transgressions and they're like a bastion of evil doing or whatever. And so we're justified, even if they don't have nuclear capabilities, we're justified because they've been such a negative force around the world. Shouldn't we hold that same premise for any country?
I mean, they were screaming death to America.
Sure,
and now we're putting them down like dogs. Now we're putting them down like dogs.
Yeah, a lot of countries do that, but you're still not answering the question.
What other country?
Well, we'll get there, but again, my question is, should we hold that same type of premise towards any country that fits those fit those requirements that you just laid out? Yep. Yes, perfect. Yep. So why aren't we in current conflict?
We did to Afghanistan after 9/11. We did it to Iraq. We did it to Korea. We did it to Vietnam. Who else is on the list?
Sure, that's what I was just about to say. So why aren't we holding that same type of premise towards Russia or towards
we'll get to them
North Korea?
We'll get to them when we can.
What do you mean?
We're busy right now with Iran, but we'll get to them eventually.
Well, but wait. What about? So you're saying that we're so busy with Iran that we couldn't handle Russia and North Korea?
Yeah, not right now.
Okay, so I guess the question I have then is, why wouldn't Russia be a bigger priority, since Russia was in direct conflict with Ukraine, which we have an agreement with Ukraine to help support and protect them?
Come on, man. I already answered that. We're busy.
You didn't? No, we're busy.
I already answered it. Come on.
That doesn't sound viable, though. Like, we're busy doesn't sound like, you know.
Let's just move on now, please. Thank you.
Why is it that you brought this up, but now you don't want to talk about it? You don't see the issue with that?
Yeah, let's just move on. It's, this conversation is not going anywhere. I said I'm going to stand behind him 100%. Let's move on. Okay,
so all right, we can move on if we can at least omit this point. It's not about justification. It's not about justification of the conflict. It's about supporting Donald Trump regardless of what it is. Is that an accurate statement?
Sure. Yep. 100%.
Okay. Now, just to verify, because this is going to be super important, right? I mean, like super, super important. Is there any room for you to call out the wrongdoing or anything that Trump or this administration may be doing wrong? Okay, so you are willing to admit. Okay, perfect. All right, what do you want to move on to then?
One thing I can say, I don't appreciate the gas prices. They're hurting my pockets, but anything else, I am 100% behind them for. Thank you. Now let's move on.
What do you like? What about the fact that he's hurting the economy as well? You not care about that?
It's only been a year and 3 months. I'm giving him time. Let's move on.
How much time is too much time?
I'll give him till midterms. Let's move on.
We did move on. We're talking about the economy now.
It's like I said, it's only been a year and 3 months. I'm giving him time. I'll wait
Okay.
for the midterms. If it doesn't change by midterms, I'll find somebody else. That's
So
it.
are you, wait. So just to make sure I have an understanding of what you're saying
Yeah.
is prior to the midterms, not after the midterms, but prior to the midterms, if we have not seen an economic upswing, then you will not be supporting the GOP at the midterms and you will be voting for the Democratic Party. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to clip this and I'm going to actually post this and I'm going to save this because we're going to round back up and we're going to have this conversation. Now, just to clarify and make sure that I have understanding so there isn't like, whatever. What are we classifying as the economic indicators that you're making your decision off of?
Is it tape rolling?
Mm-hmm.
If gas prices do not go down, if food does not go down, I will vote Democrat.
What do you mean go
Thank
down?
you.
Can you be a little bit more specific? Because go down could be like, oh, gas is right now $3.50, and then at the midterms, gas is $3.45 or some shit. What do you mean?
Here in California, it's $5.37.
Mm-hmm.
I want gas prices back down to $3. If it can go down to $2, I'll take it.
Okay.
I just went to Whole Foods yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I spent $100 on fucking 5 things.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, a 2-pound of ground beef is damn near $14.
Okay.
So yes, if you can get it back down to $8, I'll take it.
Okay.
Until then, so.
One second here.
And I just got me a boat yesterday too.
You just got a boat.
Boats don't run on air. They
Boats
don't
do not run on air. All right, so let's say this. All right, so I'm gonna make sure that I put this on the record. One more. Give me one more thing, because so far you said gas prices. We're gonna say beef specifically when we're talking about like grocery prices. Is there one more economic indicator that you're willing to lean on?
Yes, actually, interest rates.
Okay,
Sky
interest
high.
rate. The president doesn't really control interest rates.
High.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that, but I know for a fact that's not changing. Like, if you want me to list that as an indicator, but we can already check that one off because the Fed controls interest rates, and like Jerome Powell has already said that not only is he no longer going to be decreasing interest rates, but at some point by 2027, interest rates are going to go up again. So, are you sure that's the economic indicator that you want to use?
I think I'll take energy, maybe.
Energy costs?
Yeah, sure. I've seen that
Okay.
went up too on my bill as well.
Okay.
My mortgage payment's pretty high too.
Okay.
So yeah. But like I said,
perfect.
It's only been a year and 3 months. So I believe he'll shape this country back into shape pretty soon.
Sure. So just to make sure that we are on record, right? We're on record. Today is April 24th.
Yes.
It is 7:37 a.m. on the West Coast, 10:37 a.m. on the East Coast, and the national gas price, the average national gas price is $4.05. No, it's $4.05 across the U.S. And in California, I know, that's why I'm giving this. The national average is $5.88 a gallon. Right?
I didn't see 88 cents whenever. Okay, but yeah, sure.
That's the average for the entire state. So again, for the U.S., the current average is 405. And for California, the statewide average is 5.88. The national average for beef price today, or not today, but for this month, right? And this goes off of the average that came out in March. So of course we don't have April's current average, but we'll go off March current average. The current average for beef is $6.70 a pound. Now, when you talk about lean beef, it goes from anywhere from 7.48 to 8.2 a pound, but we're going to say 6.7 a pound. And the national energy cost, the average national energy cost right now is $17.45 per kilowatt, which is 9.1% higher than it was a year ago. So if by, can we say by Halloween, is that a fair assessment? Because the midterms are, okay, perfect. So if by Halloween, the actual average gas price for the country isn't below $4.05, while also having California below $5.88, you said down to about $3. So it has to drop to $2.88 in your area. If beef has not dropped below the 6.7, what do you think would be a fair cost? If the national average is $6.70, what do you think is fair for that?
I'll take around $2 or $3.
Okay,
sure.
So let's say $3. So if it's not down to $3, and also the energy cost, which again is up 9.5% year over year. If it's not, would you be willing to say if it's not down to, let's say, $14 a kilowatt? Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. So if the national average for energy isn't at 14 kilowatts per hour, if the gas prices in California isn't $3 average, and if ground beef isn't down to $3 average, by Halloween, you will no longer support Donald Trump and the GOP. And at the midterms, you're going to vote for the Democratic Party.
Sure.
Can I get a yes or a no? Not sure. A yes or a no?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just needed some conviction. All right. We got you on the record. I will clip this. And I will be posting it. All right.
And Santana, you're not married or anything, are you?
Okay. Wow, were you about to hit on me?
No, I was just asking.
I was about to say, because management watches this. I'm sure she's watching right now.
I'm sure she is.
Okay.
I'm just joking. I'll let somebody else up.
All right. Well, I
Anybody
appreciate
else
you coming
up?
Anybody
else?
Let's see. I think we have no one's in the request at the moment. I mean, you can go if you want, but no one else is in the request. Your call. I did have one other thing that I wanted to question you about, though.
Yes, I'm married.
That wasn't my question.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So what do you think about the current not even how do I say this? What do you think about the amount of idiots and ill-prepared people that are in the Trump administration?
I mean, we got rid of them. Basically, we got rid of Cash.
Cash Patel is still Cash Patel is still the head of the FBI.
I thought he was, getting a boot.
Oh, he should be, but I mean, he's doing rounds and performing for Trump, trying to save his skin.
Yeah, I'm not gonna speak on that. But we got rid of Pam Bondi, and that's all that matters.
Well, so there seems to be an alcohol problem within the Trump administration. Have you noticed that?
Again, I mean, everybody drinks. What's the problem?
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I listen. I partake in libation. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there seems to be an alcohol problem within the Trump administration, because whether we talk about Pete Hegseth, who even before he was confirmed had to swear off drinking in order for him to be confirmed. Now, whether he did or not, that's a whole thing. We can talk about the public display that Cash Patel is currently going through, and the fact that the FBI director was unreachable for hours, to the point that they had to get a battering ram to smash down the door to get to him, because he was behind a secured locked door and they couldn't reach the head of the FBI for hours. Or the fact that Donald Trump's labor secretary resigned amidst scandal of not only having an affair with the staffer, but at the same time having a drinking problem. What does this say about the people that Donald Trump have actually installed into the highest positions in our country? If they don't have the ability to self-govern, what does that say about allowing them to govern our country?
I mean, he didn't pick the best people. I believe that the people in his last administration was one of his best cabinets. one of the best cabinets in presidential history. Really?
No, that's
we
not
had
true.
Bill
I mean,
Barr, we had.
I will say that his cabinet was better suited for the positions in office and running the country. I mean, they weren't great, but they are definitely better than this motley crew that's been put together. Like, doesn't that worry you?
I mean, his name was dragged through the mud. He was hit with indictments left and right. I mean, who would want to work for him after all of that?
Well, maybe he shouldn't do the illegal shit,
after all of that. Say it one more time.
Maybe he shouldn't do the illegal shit then.
Come on, I'm not gonna get into that, but yeah.
But no, seriously, like you're saying that. Tell me one thing where his name was quote unquote dragged through the mud that didn't have validity.
Fulton County, and you see how.
Tell me how it didn't have validity.
And you see, all he did was ask for them to find votes.
And that's acceptable for a presidential candidate to call a Republican-led county and say, hey, I need you guys to find these votes for me.
Sure, he can ask. I don't see a problem with that. So and his name was dragged through the mud.
Yeah, because he tried to get them to rig the election for him. And so, like, you think that's unjustified?
100%. And now you see where that case ended up at. Where did it end up at? In the trash. Look what happened for the Jan 6 case. Where'd that case go?
Yeah, people were held accountable. The justice system worked too slow, and then Donald Trump regained power and pardoned violent criminals. Yeah, that's exactly where it went.
What happened to the document case?
What document case?
Wasn't it in Florida, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, again, it was not held against them because the justice system failed everyone. Right? Now, have you been paying attention what's happening with Jack Smith?
Yeah, sure. He failed to bring this case, and it's over.
He didn't fail to bring the case. The Biden administration, led by Merrick Garland, refused to actually go through the process quick enough, and then at the same time did not want to actually hold a former president and a current candidate for office accountable. So even when it came to, like, let's say the 34 count felony, like, the judges, the only reason Donald Trump was not giving any type of jail time or punishment, the judge openly admitted that we did not want to put a sitting president in jail. So the point being, he had already
president for 4 years.
Right. But by the time the actual case had went to trial and he was found guilty, he was already a candidate, and they held the actual the verdict. Not the verdict, but the ruling as far as the verdict until after the election, because they wanted to see whether or not he won the election. And when he did, they made the decision to not give him punishment.
Sure, that's your story. Sure.
No, that's literally what the judge said.
All I'm saying is his name was dragged through the mud, and this is the candidate. I mean, this is the cabinet he had to choose. That's all.
Yeah, I hear you, but the point that I'm making is when you say his name was dragged through the mud, he, one, absolutely deserved any and every bit of slander because he tried to overthrow our government and rig an election, and two, he openly admitted it.
I'm not going to sit and listen to this disrespect.
He admitted it, though.
I'm going to go.
He admitted it, though.
One more time.
His lawyers admitted that he tried to overthrow the election.
And the lawyers are... Who's the lawyers?
It's Donald Trump's lawyers.
Who?
I can get you the names, but like his lawyers, when the actual the case about the fake slate of electors, the defense was, yes, Donald Trump signed off on fake electors and sent them to DC to try to be certified, but since he was the president, it was within the presidential power that had been granted to him by the Supreme Court, so he didn't do anything wrong. They admitted that he tried to do it, but said, well, since he was president, they can't hold it against him.
Okay, that's enough for today, Santana. I'm not going to listen to this. Thanks for having me up.
All right.
I'm not gonna listen to this.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Mm-hmm. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart meet. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If we can knock out the little finger hearts, that's the daily gift goal. Please, 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 can we knock out the finger hearts? Also, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, I am. And I do disagree with some points on the background. Yes, I am.
Say it one more time.
I apologize. I do support Trump, and I do disagree with some of the background topics. I would love to approach you and ask you about some questions on that.
Okay. What country do you live in?
I live in Europe. I'm not American per se, but I would like to ask you a question about your background, if I can.
Sure, but what country specifically?
Romania.
Romania.
I was born in Romania. I live in UK. I live in UK currently.
Okay, I couldn't place your accent. I knew it was a European accent, but I couldn't. I thought it might have been French, but I couldn't hear you clearly enough. All right, so I don't necessarily want to debate you, but I am kind of interested. Like, what question did you have about the background?
If you would indulge me, at one point of contention, you mentioned that white men should not be in power. Is that correct?
No, it doesn't say that at all on the background.
No. I have not read the background, but I know at one point you had this point of dialogue. Am I wrong in saying that?
Yeah, it never said white men shouldn't be in power. It said remove white men from power.
Fair enough. And my point of contention is that remove white men from power, but white women should be able to participate, correct?
Yeah.
So if I'm straight, remove white men from power, allow white women to participate, correct?
Yeah.
Would you say that can white trans women participate as well?
Yep. Trans women are women.
All right. Well, okay. By that metric, then I think I got my answer, and thank you for your time.
All right. I don't know, like, you know what's funny about the topics on the background, guys? People struggle and think that, like, there's some type of hidden nuance. If there's some type of, like, you know, maybe this is a loophole. Maybe this is a way to backdoor the topic. What about trans women? What about trans men? Trans women are women, trans men are men. When I talk about white men only care about power, I'm also talking about trans white men. When I say white women don't care about white supremacy, yes, I'm talking about white trans women. It's so funny how people try to find the nuances and hope that, like, I'm going to exclude certain groups, but I am not excluding any groups. While I understand intersectionality, that does not negate the points that I'm speaking to. So that's not racist. No, golf pool is not racist. I don't think you understand what racism is, but come up and tell me. I'm more than willing to hear why you think that it's racist. I would actually love to hear why you think it's racist. Golf Pool 31, I sent you an invite. Come up and tell me, you said that's not racist. Come up and tell me why you would say that is. Romania absolutely has their own issues. Not even close. Yeah, he's not going to come up. He is terrified. He is absolutely terrified. Thank you for the Panther Claw. All right. I guess he's not going to come up. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and you would like to join the debate, then the only thing that you have to do is click the link that's in the pinned message. You do not have to actually leave where you are. You just have to click that link. American Advocate, I muted you because you had a shit ton of background noise. Yeah, did you come up to debate something on the background? American Advocate? You just unmuted. American Advocate going once. American Advocate going twice. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. He didn't pocket dial because he had he requested up and then he dropped and he requested up again. And then I muted him and he unmuted himself. So sorry, I'm in college and it's allowed to. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, again, whenever you have a quieter place and you want to come back up, as long as you're looking to debate something on the background, then we can talk about it. Just to make sure that we have understanding of where we are, guys, the point of the background is America doesn't really care. And when I say America doesn't really care, I'm talking about multiple groups within our country. And we can start with the fact that Republicans don't care about Epstein survivors. And that, I know, honestly, me saying that Republicans don't care about Epstein survivors is selling short the amount of F's the Republican Party don't give, right? Because they don't care about the Epstein survivors, but they also don't care about our country, our Constitution. They don't care about the citizens. They don't care about women, children, the environment. They don't care about a lot. So there's that.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi, my brother.
Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Now, while I'm calling out directly the fact that Republicans don't care about the survivors or anything else, they also the counterpoint for the Republican Party, the Democrats, moderate Democrats don't care about our country. And there's no way that anyone who is a moderate Democrat, anyone who says, I need to reach across the aisle, I need to work with MAGA, I need to bring MAGA into our tent. If you're someone that says that, then you absolutely don't care about our country, right? And the funny thing about this next two is something that a lot of people have been struggling with. And I want to be very clear about these next 2 points, right? Number one, white men don't care about anything but power. And when I say this, this is another one of those things where people think like, oh, what about this person? What about that person? What about this person? What? And it's always like a interesting, oh, gotcha. But you don't. You don't. Hear me when I say this. I think someone who doesn't think we should work with disagree, don't care. Wait, I think someone who doesn't think we should work with those we disagree with don't care about. Oh, Jay, is that the, okay, Jay, come up here and tell me about it. I just sent you a request. So you're saying that I don't care about the country because I don't think that we should work with them. I mean, work with Republicans. Sure. Come up here and tell me why you say that, Jay. And Jay, I understand that you're not a Trump supporter. That's fine. Again, just to clarify, everyone, you do not have to actually support Trump in order to come up and debate me. Yes, M Mills, like I was just about to get to that stupid ass question. You guys keep spamming the same stupid question. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna mute you. I can't even send you a request, but I'm muting you. Come up here, mmills07. Come up here and say the question on the panel, because I want to finally put this stupid question to rest. I'm telling you, you guys do not have the gotcha that you think you have. People keep saying, well, what about this person? What about that person? Is there an exception? No. And if you want to know why, then get up here and debate me. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I just want to say I appreciate you, Santana.
I appreciate you too, but are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I'm sorry, I have to say it. Forget about Trump.
Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, you can tap the screen, share the live. If you want to get a message across, you can put it in the chat. Of course, I read the chat all the time. If it's super important, you can get it to one of the mods and they'll get it to me. Or if you have a specific question or want a specific statement read or made, then you can always send something to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read it out. But guys, please respect the boundaries of the live. Please, please, please respect the boundaries of the live. 1 second here. Oh, we have someone over on the YouTubes. So let's get, boom, let's get you in here. Hey, Badger, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, good, good. You sound kind of low. Or
Hold
maybe
on,
that's just
let me take my headphone off. Is it better?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, absolutely.
Now you have a bit of an echo though.
Let me take you off speakerphone. I'm not used to it. Okay, is it better now?
Yeah, perfect. Chat, can everyone hear Badger over on YouTube okay? Waiting for them to respond. Yep. Okay. Perfect. All right. So, Badger, I know you and I saw your comments on the chat, and I know you've come in a couple of times, but we've missed each other because of back and forth. And so I know you are here to debate, and I even know the topic that you actually want to debate about. So, can you tell the people which topic on the background you disagree with that you would like to debate?
FBA. That's the main thing.
Okay.
I'm with you on everything else. I'm not even blagger. I'm actually a socialist, straight socialist. I don't even care about borders or any of those things. But FBA in general, and I do understand where Tariq Nasheed and all of those people come from. So
okay. Well, hold 1 second. 1 second. All right, we're going to get into it in just one moment, but let me catch up on these thank yous really quickly. And then I'll give you the floor as far as telling me why you disagree with it overall, okay?
Cool, I'll go ahead and mute myself.
Perfect. Guys, I know I'm really behind. I've been trying to get through the start without just saying like a bunch of thank yous because I want to make sure that we got into the flow of some debates. But let's just kick it off. First and foremost, W's in the chat for Patty. Patty sent a $5 Canadian super chat to say close-up shot of the mug, please. Oh, for shiggity. This is the front, this is the back, and this is the stir. FYI, I love spooky season. Halloween is my favorite holiday. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Just Alpha. Fucking W's in the chat for Just Alpha. Just Alpha sent a $50 YouTube super chat. Holy crap. Just Alpha said, hi, everyone. It's been a while. I don't have much time, but I'll say this. I've completed basic combat training. Fucking congratulations. And I'm literally on the bus right now to my advanced individual training location. Santana, keep it up. I hope to watch more of you soon. Just Alpha, I knew that you were getting ready to go through that process, and I completely understand why you are trying to actually do that. And I'm so glad that you actually finished the first portion. Congratulations, and keep being amazing. W's in the chat for Wendy. Wendy sent a $1.99 super chat. Just sent the love. Thank you so much, Wendy. Let's see. W's in the chat for Miss Torres, who sent a $2 super chat. Got it. W's in the chat for Sherry. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Sherry, for the $20 donation. Said thank you for all that you do. I don't know if you if you email me back, but here's I don't know what you mean, and you said because you're gonna get some crazy people. So this is for therapy. Thank you so much for the 20. I definitely need it for that. Hey, chat, I told my therapist about you guys again this week. We talked about all this, but yeah, W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that $20 donation. I have your email. I have it marked to actually reply to, and it's a couple of emails that I'm working through, but I promise you I'm going to get back to you ASAP. But thank you so much for that. W's in the chat for Feisty, who said a $5. Oh, Feisty, I missed that before we let it go. Feisty sent a $5 super chat to say make her see, talking about the bird box with Stallion. Yeah, that was a thing. W's in the chat for Jay for the $1 donation, saying this guest called you the hard R on a live yesterday. She's a horrible human. Much love. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like, she came up and said that someone was saying that. The issue that I have is, like, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. She, like, to my knowledge, I don't know anything about that, but I'm more than willing to check that out. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. W's in the chat for Tess, who sent a $20 donation, said the exorcism didn't work on this caller. No, Tess, it didn't, but we got her into, listen, we got her into a binding vow. We got her into a binding vow, chat. So by Halloween, if those indicators aren't met, she can't vote GOP at the midterms. That was the binding vow. And let her play around, because if I up this, it's up. You guys know it. Really fuck around and I'm gonna pull out one of these. Just saying. Anyway, W's in the chat for Tess. Thank you so much for that $20 donation, Tess. Thank you so much, Kristen, for the $1 donation. Saying, I know it's only one. Stop it. $1 is fucking awesome. Times are hard. I really appreciate the hell out of you. I truly, truly mean that. W's in the chat for Kristen for the $1 donation, saying it's okay. But thank you. But thanks for the great education. I appreciate what you do. Thank you so much, Kristen. You're fucking amazing. And guys, holy fuck. W's in the fucking chat for my brother Philip, who sent a $250 donation. That is fucking crazy. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Philip for the $250 donation. Philip said, for you and management, I don't like Halloween though, bro. Blessings. Bro. I fucking love Halloween. I don't know what it is. It's the only time of year that I get like really excited. And then I, tell management, I'm like, hey, can we put up decorations? Like, I never want to actually do decorations for anything else. I fucking love, and I watch like, was it the 30 days of Halloween or whatever the crap is. I watch, like, I love Halloween. Love Halloween. Massive fucking W's in the chat for Philip. Keep it going this entire time. That is a crazy amount of money. Holy fuck. Massive W's in the chat for Philip. And massive W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, knock out the daily gift goal, which is the donuts. And if you disagree, get in the box. All right, Badger, thank you so much for being patient. I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor. You said that you want to disagree with the premise that Blaga/FBA, which you've admitted you're not Blaga, you are FBA though, or at least you see where they're coming from. You disagree with the premise that they don't care about black people, and i.e. they are anti-black.
Correct. I think the overall premise is to understand that they are Black Americans, FBA. They're tired of basically being overlooked every election.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have like the knuckle dragging MAGA type people, the blagger and shit like that. I don't fuck with them. I don't understand it at all. But the premise of FBA in general is to understand like we've been here just as long or longer than most of the white people that are here.
Mm-hmm.
So when people think about Americans in general, it's always like white Americans and stuff like that. And that's not us, but we contributed just as much or even more than they did in general.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to trying to get to repair the damages that we are expected, like when we talk about like reparations and stuff like that, it's not asking like a government handout. It's telling them like, no, we need the government to acknowledge who we are and the grievance that you all did to us, and that you actually need to repair that. And the fact that the government, Democrats, Republicans, or whoever, they won't even acknowledge what chattel slavery was.
Mm-hmm.
So there's never been a public, congressional, nor presidential acknowledgement of chattel slavery. And that is why reparations hasn't happened. And there's always been these like reparation boards and stuff. But when you get those like reparation boards, they'll put what they always call like tethers and shit. So they'll put like Byron Donalds and all these other people that aren't Black Americans on there. And those are the ones like, oh, we don't need reparations. Like you wouldn't even qualify for it. So putting a lot of people that aren't descendants of Black Americans on these boards, they're the ones that's holding up the progress. So FBA, in a sense, a lot of them, the core of them is like they're attacking, in a sense, the Democratic Party, because us Democrats, they kind of expect for Black people to automatically vote for them. I voted for Kamala and I still support that. But they automatically expect for us to continue to vote. And then Black people in general, as you do, and we vote for like the greater good. But it's like, when are y'all ever going to acknowledge us and the things that you've done to us? We have money to send everywhere in this world, but to acknowledge us and send that money to back to our communities, identify exactly who actually are descendants of slavery and actually give us what we deserve or what we've been promised all these years, and stop overlooking that. Because if we continue to do that, there would never be any progress. They know they're not going to get it from Republicans, but it's just basically taking that step back from the Democrat Party of like, okay, if you don't use us, you can't use us, continue to use us without giving us anything either. So it's more them withholding their votes from the Democrat Party so that they can basically be acknowledged.
Okay. All right. So let me start here by saying the founding premise, or at least I would say there's a kernel of the idea behind FBA, which not only resonates with me as someone who would actually, quote unquote, be classified as FBA, that resonates with me in the sense that you're absolutely right. The country has never recognized what has happened to Black people throughout the history of being brought from, Africa to the Americas, and, the transatlantic slave trade, the massive injustice that has occurred throughout the history, the overall oppression, and like even the legislation that's been ruled and levied against Black people. There's never been an instance of making Black people whole, right? And so I understand that, right? The issue that I have, and the reason why I say BLAGA and FBA don't care about Black people and they're anti-Black, is because Black people does not mean only Black Americans. That does not mean only, quote unquote, FBA. Black people means all Black people, whether it's in the country or out of the country, right? And the issue that I have with even the premise about FBA is, while sitting here saying like, oh, there's a need for reparations and there's a need for acknowledgement, the need for reparations and the need for acknowledgement are speared on by tools of white supremacy. And when I say that, I mean the fact that there's a constant attack across the diaspora, right? Where there's this whole premise that, oh, Black people that are, you know, not born in the U.S. or, you know, descendant of slaves and all this other stuff, but they come from other countries. Well, the Black immigrants are coming into the country and they're like harming and they're taking away and da 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 da. And then even more so, like there's this mindset as well where, you know, a bunch of people who say, oh, I'm FBA, they use that quote unquote tether term to separate and like push other people away instead of worrying about bringing Black people together as a diaspora. The greatest example of that I can give is exactly what you just said. The actual thing is that FBA wants, right? They want reparations, and reparations isn't just about like, you know, money or whatever. It's about a true acknowledgement of what has happened to Black people, the history of Black people in this country, and the standing as far as the Black people should have as far as building this country. The greatest example of that is what happened on March the 25th. Do you know about what happened on March the 25th, Badger?
No.
So there was a UN vote that was cast, right?
Oh yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay. So who was the person that brought the resolution to the UN for calling for the not only recognition of the travesty that was the transatlantic slave trade, but to actually have it recognized as the greatest humanitarian crime
to humanity.
Yeah. Who brought
that? Was Ghana. That was Ghana.
Perfect. Do you know what the people who also called themselves FBA did while the actual head of Ghana was coming to bring this resolution to the UN floor?
Yes. Well, from looking at, I'm on YouTube all the time, so it just, they are agreeing with them, like the FBA people. They're agreeing with them, basically understanding that it's okay for the U.S. specifically not to acknowledge.
No. What did they do when, again, the actual like UN member for Ghana not only brought this to the UN, but wanted a formal apology and also wanted a reparations fund? What did FBA do when he was on his way to the UN to put this on the floor for a vote?
I'm not aware of that.
They protested him being there. They protested him being there. They said, this man does not speak for us. Why would we have anyone that is not quote unquote Black American here doing this, even though this actual representation was there to do exactly what FBA said that they are looking for? There is proper representation where they're seeking acknowledgement and they are seeking the reparations that FBA said that they want. FBA actively targeted this man and said, we do not want you here. We do not want your support. And even went outside of the UN to protest him because he was from another country, but yet he was still Black. You don't think that's problematic?
No.
Why?
Because exactly what you're saying, what they're saying is like, they do not represent us. Like the grievance that Black Americans Black FBA is arguing for is with the U.S. only. So for Black people or Africans or whoever to make it a global thing, it's not a global issue, because when you're talking about reparations, you're basically talking about a law. And when you're talking about a law, you actually have to find specific things that a country can be held accountable for. So when it came to like chattel slavery and stuff like that, those are other things that happened to the U.S. in particular. Those people that were stayed in Ghana, like Ghana, in a sense, like if you're making it a all of Africa type thing, all Black people, like
but that's not what happened.
You have to fight for very specific.
That's not
things.
what happened. That's not what happened.
That's what they're fighting for, though.
They're
basically saying we have a specific grievance that it did not happen to every Black person that's on this earth.
No. Hold on. So again, that's not what they were doing, right? See, and this is why this is not only problematic, but it's disingenuous, because at no point was Ghana, the head of Ghana, looking for anything for the people of Ghana, right? President John Maham, I know I'm messing that up. Like, he was not seeking funds, reparations, anything like that for like the state of Ghana. They weren't actually seeking for reparations or anything for anyone within Africa. This was literally them trying to force those countries that had engaged in the transatlantic slave trade, specifically the US, to recognize that and then give reparations to those people within the country to ensure that they are made whole. Because let's not get this twisted. The transatlantic slave trade didn't just happen within the US, right? It happened around the globe. And so the point of this was to say, these countries who engaged in the transatlantic slave trade need to take care of those Black people within their countries and make them whole. But the way that this works, right? And this is the problem that I have when you say, oh, we don't want them to, quote unquote, speak for us. I know you listen to me all the time. What do I always say about like having privilege? What are we supposed to do with our privilege?
For the greater good or something like that?
Like, with someone who has privilege, the point of having privilege is to use your privilege to shield those people without privilege and then amplify their voices, right? And with that being said, this is exactly what they were doing, right? One, the Ghana brought this to the UN, which worldwide recognition is needed in order to get this ball rolling, right? So them coming to the table and bringing this to the global stage and saying that every single country that engaged in chattel slavery needs to be held accountable. That's how you use your privilege to, one, bring that to the table, and then you use your privilege to actually protect those people and say, hey, we need to do this. I'm amplifying these people's voices, because literally this is the message of FBA. And they're parroting the exact message of the FBA, not for Ghana, but for the people in the US and every other Black person that was affected by the transatlantic slave trade. But it's not saying, well, oh, the US needs to pay all these other countries and da-da-da. No, they're saying the US needs to take care of the Black people within the US. The UK needs to take care of the Black people within the UK, and so on and so on. So like, they literally did the thing. And even more so, does anyone within FBA have a seat at the table, whether it be at the UN or the White House or anything like that?
I'm not sure, but I do know that they are a lot of people from the grassroots. Basically, they are constantly going out to these different events and stuff like that. So, from my understanding, they've even like, it's becoming a little bit more global, like to where you even see it here, like Tucker Carlson and other people like that.
Yeah, but the answer is no, though. Like, the answer is no. Like, no one else is in a position of power where they have a seat at the table to be able to like give this grievance and push this issue. So if the entire premise is, this is our grievance, this is our issue, we want our voices heard, why wouldn't you want to actually get behind someone who is specifically trying to amplify your message while not taking away from your message?
From my understanding, I'm trying to find it specifically, but I think that there were specifics on that crime against humanity thing. Like, they are looking for certain things, and it's just basically the Black Americans, we rather fight our own thing. It's not necessarily, we don't need a.
Well, the actual things that they're looking for is specifically what I highlighted, right? What they want is a formal apology, right? Here it is. Wait here. Let me get back. Let me make sure I'm looking at okay, here it is. We want justice for the victims and calls to be supported, educational and endowment funds and skill trainings. So they want an formal apology. They want educational and endowment funds, and then also skill training funds. So these are the specific things that they want each country to actually grant the Black people within that country.
So, okay, so and again, it's FBA is looking for the U.S. only to worry about the U.S. Other countries, so whatever happened in the Caribbean and stuff like that, they're fine with those countries, the people that colonize those countries, to take care of them. FBA is just basically trying to focus on FBA business.
But I think
what it is.
I think that's a moot point when I'm not denying that FBA is trying to worry about the United States of America. But if you have someone that is not only bringing that message to the forefront, but getting people to sit down and take a vote on it, then why wouldn't you highlight that? Because at no point are they saying that, oh, this can only happen if this happens in the UK, or this can only happen if this happens in the Bahamas. No, they're saying this needs to happen in every single country that this actually occurred in. So I get it. You're saying, oh, we only care about what's happening here in the US. But again, it goes back to the point that I made. No one who identifies themselves to be quote unquote FBA has any type of footing in the national or federal, the federal or the international stage. And so you're literally just screaming into the wind without any type of support. But when you have someone who has the ability to bring your cause to mainstream and actually advocate for you, you vehemently reject that person, and you sit here and say, we don't want that help, which ties into the bigger issue, which I'm going to talk about, which is FBA is anti-Black, and you guys don't really give a fuck about Black people.
It's not about that. It really isn't. It's really about, in this particular position, in this particular instance, we're going to focus on the things that we want for ourselves, the things that they mentioned at that assembly. That's okay, but basically don't say that it's for everybody, because our ancestors fought when nobody else fought with them or for them. So in a sense, it's like we're taking it back to that. It's like we don't need anyone else, or we don't want a voice from anyone else, because even the people from Ghana and all these other countries, you don't understand the things that we've actually been through. So for another country or anybody else to try to speak on the harm that we actually got here, it's experienced here, it's like we rather take it from the grassroots to do whatever is needed in order to fight for ourselves, like we've always did. Just the same thing. It's like they always put these people into positions and stuff in the U.S. And they're not really fighting for Black people. Have you seen the website? I think it was like Black Vote Count or something like that. It's just basically there's a new website that they have to where they're actually holding these politicians and things like that accountable. The ones that went to the Black communities, offered these things, are saying that we're going to fight for you, and they are not. So it's not about Black people. It's about we're taking care of us in this particular instance, and not everybody, the ones that immigrated here or not. It's not about doing anything bad to them or saying anything bad to them. It's just really about us focusing on us for the first time, because we always get pushed to the back burner when anything comes up. So we rather do it ourselves and get what's owed to us than to, because like even on your live, like we have white Democrats and all these other things, and just the things that's on your background. Even most of the people in your comments and stuff like that, they wouldn't even fight for reparations for Black people. They will feel as if their money, their tax dollars and stuff like that, they wouldn't want it to go to us. Although it's a debt that the U.S. owes to us. So it's basically, we rather fight with tooth and nail for what we are actually owed, versus because you get the other Black immigrants, the ones that look like us, and just trying to like, oh, well, we don't need that or we don't want that and stuff like that. Basically, they're saying like, we want to check and we want these other things. But if you have people that look like us trying to act like our representative and they're not understanding exactly what we're asking for, it's like you can't do that. Like you don't understand really what we want. And that they may feel as if like, oh, okay, since I can't get it, then we don't need it.
Okay. So I got a question, and I want you to sit with this question for a moment, and then I'm going, because I need to say a couple of thank yous, and then I'll come right back to you so you can answer. But my question is, it's twofold, right? One, you talked about like not wanting other representation for leadership. Okay, cool. Can you tell me who is currently the head of this FBA movement? Or even if it's like multiple people or like one person that has centralized the actual movement, can you tell me who that is? And then the second part is, what tangible strides has been made with this FBA movement? Those two simple things. Who's the person in charge or people in charge, and what tangible strides have you guys actually made? I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people, and then I'll give you the floor. All right. Debbie's in the chat for Sanders, who sent a $10 euro to say, I think your broad is typical for America. I'm assuming you're saying background, typical of America. Europe has racist, but my country, nobody wants to rule. Nobody wants to rule the far right. We had a gay prime minister, and we have trans women in our government. Yeah, exactly. That's why it says America doesn't care. Like, it doesn't say the world doesn't care, Europe doesn't care. It literally says America doesn't care. So thank you for the 10 euros. But yeah, I mean, that's what it says. Also, W's in the chat for the second $10, 10 euro donation, saying, what about reparations for the First Nations? Again, I'm confused. Like, yeah, I hear you. That's not the conversation that we're having. W's in the chat for you, though. W's in the chat for Chip for the $10 super chat to say FBA people were anti-Obama and anti-Kamala because they weren't black enough. Facts. W's in the chat for, let's see here, Joshua, who sent the $1 donation, said, stupid question. Did you voice an act for an anime? No, I've never done any type of voice acting or anything like that. I've been in a lot of plays, though. I was a theater kid. I was in Theater Odyssey. So I've done a lot of musicals and plays. My first ever play was in elementary school, and I was in the Magic School Bus. My last play or musical that I was in was The Sound of Music. Boom. Debbie's in the chat for Nicole for the $5 donation, saying thank you for everything that you do. There are a ton of Trump supporters that go live late at night and debate. They're in an echo chamber for each other. If you're ever up late, I love to see you take them to school. I do. Yeah, not only that, like I literally go MAGA hunting. I go MAGA hunting, and I've gotten to the point where like they either like ban me. Fun fact, I found this guy who like had maybe about like 20, 30 people in his live. And he was like, oh, why is there no one in my live? Usually we have like, 100, 200 people. First of all, cap. He was like, but there's no one here. Any questions, da, 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 da. And I was like, hey, debate me. He was like, oh, well, debate you. And then he looked at my account, and then he started ignoring my messages as if he didn't see me. And then he was a Christian. And so, of course, I threw the red meat. I was like, hey, what about abortion? He was like, I was like, hey, what does the Bible say about abortion? He was like, Anyway, long story short, he ended up banning me on all three of my accounts, my main, my backup, and the backup to the backup, just so he could avoid me. So yeah, they hide in their echo chambers and they avoid me at all costs. Anyway, Deb's in the chat. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. Debbie's in the chat for Sherry for the $20 donation. Sorry, I was trying to say, let's hope you don't have crazy people. Yeah, no, I thank you for the additional 20. And like, I expect to have crazy people all the time. So no, it's all good. Debbie's in the chat. Thank you so much for that $20 donation. And last but not least, guys, fucking Debbie's in the chat for Wendy for the $50 super chat. And again, Wendy just hit the $50. Just the love. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Wendy. You are awesome. Fucking W's in the chat for Wendy, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. If you're on TikTok, keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200 200,000 likes. Send your daily heart me, and only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. We should have as many thumbs ups as we have people watching. All right, so Badger, floor is yours. 2 questions I had. 1, who is the current leader and head or heads of the FBA movement? And 2, what tangible strides has FBA actually made? Badger, you're still muted. Oh, there you go. Oh, you muted yourself back. Okay, I can hear you now, or I heard you come off mute.
What the fuck?
Oh,
okay.
We can hear you.
I'm
there
good.
we go. Yeah.
Okay, but so there's no official single head, but Tariq is the main public face.
He's not.
And the move, that's technically he is. He's the public face of FBA. Like
he's not.
As far as
I thought you were gonna say that, and you know why I say he's not?
Sure. What's your rebuttal?
He said he's not.
No, he said that he's not a leader. There's no leader to FBA.
When you say,
and that's what he keeps saying. Like he's basically saying there's no leader to a lineage. Like he's no leader of the 44 million Black Americans that has roots in his soil.
I know that you're not on TikTok anymore. I know like YouTube is your jam, but funny thing is, as I was scrolling through the TikTok streets the other night, which I often do, he was on TikTok. And not only was he on TikTok, but he was debating someone on the panel. And I kept telling him, like, come and catch this fade. He ignored me, whatever, cool. But the point that he made, in which people on the panel were saying, like, hey, you have copyrighted the term FBA, right? You've sold merchandise, you've centralized the name and the likeness around you to acquire wealth. And you like, this is something that you're fostering. And his response was, no, it's not. I'm not a part of a group. I am not a leader. I am not a figurehead. I am not a face. He said, I'm only talking about me. And if other people want to change the name or use the name of the movement or whatever, sure, I'll be a part of whatever movement, but this is not mine. So even to say like, oh, he's the face, he's actually himself saying, no, he's not the face, even though he's making money off of it. Like, that doesn't sound like an issue to you?
No, he's not making money off of it. Yes, I understand the whole trademark thing, but he's saying that because, like, again, he will continue to reemphasize that there is no leader. Like, no one has a leader. There's no leader of white people. There's no leader of any of these people. So that's really what he's saying. So when it comes to like money and stuff like that, yes, he trademarked it because he was basically saying, like, in a sense, when it comes to Juneteenth, apparently like Asians or somebody else, like or is it Asians or Walmart, someone trademarked Juneteenth. So it's basically you have other corporations and stuff that will trademark our stuff, like the guy Tendernism. Like, you have people that will jump in first to try to trademark our things. And when he was saying that, like, he doesn't make money. When you mentioned that he said that anybody can use it, yes, he's good with anybody using the name and stuff like that because it's not true.
No. He didn't say anyone could use it or use the name. He's saying, he said that if they want to actually use some other name or whatever the case may be, he's good with like people using other names or blah, blah, blah. He didn't say anything about them using the actual FBA name or whatever, because again, he has that trademark and he's literally been making money off of that.
No, he does allow us to, like, people to use the name. Like, he's been on plenty of lives and stuff like that. I don't really listen to his lives, but his recordings and stuff like that. If you actually listen to other recordings of him, people constantly come in and ask him about those types of things. So yes, I'm actually in the process of doing something personally. I don't want to mention it here for all of this stuff as well. But yeah, he's good with us using using FBA as a term on different merchandise and stuff like that too. It was just trying to get in front of it before you have the people from the dominant society, as he mentioned, trying to come in and take our stuff.
Yeah, so this is what I've been able to find about the revenue that's generated from FBA, right? And this is from, let's see here, one second here. So the entire entity of FBA and what it's been, what they've been able to actually verify from this is a little sketchy, but there was a post from the New York Times that talked about, it's called We're Self-Interested, the growing identity in, the growing identity debate in Black America, right? Where they took a look at FBA, they took a look at the actual, how they are going about trying to quote unquote reclaim things and get reparations, blah 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 blah. Anyway, part of that entire entity was talking about how much Tariq Nasheed has made from the trademark of FBA, right? And so his net worth is estimated to be around 6 million, where they're saying that about 2.5 million, because he is, I don't want to like down him as far as what he's done outside of this. He's, a producer, an author, a filmmaker, blah, blah, blah. But about 2.5 million of that is estimated to have been made off of the back of the FBA brand and media. So like the premise of saying that he hasn't made money, like that's just vehemently false. But even more so, I guess the bigger point that I have with all of this is, shouldn't there be some type of centralized power in a sense of like leadership or board or something? Because you talked about, I brought up the president from Ghana, or and who had a seat at the table with the UN and was able to voice the issues for FBA and to get a vote that was not only cast but passed, right? You do know about the outcome of the actual vote from the UN, right?
Yeah, it was like all but like, was it 3 or 4? The US, like Argentina, and like a couple of others.
The only 3 countries that voted not to pass this was the US, Argentina, and Israel, right? But the point that I'm really trying to drag home or drill home is, shouldn't there be some type of centralized structure that can get that type of representation and enact things that would be actually beneficial? I heard you say like grassroots and all this. Yes, I get it, cool. But who from the FBA movement has a seat at the table that can push the agenda, since you guys don't want representation from elsewhere? Because clearly Tariq Nasheed has said that's not him.
Things are building. So right now, what's happening is the conversation about FBA. So no, we haven't gotten to that level yet of official seats at every congressional meeting or any of those type things, but things are building. Now that it's all over TikTok, is actually becoming mainstream on media and stuff like that as well. So as those things continue to build and progress, then maybe there would be someone or a couple of people that can have these specific voices and tell the country, because we don't even care about what the other countries are doing and stuff like that, because that's not the issue that we're fighting. We're fighting for the U.S. to pay U.S. citizens what they owe them. So that's really that's the main tangible that we've received so far.
Okay, well, so let me
name recognition.
Let me push back on that for half a second. So you're saying the fact that now there is name recognition, it's become mainstream and it's on Twitter. Like you guys didn't have this before, and now that you have this, then like you don't have all the structures in place in order to actually get the things that you want, but you're going to build from there, and you're just now getting the name recognition. Is that accurate or depiction of what you're saying?
For the most part.
Is there anything you want to clarify about that?
No.
Okay.
It's really it is mainly the name recognition and stuff like that. So people are actually listening to realizing that we are not a monolith. Like, we do have specific things that not necessarily. Yeah, I guess because there's no group as they mentioned, but we are just trying to understand, getting America to realize that there are certain things that they hid from us, i.e., like reparations is the biggest thing. So when you, I guess, even on your lives and stuff, how you talk about how the wealth gap between us and them is like these conversations, and just Black people in general, like they're waking up, like the ones that's always been here and stuff like that. You will hear conversations on some of these lives to where other groups, even like the Asians and stuff like that. I'm not big on the whole immigration thing. Like, I'm not. Well, hold on. I'm not against immigration.
I don't want you to go too far. No, it's fine. I don't want you to go too far, because like you're saying a lot, and I like, we can continue to talk about that, but there's something I have to call out. I have to call this out. FBA has been mainstream. And when I say that in the sense of, like, if you're saying that, like, now you guys are quote unquote mainstream and getting name recognition. Well, the actual New York Times article that I reference, that New York Times article is from November 8th, 2019, right? Mm-hmm. So that's an article that's 7 years old. And even in the article that started talking about like the inception of FBA, it talked about the history of ADOS, the two founders, Antonio Moore, and then also Yvette Carnell. And then it talks about how ADOS goes back to 2017. And so the point that I'm trying to get across is, as far as like name recognition or whatever the case may be, like, it doesn't get more mainstream than the New York Times. And the fact that the New York Times has been tracking the grievances and the inception of ADOS to FBA, and put that out on Front Street and said, like, hey, these group of people have been saying this and doing this and da-da-da-da-da. Like, that speaks to the fact that, like, whatever that tangible, oh, we're gaining traction because people are talking about it on Twitter. I'm not Twitter, but on TikTok. I'm sorry, but I think, like, people, it being on the New York Times is more important than it being on TikTok. But then
it's actually not. Like, TikTok won the election, not New York Times, for Trump. So when you actually, like, honestly,
TikTok
for
didn't win the election for
I'm saying, like, media like this. Like, social media and stuff like that. Those things like that are bigger than mainstream right now.
Yeah, I think not only, well, no, I think there's, like, that's a little bit half-hearted. Yes, I absolutely think that new media had a part to play in Donald Trump winning the 2024 election. But not only new media, but legacy media had a part to play within Donald Trump being elected, because legacy media sane-washed Donald Trump and what he was about. They literally re-platformed him in order to, like, continue to get ratings. And so when you had actual places like Twitter and Facebook that banned Donald Trump and his account, legacy media was still giving him a voice and a footing. And then once they sane-washed him, new media welcomed him back in. And so it was a manipulation of media as a whole, whether it's, the legacy media and, the CNN, CSNBC, Fox News, all these people wanting to cover and, talk about Trump because he brings ratings, but then also their weaponization of new media with influencers, with podcasts and all this other stuff. So it's in conjunction. So, like, if it wasn't for legacy media, new media wouldn't have picked up on Trump again and allowed him back into their world in order for him to win. So I disagree with that premise.
I feel as if like legacy media is more of, it's the audience that you're trying to target as well. So when you're talking about Fox News and all those things, that's the older generation. Like that's that 40 plus or 50 plus or something like that. When you're talking about anything beyond that, that's when you're actually getting to the Twitter and stuff. That's why you will hear something about Trump doing something quicker on TikTok or Twitter, faster than you will probably hear it on Fox News or any of those types of things.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
I mean,
it's going directly to the people.
I think at this point we're arguing semantics, and I don't want to do that. But I will say, like, I'm not going to say being the topic of conversation in social media isn't something that is valuable. I think that, like, the currency that we live in and work with today, the currency of like our time is attention, right? That's the currency that everybody wants, attention. And so when you give attention, that is the most like beneficial thing for anyone. And so, sure. But the point that I'm trying to highlight is that the actual message of FBA, it's not one that no one has known about, because while we may disagree with the footing that legacy media has today, when legacy media picked up this information and ran with it, i.e. the New York Times in 2019, the current new media was not as influential as it is today. And also legacy media had a bigger hold on the entire country. So anyway, I guess the point that I'm making, right, is while you're saying that like the tangible benefits is the name recognition, I'm a little confused as far as how you can say, oh, the name recognition is a better trade-off than actually having the basis and the validation of the movement that you said you want brought to the UN floor, voted on, and then actually approved as far as what you say that your movement is about. I'm confused about that one.
Because we don't want other people speaking for us, really.
That's fine, but we've already established you guys don't have anyone speaking for you.
I understand that, and that's why I said we're in the earlier stages of actually doing those types of things. So it is a growing, not necessarily a movement. I guess it's a movement to understand like what we are asking for. But
so,
yes, in 2000,
like what you're saying is there needs to be no progress at all unless it's progress made from the people, from the movement, when they figure out how to actually make said progress.
I get what you're saying. So yes, in a sense, but it's about putting us in those seats that will make the progress as well.
Well, then who's going to step up? Because again, like I stated, 2017 ADOS, and then in 2019 FBA, they're already rocking. And now today, the two founders that were ADOS, and then the person who is the quote unquote face for FBA, all of them are completely removed. They're making money on their own, but they're not pushing the agenda, the idea, and the actual efforts forward for FBA. And 2017, sure, I'll cut 2017, 2018. At the very least, it's been 7 years since the overall message of FBA was in place, and there's been no tangible strides. There's not even been a structure put in place, and there's no, I hear you saying grassroots, but at some point, grassroots has to actually take hold and start to build upward. And it's been 7 years. If you're still saying that you're grassroots for 7 years without at least creating a structure, it doesn't sound like there's a plan in place to move forward.
No, so I understand what you're saying. So yes, the 2019 is when something was established. But as I mentioned, the social media is when things actually got out. Most people, probably a lot of the people on this live, didn't start really hearing about FBA or understanding what FBA was until maybe this past year, these past couple of months and stuff like that too. So for something to have been established, like the name could have been, was recognized then, Tariq Nasheed, because of who he is, his presence and stuff like that, for him actually coming, trademarking the name and stuff during that particular time frame, that's cool. But to actually get the message out, that's that grassroots of the name recognition and actually getting to the people that it will actually affect. Like I mentioned, I'm a socialist. I really am a socialist on everything that I do. But I didn't start listening to or understanding any of these things until, honestly, maybe end of last year, this year. So when you're actually getting the name out for the grassroots thing to take effect, as I said, I'm actually doing something personally that I will probably mention like in the next couple of months, or probably next month, that will actually help the grassroots as well.
Okay,
so people are doing what
that's where
right.
I was going next. So I guess then I'll put the question like this: if it's something that you're holding on, and I'll give you a moment to think about it, because I do want to catch up on a couple of different thank yous. But the question I have then is, if there's no, like, you say the tangible strides are name recognition, and things like that. So if I don't think that's tangible strides, but whatever, what tangible strides are currently on the horizon that can be clearly mapped out as far as like metrics or indicators that the movement is starting to progress forward, like certain things that you can point to and say, this is a mile marker. We've hit this mile marker. We have this tangible benefit from this mile marker. Now, this is the next mile marker that we can actually achieve. What's the roadmap to actually achieving your success? So think about that for a second. And if you can't share what you have, anything, I'm going to thank a couple of people and then I'll give the floor back to you.
Go ahead.
Debbie's in the chat for Monica. Monica sent a $5 super chat to say, Santana, I hope you do another late nights about the black race. I would love to speak on it. Maybe, absolutely. But late nights will be back this Sunday. Late nights with Santana is back this Sunday, which it'll be at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. Back this Sunday, we have a 4-night amazing topic. I'm not going to say what the topic is just yet, but it's going to be absolutely amazing. And I do have a co-host for this topic, and you guys aren't going to want to miss that. But late nights will be back this Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, where it's a panel discussion where anyone can join the conversation. So boom. W's in the chat for Sid. What up, Sid? Who sent a $10 super chat to say, am I missing something, or can't you both help the black diaspora and also fight for the things unique to the U.S.? I'm white, so my opinion is nil on this topic. Yeah, the issue is it's not helping the things that are important to the people. And the fracture in this conversation is the elimination of the black diaspora when it comes to FBA, because FBA wants to focus on only the black people within America, but not only the black people in America, but the black people who have ties and their lineage ties all the way back to slavery. So if you are second generation, third generation in the US and you're black and you have lineage from other countries, then you're not considered a part of the group that they are focused on. And that's my overall issue with it, which we're going to get back to my overall claim, which is FBA and Blaga doesn't care about black people. And which, I mean, like so far the point has been highlighted that they want to focus on only, FBA. Well, black people is not exclusively FBA. All right, so there's a lot to that. But W's in the chat for the 10. W's in the chat for D. Graham, who sent a $5 super chat to say, hey, Santana, so no movement on my own at the sake of the movement with help is not worth having help. Yeah, got it. Hashtag Asta for the Wizard King. Fucking right, Asta for the Wizard King. Yeah, I mean, that's what it basically boils down to, which doesn't make sense to me, but we'll get there. That was in chat for Sid as well for the $5 super chat to say, by help, I mean, bring attention to the other situations abroad. That's the point, Sid. They don't care about the other situations abroad. W's in the chat for Natalie. Natalie sent a $2.50 donation saying, here in the UK, if they can pay for slavery for 100 years for the release of slaves, then they can pay reparations. Sincerely, a white British woman. W's in the chat, Natalie. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Ali for the $5 donation saying, Lotus Inception here. My favorite show is about Abbott Elementary, and you remind me of Mr. Johnson. All right. Love you, Santana. Love you too. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Mike. What up, Mike? Who sent a $3 donation saying, wouldn't it strengthen your overall strategy to first build alignment within Black communities globally? When numbers grow, so does collective influence, social, economic, and politically. I agree, Mike, and that's the entire point, right? Like there seems to be some, and to me, and which we'll let Badger answer this, but to me, FBA's premise is that we need to be looked at as our own individual class and separate from any other people within the Black diaspora. But when you do that, now you're lessening your ability to influence anything, because collective power, in my opinion, is more important than individual power. So I don't know. W's in the chat for Mike for the additional $3 donation saying, with a large unified base, there's no more leveraging to push for civilian power, policy influence, and long-term stability. Once that foundation is strong, groups like FBA could still pursue their specific goals from the position of greater strength and visibility. I agree, but like the premise that I've heard from that is like, well, you know, there's been other initiatives that have lacked the focus, attention, and the drive specific for FBA, and they're always being left behind. And so now the focus is specifically on them, to focus only on them. W's in the chat for I think it's Fusto, thank you so much for the $5 donation saying, keep doing what you're doing. Sorry, I can't stop it, guys. Seriously, if $5 is a lot of money, thank you so fucking much. I truly mean this, guys. I appreciate any and everything that you guys do. You don't have to support me. You don't have to be here, and you guys do it. You show up day in, day out. You show me love and you support me. So I am always grateful for whatever. I mean that to the moon and back. Thank you so much for the $5. You said, gracias, amigo. Nothing but respect. Likewise, W's in chat for Allison for the $5 donation saying, and Six Sigma green belt coming out with the last cube. I literally was, I didn't know. W's in the chat for Allison. Allison, you know ball. I try to keep that like in check, but Allison knows ball. W's in chat for Damon for the $5 donation saying, I know that Blaga are very confused, but are FBA also Trumpers? They're not quote unquote Trumpers, but they align with the Republican Party in a lot of sense, as far as they vote Republican to try to leverage that against the Democratic Party. It's more so like getting reparations, but there's more likelihood reparation comes from the left than the right, but it's a whole thing. W's in chat for Brookie for the $1 donation saying, appreciate you. I appreciate you way more, like way fucking more. And last but not least, guys, fucking W's in the chat for Nelly sent a $50 donation. Got it. I'll just leave it at that. I see the other thing that you said. From the bottom of my heart, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Although it was, I'm not going to read out the rest of the message, because if I did, then it would actually, say some stuff that I don't want. I know you and I want to keep here, but thank you so much for the $50 donation. You are fucking amazing. I'm so happy that we got a chance to do that. And I will say, yes, I got the email, and I am going to be sharing that today with some people, and we're going to be working on that. And I promise you, like I said, I'm going to do whatever I can. So W's in the chat. And one more, W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation. Saying off topic, but I appreciate you putting me onto One Piece. I just started and it's awesome. Let's fucking go. There is not enough episodes of One Piece, and I mean that. I stand on that. W's in the chat for Mike. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. W's in the chat for all the love and support. Oh, Twitch. Can't forget about Twitch. W's in the chat for Anonymous, who sent out one gifted sub over on Twitch. Let's fucking go. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pin, who resubscribed over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Onset, who sent the 30 bits. And W's in the chat for Anonymous, who also sent another gifted sub over on Twitch. W's in the chat for everyone, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link to in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. All right, Badger, coming back to you. can you tell us what's next? What milestones, tangible outcomes do you guys have in place to actually be able to like gain any traction? What up, Hector?
I cannot answer that question because I'm not in those streets like that. Like, again, I told you I became familiar with it a couple of months ago, and I'm one of those people. I see a problem, I hear a problem, and then I make a way for me to better whatever it is, and I can do it on my own. I'm not one of those people. Like, you have a lot of people that that I've heard on some of the lives that have come in and asked, like, what can we do? What can we do? I'm not one of those people. I'm one of those people that's going to do what I need to do, and then I'll let people know later. So I do have seen that they do have people that's in the streets that's doing certain things, but I cannot answer like as a whole of what people are doing. And I guess to address what one person was mentioning about like the voting habits of FBA is not it's not a voting habit. Like you mentioned, like you will be considered an FBA in a sense, like I'm an FBA. It's not a voting habit. It's just a group of, it's just black people that's been here at least since chattel slavery. So as
but I think the pushback on that and what I was trying to get across, and which is the actual or the realization of it is, while like I said, oh, I would be someone that's considered FBA, and you know, you as well, and even you being someone that voted for Kamala Harris or voted for the Democratic Party, the people that more so align themselves as quote unquote FBA and who talk about like leveraging political power, they align with voting for the Republican Party because they try to put pressure on the Democratic Party for reparations. So while as an individual, you may say like, oh, I vote for the left or whatever the case may be, overwhelmingly, even like Tariq Nasheed, who again said he is not the figurehead, but he's been very openly and adamant about how not only does he not support the Democratic Party, but he is down any black person that supports the actual Democratic Party, saying that like black men, they're sassy and all this other stuff when it comes to like even people that would be quote unquote FBA, if they don't align with his political views, he's specifically attacking and targeting them and like downing other black people.
It's not necessarily about targeting any particular person. He's just one of those people that clap back on anybody, like regardless of who you are. Like you mentioned, FBA or what they call a tether or any of those things. It's like you grew up damn black. Like we understand the whole Jonan culture. So regardless of what you say or how you say it, Buddy got a clap back for everybody. And that's why I like him. Like Buddy he's funny as hell, but he just clapped back. Like you say whatever you say and he's gonna get your behind too. And then when you're actually on the live listening to what he's saying, it's like, okay, yeah, I get that. So I guess I just understand him from that perspective.
Right. And I guess that's not the issue because, you know, I clap back all the time, and any chance that I get, you know, I'm going to make a joke. I'm going to get that joke off. But the issue that I have, and the biggest thing that I can call out, is Tariq Nasheed is benefiting himself. Where's the tangible benefit for FBA? I'm literally missing this because right now, this is what it boils down to. You have the head of Ghana, who has officially gotten the transatlantic slave trade recognized as the greatest travesty in the history of the world. And then they're fighting to get every country that participated in the transatlantic slave trade to give their black people reparations, what looks like a multifaceted thing. It's not just money. And that's like a tangible thing. Like that's something I can put in my hand. That's something I can hold on to, right? But then you have FBA who's saying, we don't want this help. We don't want you doing that. But there's nothing tangible from FBA, not even a proper structure to say, this is going to be the people that sit at the table for us and bring our issues to the forefront. And like, that's the problem. you guys are fighting back something that's tangible while not actually having any type of progress or anything even like that we can sit here and say like, oh, this is in the works, happening, about to happen or whatever. Like that's a huge issue.
So I guess to fight back on what you're saying, like if Ghana made this stride into what they're trying to do, if it's meant for us, then we're going to take it, regardless. Like just with like Democrats and Trump and shit like that. Regardless of the fight back that they may get from us, if they made a stride and we're deserved whatever we're supposed to get, then we're going to get it. Like a Democrat, regardless of the things that we're going back against Trump, if we're deserved what we're supposed to get, then we're going to get. So they can continue to do what they want to continue to do what they're going to do. If they get some gains and stuff like that, that's fine. But for an FBA to still criticize them on the things that they actually want and still fighting our own fight, that's fine too. So yes, you may see pushback and all these other things. That's people, and people are allowed to do those things. But if they really care about fighting for chattel slavery, then let them fight and then continue to get what they want. It's not like if they get a check and the FBA they're gonna jump in and say, oh, I don't want my check. They're gonna still take it. Just like if Trump give a damn Doge check tomorrow, which he's not, we gonna take that shit too.
Okay, so all right, help me square this circle then, because again, my entire premise is that that BLAGA and FBA don't care about Black people. And I've even gone as far as saying that BLAGA and FBA are anti-Black, right? Help me square this circle. Let's start very lightly. You're a part of the 92%, correct?
Yes, proudly.
Okay. Proudly. There are a bunch of Black women that are a part of the 92%. Now, the issue that I have been seeing is there has been a villainization of Black people in America that are, from other countries, but they are now American, i.e. they voted in the 2024 presidential election. And they're saying that, Black immigrants overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump, right? That's been the narrative that is being pushed. That has been one of the mainstay talking points that is used to split the diaspora, and then also at the same time invalidate anyone that is not, FBA. My question for you is, how do you know of that 92%? How do you know that all 92% are Black Americans, are FBA? Because I have not been able to locate, find, or get any type of information saying that, like these are Black Africans or like Haitians or whatever, second generation, third generation, these people actually voted for Donald Trump. Where's that information coming from? And is that not an issue where people who would align politically and try to be on the right side of history are being vilified without any type of actual information or basis?
I cannot say anything about that because that's not something that I know about or can speak of. I do the 92%. Yeah, I do not know who that comprises of, like where the person originated from. But in a sense, you keep saying that FBA only care about FBA, and that's not true. FBA is, in a sense, it's just basically saying that we are FBA. Like a Nigerian is a Nigerian, Haitian is a Haitian. That's really all it is. So if other Black people that have come here, Caribbean and whoever it is just basically trying, if they were to get on board with us and like everyone fighting on one accord for reparations for Black Americans, since they are all here in America, we should all fight for reparations for Black Americans, although you may not qualify for reparations from the US.
So just to make sure I have this correct, Badger, you're saying you're willing to take the support from other Black people as long as they are only supporting the specific thing that you want.
Let me finish. So yes, and then when we get ours, then we can continue to fight for them and their journey as well. Because like if you're in the US and you're fighting for, say you are from Ghana, you're fighting for for reparations in Ghana, how does that benefit me? Like we always fight for everyone else. That 92%, we fought for all of America. But then you see that most of America just didn't give a damn. And then they fought for whatever they want. So it's not even just about Black people in general. It's about the people in general, like the Hispanics and all these other things. You have this they have a lot of the preconceived notions about Black Americans and stuff that that's always on us. But if everyone kind of just get in line in the sense of like just coming together, as they mentioned, just that one coalition so that we can fight for what we're trying to fight for, because we cannot fight for reparations for people in Ghana when
I'm a little confused.
That's not our thing.
Like, how can you say that you would want to support an alignment for from other people, from Black immigrants, in when again, literally the greatest example of Black immigrants or, Black people outside of the US who would not be FBA using their voice and fighting for FBA would be the UN resolution that was brought by the president of Ghana. And with that actual resolution, it was pushed back and like even yourself said, we don't want him speaking for us. Well, it kind of contradicts each other, because even when someone fulfills that requirement that you're saying like, hey, we want your support. If your support focuses solely on us, he literally did that. But you then are saying like, we don't want your support. Like those things are contradicting each other.
It's not, because like I said, like even with the Democrat, like if Trump was to give a Doge check today, are you not going to take it? And you can't stand Trump. Will you not take the Doge check that's you're supposed to get?
Give me 1 second. Just an FYI, for anyone that's in the comments right now and you're not Black, make sure you are being mindful of your comments, right? Hey.
Oh, bro, let me get on your comments, because if somebody says something bad to me,
give me a second. While any and everyone is welcome in the space, in the community, and to be able to share their opinions or whatever the case may be, understanding intersectionality and understanding when there is a community conversation being had. This is a community conversation. So while you can chime in and you can say certain things, please make sure that if you are not Black, that you're staying within the realm of the comments that are for you. White people don't speak on Black people issues. Don't say, well, what you should do is this. What you should do is that. No. This is a community conversation. So FYI, you're welcome in the comments. We want you here, but lock the fuck in. Anyway, somebody said, wow. Wow what? No, what? Just me said, wow. Wow what? Wow what? Juan said, wow. Wow what? I'm super interested to know the people that are saying wow, what the fuck you wowing about?
They talking to you, Sha.
I know, I'm waiting. Yeah. You guys can keep just saying totally. You're gonna say totally wow. Yeah, like us, you heard me. Oh, no. I didn't hear you say shit. I just saw you say wow in the comments, and now I'm gonna mute you. You don't have your invites on, so I can't invite you up here. But hop in that request, Juan Vasquez 1353. You could say wow in the comments, but I can't hear you or see you say wow. Come up here and tell me what you were saying. You said I heard you, but I didn't. I saw you say wow, and I said, what is wow? Wow. And the only thing that you could say is, oh, you heard me. Come up here and say it with your chest. Don't worry, I'll wait.
Can I?
Exactly.
Your people keep talking about. I see it saying that the Doge checks are coming.
No.
Obviously, they're not.
Hold tight for a second. Troy, that's the problem. You got your own problems in your own community. Fix those first. Troy, come up here and tell me about that. Again, I can't send you a request, but you're muted as well. Come up here and tell me. Like I'm so serious when I say this. Like, first and foremost, I am very, like, if you are someone that watch me and you know how I do things, you know that there are times, places, and spaces where I have black ass conversations. And if there is a black ass conversation, then there will be parameters put on who can engage in said conversation. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, swipe out. There's plenty of times where it's not a community conversation. This is one. And if you got a problem with it, come up here and tell me about it. Anywho, back to the conversation. To drill home the point, right? To drill home the biggest point that I have is the actual premise of FBA and what they are or are not doing. And you're saying that you would take the support of Black people that aren't from the US, aren't Black Americans, but then you're pushing back on the support from those Black people. Like, that doesn't make sense. The biggest thing, the biggest issue that I have with the entire premise of FBA is that it's nonsensical. And when I say it's nonsensical, I don't mean in the overall thing that you guys say, because I've already said, like, oh, like, I understand the premise, the kernel, the foundation or whatever, but the execution.
That's all it is.
No, the execution is off base. There's a lack of follow through. There is a lack of building. And then also the victimization and the split that it is causing within the diaspora is something that most people who are FBA welcome, because they don't want other Black people being connected with them, which highlights the point that they don't care about Black people. Because you know what? When a member of the KKK, Boogaloo Boys, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, when they look at you, they don't say, oh, this person's FBA. They say that's an N-word. When the people from the KKK, Boogaloo Boys, Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, when they see a Haitian migrant or a Haitian American, they don't say, oh, they're Haitian. They say, oh, that's an N-word. That's the exact same problem that I had with Donald Trump when he said they're eating the cats and dogs. When Donald Trump was saying they're eating the cats and dogs, talking about the Haitian migrants, what happened? Overwhelmingly, Black people had a target put on their back, not the Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, but Black people as a whole, because the people that are looking to engage in conflict, hurt, and harm towards Black people don't look for separators. They don't look for dividers. They don't understand the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. They just see Black people, Black skin, and that is enough for them to disenfranchise those people. And the legislation that's being passed by Donald Trump doesn't just affect negatively Haitian migrants. It affects negatively Black Americans and everyone across the board. That 400,000 Black women that lost their jobs in the first year under Donald Trump, that wasn't separated into, well, these are Black American, these are Black Nigerians or whatever. It was just 400,000 Black women, period. There's no separation when it comes to the harm that's being created and caused. But for some reason, you guys want to separate yourself and think that you can create some type of create some type of power when nobody else is going to recognize you as this individual, and you're still going to get the backlash from every other group.
So I guess to push back on what you're saying, we're not, dang it, I had it. Oh my gosh, I was thinking something specifically. It's not about us caring about what a white person see us or anybody else. It's about, we have a unique history here. And that's all, that's what FBA is. It's recognizing our lineage. It's recognizing that we're proud of the ancestors that fought for us on this particular land. When Trump them are taking away the things for like American history, they're taking away our history. They're taking away the history of our ancestors and then putting it as like, oh, and just making it seem as if like trying to clump us into the whole immigrant population of like, this is like Black people. Like we just came from Africa like a couple generations ago.
Can you give me a specific example of that?
Wait, which part?
Can you give me a specific example of Donald Trump and the Trump administration invalidating or harming Black Americans specifically, and then in turn with him is specifically aiming at Black Americans, saying that it's all Black people? Because I'm telling you, what's happening is the inverse. This Trump administration has overwhelmingly targeted immigrants, Black people from other countries, and then Black people that are American have gotten lumped in. And then also they've targeted Black Americans and immigrants have gotten lumped in because there's no differential for them. You're Black. You're Black, and they're harming Black people, period. But you're saying there's some type of separation. So I would love to see an example.
Well, taking away the history of this country and stuff like that is taking it away from us. Like those immigrants and stuff like that, they don't have that the history that's being erased. So them taking away the Black Smithsonian Museum and stuff like that, them taking away those things, that's taking away our history.
How is that negatively impacting Black immigrants?
It's not impacting them, but I'm saying like when you take away, we're basically just fighting for our history right now. It's not like it's not them trying to like reclassify us in the sense of like we're just like immigrants. Like no, we're just basically saying like this is our stuff.
I think the point that you're missing though is like I gave a very specific example. Donald Trump passed executive orders and directly attacked the basis of DEI, which caused the Black unemployment rate to spike within the U.S. and 400,000 Black women lost their jobs. There was no separation as far as FBA Black women. There was no separation as Ethiopian Black women or Nigerian Black women or Kenyan Black women. It was just 400,000 Black women. Do you have an example where like something has been perpetuated against Black Americans and that actual thing also negatively impacted immigrants, where it's like erasing your history or just trying to clump them all into one? Like I'm confused as far as how like that's a thing, because even when we go to the actual trying to whitewash the history of slavery, like people who are second, third generation from different countries, like of course they aren't the ones that are being negatively impacted directly. Yes, they lose the ability to learn about certain things, but to your point, that's not their history. So I'm confused as far as like how that ties together.
Taking things away from our community, even so taking away money from like our HBCUs and stuff like that. Yes, it's taking away money from us, because although you're saying that it's not, most of the people at HBCUs and stuff like that, most of them are Black Americans. So it negatively affects us, and it's just basically taking away our history. Yes, these immigrants and stuff like that are clumped into it, but the overall impact is us, and we're just basically saying like no, like we're standing up for our people to make sure that all Black shit is just remain Black shit in a sense.
Sure. Okay. So tell me how that works then, because let's use your specific example, right? Donald Trump, the Trump administration, they're trying to cut funding for HBCU. I acknowledge that. I got my undergrad from HBCU, right? So I understand how important HBCUs are. I understand how important it is to Black people, Black culture as a whole, in a multitude of levels, right? But tell me how Donald Trump removing funding from HBCUs is specifically trying to negatively impact Black immigrants, right? Because I reject that, and I say that Donald Trump doesn't care with cutting the funding for HBU, doesn't care if it affects Black Americans or Black Nigerians. He just wants it to affect Black people. So the point that I'm making is that you guys keep trying to separate yourself and say we are not them and they are not us, but the people in power keep saying, I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm hurting everyone.
That's true. So I think that's really where they're looking for like carve out specifically for FBAs in general. So when they come up with, because there's never been any recognition for Foundation of Black Americans, we're trying, in a sense, trying to delineate to basically, if you do have things that's going to hurt anybody else, I mean, not necessarily understand it, but I mean, kind of, it may happen, but to get the recognition that Black Americans may have. So when you're talking about scholarships and stuff like that for like African American, they don't want it for like African American because anybody can be an African American, African that just came here like a couple of years ago or something like that. They may be eligible. So when you're talking, but when you actually are looking for specific things for, if it has like a historical tie to whatever whatever scholarship or anything that may be out there, they're looking for those things to actually impact Black Americans that's actually been here, that's actually been working here, that actually has the roots and stuff like that from this land. It's just really recognizing, like, it's not a dig at anybody else, but it's just really recognizing that we are Americans. We don't have the historical ties to Africa or any other nation. It's just basically recognizing that we are who we are.
So, I mean, again, what it sounds like to me that you're saying is that, harm those groups, don't harm us.
It's not, nope, not harming. It's not even about harm. It's just about we are who we are. It's just, we are American. That's it. It's not even about harming or bringing somebody up or seeing anybody down.
You keep saying you're still Black. And in the words of my brother Solid, you're still Black. You're still Black. The point that I'm getting across is, and again, I'm really, really, really trying to get to the heart of this. Are you saying that there needs to be delineation in the help and harm of Black people? Meaning, if there's going to be help that's given to Black Americans, there only needs to be help for Black Americans. And if there's going to be harm for Black Americans, it only needs to be harm for Black Americans? Or is it that you want only help for Black Americans, but if it's harm, you don't care who gets the harm?
No, we're going to, like, if we're going to stand on business, you got to stand on business. So help or harm, but it's more about being proud of your lineage. So when, as he meant, like Tariq will say, like, if a Jamaican or something like that, that's been in the U.S. pretty much all their life, they win something in the Olympics, Jamaica stand up, Haiti stand up, and all these other things. So it's just basically when it's feasible for them to delineate, this is my people, this is my history and stuff like that. They're the ones that's holding up their flags and stuff like that, being proud of who they are. We're like, as a Black American, you wouldn't hold up a random flag from Africa. You're going to hold up the U.S. flag because that's just what you are. We're just basically saying we are who we are. We are Black Americans. This our roots and everything is just here. We don't have the other ties like other immigrants and stuff like that may have. That's really what it is.
W's in the chat for Peach Raid. What up, Peach? W's in the chat for Peach Raid. Yeah, I mean, again, the actual point that I'm getting to, right, is the delineation that you're requesting, right? It only weakens the point that you're fighting for. That doesn't make sense, because if you're willing to say, okay, we're going to stand on business, and whatever help that is given to Black Americans. That's only the help that needs to go to Black Americans, not all Black people within America, but also whatever harm that is given to Black Americans need to only be for Black Americans and not to all Black people within America. That's kind of like nonsensical, because we understand that this country has perpetuated overwhelming amounts of harm while not providing any type of help. So if you're sitting here saying that's what you want, then that goes back to another issue that FBA has with Black people from other countries that come into in the US or whatever, which is the claim is like, oh, these Black people are benefiting from us. Like, if you take away the systemic, or if you take away the over amount of hurt, harm, and racism that's perpetuated to all Black people and centralize it towards FBA, then you remove those additional barriers for people that are not FBA, which is the thing they say and they're having a problem with, right? People who are FBA, they say they have a problem that Black people from Nigeria, from Kenya, from other countries are coming into the US, and they're able to get all of these things and do all of these things and get all of these benefits. But now you're sitting here saying that, oh, we want the things that we're getting to be specific for us, which is already like minimal, but we're going to hold all the hurt, which is like maximum. That doesn't make sense. Now you're saying that, like, no, they're going to get more of a footing.
We're going to get harmed regardless. Like, we understand, like, regardless of whatever happens in this country, we know that ultimately the most things that the white people do in this country is to target Black Americans. You know that, I know that, everyone knows that. So when it comes to, like, as soon as they started talking about immigrants and stuff like that, they're like, oh, well, Black people need to join us, because when they start deporting us, then they're going to focus on y'all. Like, no, they always focus on us.
You're cutting out. I think you lost your signal. Give it a moment, guys. I think that Badger lost their signal. So yeah, guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. I'm going to say a couple of thank yous. Hopefully the signal will be back in and we'll be G to G. W's in the chat for Sid for the $2 super chat to say thank you for the info and your labor. Absolutely, friend. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Blue Barbie for the $2 super chat to say first time gifting. Keep up the great work, Santana. Absolutely, Blue Barbie. Thank you so fucking much. I appreciate that. Holy crap. Thank you, thank you, thank you. W's in the chat for Gene for the $1 donation saying, Gene, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm like really, really sorry to hear that. I know there's been some back and forth and some communications that have been had. I know there's been people that have been in contact and like that. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah. W's in the chat for Brad for the $10 donation saying, Santana, do you think all marginalized minorities should receive reparations? If not, why? Thank you for the cake. No, you have to be, when I talk about like reparations, I'd say like, you know, at least 2 generations, right? Or second generation, meaning not like first generation or wait, hold on. First generation. Yeah. Like if you're Black and you're born here, even if like your parents are from another country or whatever. Yeah. And the reason why is because of the point that I've been drilling home is there's no separation across the Black diaspora when you talk about racism, right? Medical racism does not separate Black people in America. So why are we? That's my point. Debbie's in the chat for Tammy for the $10 donation. Mamazon arrives, who sent a $10 donation saying, thank you for all that you do. I've learned so much, listen to you daily. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hell out of you. Debbie's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying, Santana, please ask the caller if FBA does FBA vote? If so, who they vote for and what do they vote for? Please ask the caller if she voted for, who she voted for. Yeah, she's been pretty clear about that. She voted for Kamala Harris. FBA as a whole could fall anywhere on the spectrum. Their main issue is like reparations and recognition. And I'm going to stand on the fact that I've seen an overwhelming amount of FBA supporting Donald Trump. Debbie's in the chat for Jesse, cousin Jesse. What up, cousin Jesse? Who sent a $5 donation saying, so you can't be proud of your heritage without being bringing harm or denigrating other communities. FBA is confused. Can she bring forth something tangible from FBA that's going to help out and uplift Black communities collectively right now? No, because it's not about the collective, it's about the individual. That's what we've been drilling home to. Devin's in the chat for Michael. Holy fuck, Michael, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Saying, love you, bro. Thank you for all that you do. As a 56-year-old Black man, I'm convinced that FBA cares nothing about me after listening to the voice of said FBA. Not sure if she's aware of her impact in the movement. Like that's the whole thing that we're drilling home to. And I'm gonna, I got a couple other fine points that I'm gonna put on this, but that's what we're talking about. And W's in the chat again for Blue Barbie for the $2 donation, saying listen to your debates while at work. Absolutely, I'm so happy to hear that. W's in the chat for Blue Barbie, guys. W's in the chat for all the donos. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. You said, please stop kissing sounds. I'm begging you. No, I will kiss those hearts as long as a matter of fact, the reason why I select those hearts is because I specifically want to kiss the hearts. So I will kiss the hearts every time I see the hearts, even if it's mid-sentence, I have to stop and kiss the hearts because I love kissing the hearts. Sorry. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 1.8 thousand people here. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button and turn on notifications so you know that we go live. We only got 47 new followers on the stream. I know for a fact that there's more than 47 people that have not followed us. So please, please, please hit that follow button, turn on notifications. We go live every day. It's well worth it. All right, Badger, you're back. You were saying.
Shit, I forgot.
Okay. I guess the fine point that I want to put on this, and the reason why I say FBA and Blaga doesn't care about Black people is because medical racism doesn't delineate FBA and any other Black people. Financial racism, like redlining, doesn't delineate. The pulse oximeter doesn't delineate. So the amount of harm that's being caused across the diaspora, not only to Black people within America, but Black people outside of the country, specifically the global South, right? It's something that should be a unifying effort behind all people across the entire diaspora. And for you to say, I'm FBA, I only want to focus on us. I want our recognition. I want our reparations. I want our seat at the table. I want our footing, speaks to the fact that you're willing to let everyone else around you die just to be able to sit at the table, which is mind-blowing to me. And maybe not die literally, but figuratively, which is mind-blowing to me.
That's not true at all. So my whole thing is, why has there not been a time in the US where everybody came together and then just fought for reparations for Black people? That's it. So regardless of your race, Black, white, all of these other things, because everyone knows the harm and the fact that that chattel slavery happened to Black America. So in the US, why has there never been the whole Democrat Party or just any party or just people in general come together to say, hey, we owe these people this particular thing because of the things that happened? So they're basically saying
that hasn't happened. There has been multiple initiatives to bring reparations to the forefront. But the bigger problem that I have, two things. One, that's the entire point of what the Ghanaian president was trying to do. And two, FBA hasn't done shit. Like, I'm gonna keep it funky. The only thing that FBA does is talk shit online, call people tethers, and like put down other black people across the diaspora. And me, I don't give a fuck about that separation. I believe in black unity. I believe in black liberation. And so there's no black liberation without black unity. There's no way that black Americans can get the things that will benefit black Americans without the whole of the diaspora. That doesn't work that way. It literally does not work that way. Not when racism, white supremacy exists and they have the tools, power, and mechanism. Like FBA, to me, is trying to weaponize the tools of white supremacy, and you can't use it.
So, again, regardless of who FBA is, what FBA does, prior to 2019, when Obama and all these other people were in power, that's their whole point. FBA became a thing because they realized that these people, no one will stand up for us. So when Obama, in Congress, when Obama was in office, they became, they went against him. I'm a huge Obama fan. Michelle Obama, she's my idol. I love her. But our whole point is, why has there never been a time to just recognize that? So there's plenty of time. You're saying that something that just happened last month. All of these years, the years that we've actually been free, there's never been a time to where America
what FBA has done since 2000.
It's not even about FBA. We're just talking about black people in general. It ain't even about that. It's about, why has there never been a time where everyone else just came together to do that for black people?
You're saying that, but I'm saying that even to this day, since 2019, FBA has no wins under their belt. And not only do they not have any wins under their belt, they don't have a structure to create wins. Like, that's a problem. The movement is a bunch of people. You guys are black Israelites, except you're online instead of on the corner. That's all FBA is. Black Israelites that are on the internet.
Black people, no, these are black people that's actually coming together to realize that that America that you already know does not care about black Americans. And regardless of if FBA existed or FBA didn't exist, there would never be a time to where America would, on its own, come together and then just ask for reparations for black people.
So what's the actual benefit? What's the benefit of these black people coming together on the internet and recognizing that? What's happening?
They're doing it now. They're actually creating a coalition for people to actually recognize who they are.
This has been like, I keep going back to, even if you want to completely separate from ADOS, which goes back to 2017, I keep going back to 2019 because there was literally a New York Times article and study that was done about the FBA, and they talked about the separation. And like all of the stuff that you're saying, today is the same stuff that's listed in this New York Times article. Like, it's all here. It's not like this is new ideology that was just, that you guys are just now starting to talk about all this. Like, all of the stuff that you're saying is in this New York Times article, right? Like, it's even look, here's the line. Their movement also has become a lightning rod for critics on the left. Its skepticism of immigration sometimes strikes a tone similar to that of President Trump. And the group has fiercely attacked the Democratic Party, urging black voters to abstain from voting for the next Democratic presidential nominee unless he or she produces a specific economic plan for the nation. Like, this is all here. So even the rhetoric like that you're speaking to is not original. It's not new. It's been the same thing that they've already been saying, and there hasn't been any tangible benefit.
there hasn't been any tangible benefits, because now that they're actually pulling away from these things. So they're pulling away from they're targeting a specific group. You said in 2019. So now they targeted a specific group. They actually realized what holding back, like the vote from the Black community, them not going out to vote in the 2024 election that actually affected Kamala. That was 2020. Now that they're actually realizing they were saying
withhold the vote in 2019 for the 2020 presidential election.
But okay, so yes, that happened in one election, but in 2020, the 2024 election is actually when it actually grew. Again, although there was an article then, it still was not as big of a thing as it was now. As I mentioned before, social media is the thing that actually grew to bring out more people, to make people more aware of it. Yes, you mentioned that that 2019 article from New York Times. Most of the people, probably no one on this live has ever even read that article. So now these people are more aware of FBA because of social media. So social media is bringing that awareness to people. And it was, I guess, probably during that 2024 election when they actually just decided not to vote. So again, regardless of what the FBA is or isn't, that's the point. There's never been a time where America just actually stood up for Black Americans in order to receive the reparations that they deserve. So these people felt that it's within their best interest to take that stance and stand up for themselves, to say, like, we're not doing this. They're not voting. They're not giving back to the rest of the world when the world would never stand up for us. Even like we talked about, the 92%, we did what we could have done. We tried to do what we could do in order to stand up for America, to not get Trump in office. But the rest of the world just really didn't care. They rather go with their to go against Kamala or whoever it was, in order to put this white man back in power. So when it comes, if America is willing to put this man in power, regardless of everything that he's done, like, there would never be a time without a group of people actually standing up for themselves to say, hey, this is what we want, this is what we deserve, and we're willing to not continue to vote for the same thing for everyone, when you're not going to give us that one thing that we that should have been fixed a long time ago.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna play a sound. I'm gonna play actually a couple of sounds, and I want you to tell me. I want you to listen to this. Tell me what you think these things have in common, and then I'm gonna throw something your way that I want you to think about.
It's for one issue and one. It's for one issue and one issue only, and that is how Black Americans were treated in this country. It is because of the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. Those do not compare. Irish, the new groups, they always get a little bad treatment. Do not compare that to how Blacks are treated in this country. You don't get to piggyback on the Black experience in America. You do not get to do that just because you are a woman, an immigrant, gay, Hispanic. No, the rest of you can go F yourselves. No, this is for Black Americans. We seem to have forgotten them. It's not a rainbow coalition.
Various groups, feminist, gay rights groups, and those who are defending immigrants have commandeered the Black civil rights experience. Yes. What do you mean by that?
They're in the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow laws. We don't owe the homeless. We don't owe feminists. We don't owe women who are desirous of having abortion. That's what civil rights has become for much of the left. And I just say, what have we done to the immigrants? We owe Black people something. We have a legacy of slavery. Immigrants haven't even been in this country.
Okay. So that's one thing. I think this is the clip that I'm looking for. I'm going to try to play this. Did
you play something? I didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear that?
No.
I don't know why you didn't hear that. Dang it, hold on. The chat heard it. YouTube chat, did you guys hear it? Like, I know TikTok heard it. YouTube chat, did you guys hear it? Yeah, so like, okay, it may be because you're up here for some reason, you may not be able to hear it. Give me 1 second. Let me try one thing really quickly.
I can put you on mute and then I can like turn on the sound on YouTube or something.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead, do that, and like turn on the sound and let me know when you got it, and I'll replay it. And then I want to play something else for you as well. Like turn on the sound.
Okay, go ahead, try it.
Yeah, go ahead and mute yourself. I'll replay it. All right, one more time.
It's for one issue and one issue only, and that is how Black Americans were treated in this country. It is because of the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. Those do not compare. Irish, the new groups, they always get a little bad treatment. Do not compare that to how Blacks are treated in this country. You don't get to piggyback on the Black experience in America. You do not get to do that just because you are a woman, an immigrant, gay, Hispanic. No, the rest of you can go F yourselves. No, this is for Black Americans. We seem to have forgotten them. It's not a rainbow coalition.
Various groups, feminist, gay rights groups, and those who are defending immigrants have commandeered the Black civil rights experience.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
They're in the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow laws. We don't owe the homeless. We don't owe feminists. We don't owe women who are desirous of having abortion. That's what civil rights has become for much of the left.
And
I just said, what have we done to the immigrants? We owe Black people something. We have a legacy of slavery. Immigrants haven't even been in this country.
Is gay marriage a Democratic Republican issue?
Okay, I'm gonna play one more for you, and then you can come off mute and we can talk about it. Here it is. Okay.
And they called you a racist for that? They did.
I just think Democrats are.
And they called you a racist for that? They did. Which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican, he is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting in their words that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years, I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've
100%.
got, you've got a point of view that is legitimate. I think.
Yeah. And they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's for sure.
100%.
They're definitely heritage Americans, if anyone is. And, someone rolls in from Ghana and gets an MSNBC slot and starts speaking on behalf of Black people. It's like, shut up, honey. You've got nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's
Literally.
a fair perspective,
right.
I think.
And so it's good to actually see them call them out for that. That's actually cultural appropriation. Appropriating the struggle of slavery.
I totally agree.
And the struggle of slavery was real. I don't think Republicans ever want to really whitewash that. It's real,
no.
Right? But for
we're
Byron,
against slavery.
We're against it.
Whether it's in the, West Bank or here or anywhere. Yeah, against it.
And so for Byron's group, his team, to call me and essentially our entire supporting base racists for saying that you're a slave when quite literally you took $45 million. You won't tell us what you agreed to take that money this early in a primary, which is unprecedented. You know this, how unprecedented that kind of money is in an uncontested primary until now. But secondarily, to actually go out and try to gaslight us and think that you're just one of those guys that has been here, since the early 1800s and your family was in the struggle too. You're not. And that's a very interesting term that the Foundational Black Americans use. It's called tether. They're tethering these tethers like Byron Donalds. They come here literally one generation in, and they try to just sit around and act so folksy that we're all part of the same struggle and we're all down on and we need to fight against. No, you just got here, dude. Like the Haitians, like the guys from Ghana who just got here, you don't get to just be a part of our system and then lecture us about how our country went wrong.
And they called you a racist for that?
They did. Which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in
Sorry, just finished. Oh, damn, Twitch, you guys couldn't hear it either? Holy shit, I'm sorry. Badger, were you able to hear it?
Yeah, I heard it on YouTube.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Twitch. Sorry. FYI, the first thing I played was Ann Coulter. The second thing I played was Tucker Carlson and some other white guy. So I want, I'm sorry?
Fishback.
Sure. Like, I just want to be clear that, howdy partner, everyone who has been pushing this ideology of FBA has been white Republicans, right? So my question to you is it not alarming that the message that's coming from white Republicans who overwhelmingly seek to disenfranchise Black people, they're calling for separation within Black communities and highlighting, oh, it's because of FBA. Well, maybe we should listen to them, but we shouldn't listen to everyone else, while at the same time not listening to anyone. That doesn't concern you?
As a Democrat, I guess, I understand where you're coming from. And I understand that Tucker Carlson and the Fishback guy is doing it just to help a coalition to get on their side. I completely understand that. And yes, it's very concerning. But what FBA is saying still is like, I still understand it. Like, if right now, if you were to probably, if people wasn't even listening to this conversation, if you were to have put a poll into your chat full of Democrats, I doubt that 50% of them would have legit said like they would have been okay with just asking for reparations. That's all that, like, and not necessarily all that they're asking for, but in the sense of like, when is America going to take the time to just one time to say, okay, this is what they deserve? That's never going to happen. And regardless of what side of the political aisle you're on, most of the people in your chat will not do that either. So that's what they're just basically saying. They're tired of waiting for it. They know that they're not going to get it from the Republicans. That's not what they're looking for.
And what are they doing? I hear you. I don't know if you didn't mute the.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like, I hear what you're saying. But what is FBA doing? Because, like, this is the problem that I have with like people who are accelerationists, right? This is the problem that I have. You don't have to unmute. I was saying, you don't have to mute. Did you mute the YouTube back that you were listening to? Because it sounded like I heard something in the background. Yeah.
No, you're good. I was doing something else.
Okay.
Just
all right.
Being a busybody.
This is the problem that I have with people that are accelerationists instead of revolutionaries, right? Accelerationists want chaos without a plan, and they don't care about the harm and fallout. Revolutionaries understand the cost that people are going to have to pay for liberation, and they have a plan to mitigate those costs while understanding those costs will be paid. So accelerationists, that's what FBA is. FBA is willing to blow up, sacrifice, and dismantle the Black diaspora with no actual plan or anything tangible, versus trying to work within the Black diaspora and then seeking individual gains. Like, that doesn't make sense.
When has that ever worked for Black Americans, though? When has America, like I just
when mentioned, have we had Black unity?
Never. And that's the thing. We're not going to get it by just continuing on with the same way things are going.
We're not going to get Black unity if we don't seek Black unity. That's the point. That, like, you're sitting here and saying that you can separate, but you can't. You can't separate because you're still Black. You can't separate because no matter how much you want to call yourself FBA, you're still going to be the N-word to the KKK.
We are. But we're still the N-word to a lot of Democrats too. And that's the point. It's like, it's never, when has America ever stood up and just said, like, doing anything for the harm that we've encountered? You still haven't answered that. Just tell me when has the status quo ever worked for us?
What are you? It hasn't. It literally hasn't. I agree. But so what's the plan?
So they feel as if to do something different is the only thing.
Sure. That's the plan?
What they're doing something different. They're withholding their vote. Plan? They're withholding their vote to basically bring the recognition that they actually want. Because if they were to continue to with the same old, nothing would have changed. But now that they're actually withholding their vote and actually making America and just people in general recognize that they're not going to continue on, maybe that's something that's going to push them forward. But if they would have just stayed back, hopefully one day somebody will say, do something to help us out or something like that, then that would have never worked for us.
Okay, hold on a second. Where is it? Hold on. What did I change that to? Sorry, give me 2 seconds. Damn it, I can't remember what I changed the name to. Okay, let me do this. This will be quicker. Here it is. My time is up. My time is now. You can't see me. My time is now. It's a franchise and I'm shining now. You can't see me. My time is now. Okay. So got that on the screen, or there we go. Boom, 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 boom. And then let me put this over here on the TikToks. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. They're withholding their vote, right? Black men, black women, right? 7% of black women voted for Donald Trump. So they withheld their vote from the Democratic Party. 21% of black men voted for Donald Trump. So they withheld their vote from the Democrats. Can you tell me what tangible positive impact has happened for black people with this 21% and the 7% voting for Donald Trump in 2024?
There's been zero tangibles, and I totally understand that. That's why I'm a Democrat. But my point in all of this is literally the definition of insanity. They're trying to do something now by continuing by this. Like if they were to continue on just voting Democrat, doing nothing, getting nothing, then nothing was going to change. There's no incentive for anything to be recognized or for the Democrats to want to change. Now that they realize that, okay, we really need everything. We need every vote in this midterms and these coming elections and stuff like that. Now they're hoping that they can actually get people to come to the table and actually start recognizing that these people are serious.
Sure.
But if they were to continue on.
Give me an actual tangible example of that.
To actually just recognize, like, now that they're realizing that people will withhold their vote, then let's go ahead and really start talking about reparations or any of the things that
sure.
Black America that they've been wanting.
Give me the Democratic Party centering black people since 7% of black men and 7% of black women and 21% of black men didn't vote for Kamala Harris in the presidential election. Give me anything that the Democratic Party has done to center black people in the initiatives of FBA or Black people as a whole?
Again, I cannot say that there has been any tangibles as of yet. But
so them withholding their votes didn't actually do anything. Because
no,
if there's
but,
no,
I mean,
if there's no tangibles from the side,
there's no immediate tangibles.
Right, but if
there's no immediate tangibles,
if there's no tangible from the side that won, only harm, and there's no tangibles from the side that lost, what did them withholding their votes accomplish? Because, like, again, it sounds like no plan. If
no,
you do
now
the thing and there's no success, it sounds like, again, it was just a fucking pie in the sky idea that didn't yield anything. And this wasn't just 2024, because they were calling for people to withhold their vote in 2020, and they did that shit then.
They did not. There was not that big of a difference in 2020. But my whole point is that the Democrats are realizing that we do not have this automatic Black voting block.
Okay,
so
now they're
actually.
Then what are they doing? What are they doing to center Black people then?
I mean, I really don't know yet.
Nothing.
That's my point. Like, no, they're realizing that since there is no automatic Black coalition that you're going to get these votes and stuff like that from, then now that we have people that are going in talking to some of the congressmen and stuff like that, then they're hoping that there could be a change. But the immediate results, I cannot say that.
Any member of FBA that has had sit down time and conversation with like any member of Congress?
Again, I don't know. I told you before, I'm not involved in anything like that. All I heard of a problem. I understand exactly where they're coming from. So I'm doing my personal duty and to help the Black community. So to say like, oh, I know everything that people are doing, no. But the very few times that I do get on some lives and stuff like that, or I don't even, I don't be on TikTok or anything like that. But from my understanding, there are people that's out there that's fighting these things, that's actually going to like people in New York and California and stuff like that. Apparently, I think someone mentioned that they're even changing the, I guess, on like some medical forms or something like that in California. So there are small things that are being pushed forward, but on a large scale, I don't know that yet.
Okay.
Again, I just said I understand exactly where they're coming from.
Cool. In that case, I want to play one more thing for you then, and because I said, give me one example of anyone that represents FBA sitting down and bringing forth attention or calling out the issues for FBA when it comes to members of Congress. And so, with that being said, you said you don't have an example. That's cool. That's cool. I get it. I want to play this for you, and then I want to revisit what I just said. Okay? So 1 second here.
Sure.
Oh. Okay. And then let's see here, and then this, and then this, and then this. All right.
We are going to go after the rich and powerful who raped these girls or abused these girls or showed up to parties where girls were being paraded naked. We're going to go after the financial crimes and that we are going to have a single system of justice in this country.
Well, see, you talk about a single system. I look at a lot of things through an intersectional lens.
Yes,
right?
I agree with that.
You can talk about
race, gender, class.
Exactly. So you can talk about the ultra wealthy versus the haves and have-nots. But if you don't take a look at how everyone is impacted by the different things that happen within the country, country, then we're leaving a lot of meat on the bone.
Well, look, I mean, I don't have to tell you about the problems of mass incarceration.
Yep.
The fact that 1 in 3 black men will find some time in jail. And this is because of the war on drugs.
Mm-hmm.
This is because of mandatory minimums.
Mm-hmm.
This is because we've had an intentional policy in this country targeting in the criminal justice system of black men. So we've got to talk about race, and we've got to talk about gender. Class is also an issue.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that we can just talk about class and ignore that we've had 250 years of slavery in America and 100 years of Jim Crow in America.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had previous instances in the 50s and 60s of black men being beaten, black women being beaten, and no prosecution. So elite impunity is not something new in America.
Yeah, well, and if you talk about the Constitution of the United States of America, when it was first written, it was written for white men that own land, and everyone else after that has been given the rights. And if we want to ever really make our country great, then there's so many things that we have to do, but we have to address the original sins of our country and then actually look to do things to better our country. Okay, so, sorry, I turned off the wrong thing. Dang it. There we go. All right. So I want to talk about that in the sense that one, a lot was cut out, right? And
Mm-hmm.
even when I posted that was just an edit that I did and tried to cut it down. But he and I specifically, that was Congressman Ro Khanna from California.
Mm-hmm.
And while the topic that we were supposed to be talking about was the Epstein Transparency Act, I took time to talk about the issues that specifically faced Black people. And while I did talk about intersectionality, I specifically advocated for Black people and the issues that Black people experience within our country and how we need to work on fixing and making everyone whole, and then we can worry about the rest of the country. So I got an opportunity to platform the message as far as helping the Black diaspora. I got an actual sit down face-to-face time with a member of Congress who has power. And fun fact, that's not the only member of Congress that I've had these conversations with. So the point that I want to revisit is I'm advocating for Black liberation, for Black progression, but liberation and progression for people as a whole. I'm not sitting here saying we need to separate Black Americans and then everyone else, you can figure that shit out later. I'm advocating for people. I want reparations for Indigenous people. I want reparations for Black people. Hell, I want reparations for brown people who are currently getting impacted by what the fuck is happening in ICE. I want equity. I don't want equality. And more than that, I sit up here, people talk about how much I sit on the internet and, oh, you complain, you're a victim and da-da-da-da-da. I sit here and I bring these issues to the forefront and I advocate for these issues. And I'm day in, day out, trying to make contact with people who actually have the ability to do more. And that's why I talk about, I'm currently communicating with additional members of Congress to get some time with them and sit down and talk to them about these things. When I talk to them, I'm not going to be talking about the Epstein Transparency Act. I'm going to be talking about intersectionality. And yes, I'm going to center the things that affect Black people, but I damn sure would never center the things that affect just Black Americans, even though I am a Black American, because you know what? Still Black. And without actual liberation and progression of all Black people, there is no liberation and progression of Black Americans. Those two things are diametrically opposed. My point being is, can you give me any example of anybody who is spouting the whole quote unquote FBA narrative that is doing that has had a seat at the table, that's talked to anyone and tried to yield any type of positive impact?
Again, I don't know what they're doing because I'm not in these streets like that. But personally, I told you that what I'm doing. And honestly, I was recently just at my congressman's office, but literally 2 days ago, my congressman died. So there's about to be a new election for a Democratic congressman in Georgia. So those types of things I'm good on. I know what I'm doing, but as a whole, I don't know what individuals are doing. You got this FaceTime with Wakanda on TV. That's how people knew about that. But I don't know if there's other people that's around this country that are FBA that's actually going to their congressmen and stuff like that and that are speaking to them. I can only speak about what I see personally. And again, I did hear the few times that I have been on a couple of Tariq's lives and stuff like that. I do hear people that are saying like they're going out and again, apparently in New York and California are two of the biggest places that these people are saying that they're doing things and speaking to people. But I can't vouch for that.
Okay. I got one last question for you, and I'm going to give you a moment to think about it while I thank a couple of people. But I guess this is kind of the heart of where I'm trying to go. And the question I have is, I know what the end goal is. I know what the end game is. How do you accomplish the things that you seek to accomplish when the only thing that you've been able to highlight is your individual efforts without any type of collective support? Any type of wait, no, I want you to think about it, and I'm going to thank a couple of people, because the point that I'm trying to make is that while individuals are important, while individuals are absolutely important, you need collective support to impact change. The reason why the Civil Rights Act was signed in the United States of America wasn't because of specific civil rights leaders. It was because of the advocation of all Black people in the country unifying with bus boycotts, sit-ins, protests, being sprayed by fire hydrants, bitten by dogs, willing to go to jail, willing to get hung. All of these things, it was a collective effort. It wasn't the individual. Martin Luther King stood with JBL and looked over his shoulder while he signed the Civil Rights Act. And the people that stood over Martin Luther King's shoulder was not the people that were in the room, but all the Black people and white people in our country that fought and advocated together to get that to happen. So the point that I'm making is, how do you accomplish your goal without at the very least, unity within the Black diaspora? So just think about that for a second. W's in the chat for Tess. Tess sent out 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. Fucking W's in the chat for Tess. Tess, thank you so much for sending out those 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. If you're over on YouTube and you got a subscription from Tess, make sure you say thank you, but also make sure you get in the Discord. Hop in the Discord. W's in the chat as well for Heighten, who became a member over on Twitch with their Prime. Listen, if you guys have a Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, you get a free month of a Twitch subscription. So you can go over to Twitch and use your Amazon Prime to claim your Twitch subscription. Then you can get into the Discord. I'm telling you, it's worth it. W's in the chat for Headshot for the 50 bits over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Anonymous for the 1 membership subscription that was sent out on Twitch. W's in the chat for Kevin for the $5 donation, saying FBA has concepts of a plan. Yeah. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse, who sent $10 in donation, saying, Cousin Teller, most FBA men in particular are overwhelmingly voted for Trump or didn't vote at all. So removing ourselves from the political process does what for the Black community? That's what I hit home on. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation, saying, should FBA start focusing on putting their money behind Black candidates that might help start to change ways in the positive for Black people? Well, Mike, that would be a tangible thing. And like, they're not doing tangible things. Like, that's the issue. W's in the chat for Ryan for the $15 donation. And Ryan didn't say anything, just said the love. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Ryan, for the $15 donation. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. 1.7 thousand people watching here on TikTok. Guys, if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button, turn on notifications. We only got 63 new followers on this stream. I am positive that there are more than 63 people watching who have not followed me. So hit that follow button, turn on notifications. Listen, even if you're a little unsure, like maybe not, give me a follow, come back. Check me out again. If you're like, oh, this guy has a stupid punchable face, sure, okay, hit that follow button and come back and rage out to me later. But just hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers, so make sure you do that. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. We should have as many thumbs up as we have people watching the YouTube, and make sure you subscribe over on YouTube. Last but not least, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. All right, Badger, back to you. How do you accomplish anything tangible without any type of unity across the Black diaspora?
There are 44 million Black Americans, people that will technically qualify for that are, I guess, considered FBA. Getting those people together, understanding exactly what the mission is. And so basically trying to get everyone on one accord. With that, that's why I mentioned that just the recognition of what FBA is, what FBA mission is, just trying to get people together based on that. When I mentioned that what the things that I'm doing, the only reason I said that I'm doing those things now before I actually mention anything is because I'm not one of the people that like, oh, there's a problem and then let's try to figure out the problem. I saw the problem. I see that it is a huge problem. So what I'm doing until I get a few more things in line, I will not mention it then. But the project that I'm actually working on would get a lot of people, basically all of us together. And I can't say too much more,
so
but give me a month.
Let me run through this thought process then. I'm FBA, technically. How do you get me on board? Because as you can tell, I'm vehemently against what FBA stands for, because I understand the implications and the widespread issues. So how would you entice someone like me who fits in that category that could be, an asset to the movement? How do you convince me to stop worrying about the Black diaspora and only worry about Black Americans?
Because you're looking at it the wrong way. It's not even about not worrying about the Black diaspora. It's just about trying to us coming together to demand the one thing. I mean, at least the one thing that we actually do deserve. That one thing that we do deserve is from our chattel slavery here in the U.S. We can fight for all those other things, but as a foundational Black American, you are owed something specifically from the U.S. that others may not be. That don't qualify in a sense. So it's not about you putting yourself or us above anybody else. It's just about, okay, this one thing in general, like everyone does not qualify for this particular one thing. So as a group, let's come together and fight for that one thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I don't understand, because clearly I fully understand what you're saying. But what you're saying not only contradicts in a sense that, like, it's not a full thought out plan or process that I think will yield tangible benefits, but it's also something that I'm not necessarily interested in at all, because to the point that I've been speaking on this entire time, I don't think that we can have like individual liberation for different groups of Black people without liberation for all Black people. So, we're not talking hypotheticals. I'm saying right now, right here, right now, you as someone who identifies as FBA, me as someone who could be FBA, someone who has a platform, a voice, and could actually amplify the message of FBA. How can you get me on board with you right now?
That's my hope. I don't understand as an FBA, the only thing that makes you an FBA and not someone else that's not an FBA is really just about where you have history here. Your people are here. So that is the only thing. It's not about you trying to come with some particular movement and stuff like that in general. Like even when it came to BLM, I'm not I understood the message of BLM, but you would have never seen me at a BLM protest or anything. It's just you understand the message. It is what it is.
Right. But the point that I'm making is, how do you convince me to amplify your message when, even though I'm someone that would fall within the parameters of your message, I don't agree with your message? Because you can try to like pretty it up and say, well, we're worrying about us now, we'll worry about others later. Like, I don't think that's something that is beneficial or even doable. So how do you convince me to join you?
It's not even about, in general, what FBA is. If you are an FBA, like, is you just recognizing if you are FBA or not. That's really what it is. That's all that you need to do.
Then
I mean, if you
no
wanted
action.
to,
If you're saying the only thing that you need is recognition, like, then there's no tangible, like the recognition, like, the end goal is like federal recognition by the United States government and reparations. You can't just say, oh, the only goal is to get recognition that you're FBA. Like, okay, that's step one. Like, I've already said, I'm already there. I told you, I qualify as FBA. I recognize that. Like, then now what? How do you get me to your ideology? Because again, the point that I'm trying to make, right, is
it's not an ideology. It's just, it is what it is.
Then there's like, no way that you can achieve anything. You're not going to get reparations if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, we are, because other people do, like, other people are coming together to like demand those reparations.
So
if you as an FBA,
so if you're saying that people are coming together to demand reparations, cool. Tell me how do you get me, someone who is FBA, someone who not only is FBA, but someone who would have the ability to advocate platform right now, combined, we got what, like about 2.5 thousand people listening right now, right? Across the spectrum, 2.5 thousand people listening. And this is average, day in, day out. After I end my streams on TikTok, I have about 30 to 40,000 viewers for 1 3 to 4 hour stream. On YouTube, it jumps anywhere from 10 to 30,000 views per live, right? So that it can be upward between like 70,000 people hearing my voice on a day in, day out basis. I looked at the impressions that I get across the board, across the platform on a monthly basis. I get over 1 million impressions across the board, month over month. I could be using my voice to amplify your message, but you can't convince me to use my voice to amplify your message to get towards reparations. Convince me on that.
Okay, as a Black American, do you think that we deserve reparations?
Yes.
So do you think that every Black person that's in the U.S. deserve reparations?
Anyone that's anyone that's first generation or on, meaning that if you're a Black person, even if your parents came from another country, as long as you were born here, then yes.
Legally, do you think that that's a that's a claim that can be made to Congress or anybody else for reparations, like somebody that just came over here, the harm that was actually that's been dealt to that person that is a couple of generations removed? Do you think that that's a legal angle that can grant them reparations?
Yes, because I don't think reparations is solely based off of chattel slavery. I think chattel slavery was the catalyst for reparations. But you know what? I know you know this. What was the reason for chattel slavery?
Reason for chattel slavery. Reason for chattel slavery. You talking about from the white perspective or the Black perspective?
From the perspective of having chattel slavery. Because like white supremacists and people who want to champion that all say, well, there's always been slaves. There were always slaves. Sure. What was the reason specifically for chattel slavery?
To create a separate group of people to basically being able to take advantage of them and us working for them.
They created race to justify chattel slavery. Exactly. And it was indicative on being able to subjugate and enslave a working free and cheap labor class based off of those phenotypical characteristics. So the point that I'm getting to, though, is when you talk about chattel slavery, capitalism was the driver and racism was the catalyst to get to chattel slavery. And guess what? Race still exists today, just like the effects of chattel slavery, which is racism and long impacting effects. And the point that I'm getting across is people sharing those phenotypical characteristics as me deal with those same systems and same instances of racism today, regardless if they have lineage of chattel slavery. So I don't think reparations is based off of just chattel slavery. I think reparations is based off of the amount of harm that has been caused to Black people, and even more than to people who have been harmed by our country, i.e. indigenous people. Colonizers killed so many indigenous people that it cooled the temperature of the earth. And the most that indigenous people get today is monthly stipends of about $1,000 and certain tax breaks and a small piece of land for reservation, when all of Turtle Island was their land before colonizers came here and killed them. So no, I don't think that only reparations needs to be tied to chattel slavery. I think reparations needs to be tied to race, and I think that chattel slavery needs to be tied to the atrocities that our country has inflicted on non-white people, indigenous people, hell, brown people today. The people that are being rounded up, sent into free slave labor, and then deported to concentration camps across the globe, those people deserve reparations as well. Like, it's so multifaceted. There's no way that you would ever get me to sign off on just saying that the only people that deserve reparations are people that are direct descendants of chattel slavery. That's fucking insane, and I could never do that.
So I get what you're talking about, but when you're talking about reparations as well, reparations was never just given to a group of people. When it came to who?
After slavery, reparations were given to given to slave owners. Reparations were specifically given to Jewish people after the Holocaust. Reparations were given to...
I understand that it's just specific people. Specific people that's within that. You said to white slave owners and stuff like that. Those are specific people, but reparations was not given to like all white Americans and stuff like that either. My point is there has to be a specific claim and a very particular harm that actually comes about in order for reparations to be...
How do you separate chattel slavery and race and racism?
How do I separate? I don't get it. What does that have to do with reparations?
How do you separate? Because your focus is chattel slavery.
Yes.
I'm saying that Gomez, Inez, De Zurara created race to justify chattel slavery. And racism is a tool that continues to perpetuate and uphold whiteness as a impact of race and chattel slavery. Those three things are all intertwined. How do you separate the two just so you can talk about the one? How does that work?
Because again, when someone is requesting reparations, it's for a very specific harm. You cannot just say, because we're all Black, because we all experience blackness, being Black in America, then we deserve this. That's not how legally, that's not a claim that anybody can make. If you actually look up how reparations is divvied out to people, there has to be a very specific claim. So within Black America and stuff like that, taking it all the way back to like the Jim Crow laws, the redlining, the 40 acres and a mule, the things that we were actually promised just during those particular times. Those things affected Black Americans. They did not affect the person that is a first or second generation Black person. So when you're actually talking about reparations for chattel slavery, that's just one form of reparations. You can talk about the ones for indigenous people and things like that, other things that happen. But when we're talking about reparations for this particular thing, that is just what it is. Like, we're not there. Again, there could be other forms of reparations later, or however you all want to fight for those things. But for this particular instance, that's really what FBA is fighting for. Those things that the U.S. has never recognized, but we all know that it has happened.
Got it. But your cause will fail. And I'm not saying that because I don't think it's a just and worthy cause. I'm saying that because through everything that you said, not only do you have no intentions on, at the very least, uniting the Black diaspora, there was nothing that you said or done this entire time that we've been speaking that would lead to uniting Black Americans. Like there's nothing that you gave me that would make me say, you know what? I want to amplify this message. I want to use the platform that I have, the reach that I have, the people that I interact with in order to amplify this message of FBA. And so the point being is that if you're not going to unite the Black diaspora and you don't have a plan to unite Black Americans who have a claim to being FBA, but either don't see a benefit in what you're doing or disagree with the way that you're doing and what you're doing, then you talked about the 44 million Black Americans. There's 350 million Americans in a country, right? Even thinking about the solidarity for just Black Americans to get that 44 million together, there's still over 316, hold on. I'm sorry, 306 million Americans that are not Black Americans, right? And even within that 44 million, you don't have the total 44 million. So even if you say you get 22 million, you get half, you somehow convince half of the people to align with your ideology. How is 22 million Americans going to bring about the change that you are hoping for? Because even if 22 million Americans withhold their vote, that won't change a thing.
If a good percentage of that 22 million was actually a part of the 92%, that actually would change a thing, and that will continue to help make the. How do you figure?
It wouldn't, because if the reason being is because
there were 75,000. There were 75 million people.
The reason being is because that 92 cents showed up and showed out, and Kamala Harris still lost. That's why I brought up the fact, what has that 21% of Black men and that 7% of Black women who withheld their vote and then got Donald Trump elected, what positive impact has that yielded for them? Nothing. Cool. Then what has that 7% of Black men and that 21% of Black women gotten from the Democratic Party for withholding their vote? Nothing. Their Black agenda hasn't been centered. So no, doesn't work that way.
Prior to this, though, like you keep talking about like just present day. They're like, again, insanity. If they would have continued to go on without it being recognized by anyone and us just getting in line just to like get along, to stay alone, whatever it is, like how has that affected Black people to better us? Where has Black people ever been bettered by just getting along and then just bringing everybody together and us constantly fighting for everyone else when there's no one else that's just willing to stand up for us?
Can you tell me where I advocated for getting along to get along?
You're basically, well, not necessarily that, but you're basically saying like just everyone continuing to vote like Democrat and stuff like that.
Nope. I've been adamant and loud and proud about it. It's about the Black diaspora. I 100% believe that there is no way for liberation for Black Americans without liberation for Black people. And Black people is more than Black Americans.
That's true. But again, when Black people in the diaspora would understand, like if all Black people came together and fought for reparations for chattel slavery, then they will not qualify. That's just like a white person fighting for Black Americans trying to get reparations and stuff like that. That does not happen, and it hasn't happened.
I got a question. Are there more Black Americans than there are Black people in the world?
In the world, absolutely not.
Is the amount of Black Americans the largest majority of Black people in the world?
Absolutely not.
So tell me why a subsection of the Black diaspora can demand that the entire Black diaspora unify behind their one cause, and then they'll work to do whatever else for the Black diaspora. What makes you think that other Black people, specifically Black people in the global South, in the Congo, in Eritrea, in South Sudan, Black people in those other countries that are being killed, that are being forced into cobalt mines, that are being trafficked, what makes you think that having them unify behind Black reparations in America is something that you can achieve before achieving freedom and liberation for the Black people in the Congo, for Black people that are being killed?
When have I ever mentioned anything about that? So when, as a socialist, I'm not doing anything specifically for Black people or just Black Americans. So for this one specific thing, if we're talking about Black unity in America, so the Africans or the Cubans or anybody else that are here on American ground, they're the ones that's going to be affected by the U.S. paying us reparations. No one else in Congo and all these other places, them joining us, that's not anything that I'm actually fighting for, because it doesn't even make sense. Like them holding up a U.S. flag saying, "Oh, give Black people some reparations," that has nothing to do with them.
You literally just said that the rest of the Black diaspora can unify.
I'm saying the ones in the U.S. The ones in the U.S., because not all Black people in the U.S.
A question for you. Do you think a majority of Black people in America care more about reparations or liberation for Black people?
What do you consider liberation for Black people?
Getting the slaves that are in the Congo out of those cobalt mines, stopping the sex trafficking of Black people from Eritrea, from South Sudan, from Libya. What do you think?
Okay, so for Black Americans, honestly,
question for you. Do you think that Black Americans would rather have reparations in the US or have freedom across the globe?
To be completely honest, I think that the majority of Black Americans are not aware of those things that are happening in other countries. So to be completely honest, I think that a lot of them will honestly just say that they're looking for reparations, something that will actually impact them, because, like, yes, those things are happening in Congo and stuff like that, but how is that different to what's going on in South America and these other countries as well? It's like, if you are talking about things that are happening globally, it's not just happening to Black people globally, it's happening to the people in South America and all these other countries too. So if we're going to fight for everyone, we need to fight for everyone, but for this one particular thing, I understand.
Question for you, Badger. You've been around and you've seen the mutual aid that we've done, right? Have you ever donated to the mutual aid?
Yes.
I thought so. Have you noticed how high prices have been, like, since Donald Trump got into power?
Absolutely.
Why did you make the decision to send your money to mutual aid to help someone in our community, instead of keeping it in your pockets to help offset the costs for higher costs within the country?
I do that for anybody. It's not necessarily about,
I'm saying specifically, yeah, but specifically, why did you make that decision? Why would you help someone in our community with mutual aid instead of just keeping the money to ensure that your additional costs are covered?
Because I think beyond myself.
Perfect. So when I say, do you think most Black Americans would rather have reparations or liberation for Black people across the globe? they might not be aware of the situation that's occurring in the Congo, in Eritrea, in South Sudan. They might not be aware of these things. But if you give them the choice, just like you chose to help people instead of making sure that you're good, they're going to help people. I think that is something that, like, there's no way in hell that you can tell me, not the way that black people openly welcome in other people to. Black people catch hell for not gatekeeping, for not protecting the culture that we've created as black culture, for sharing. Black people catch hell because they're always inviting someone to the cookout. Black people
Correct.
catch hell because they fight tooth and nail for other people and other people's survival. And you're trying to tell me that if given the option, black people aren't going to fight for other black people?
Black people fight for all people, as you mentioned. Yes, that's correct. But when you ask the question, that's what I was saying. They're not aware of the things that's going on in these other countries. But they're basically, what FBA is basically saying, it is our time. Like, if we have money to send anywhere else, there's enough money in this U.S., the one that we actually generate, to pay the reparations and do those things as well. It's like, why does it always have to be an either or when it comes to us? But when it comes to funding, paying another $500 billion or something like that towards this war, it's like they're basically saying that there's money within this country. Let's go ahead and put that money to where it actually does belong, to actually pay a debt, as opposed to there has to be a one or other. Why can't we put money to Congo and give the reparations to Black Americans? That's the point.
There's no point where I'm not advocating for that. What I'm saying is that you're working backwards. You'll never get what you want without some type of black coalition, and you don't have the tools to create a real black coalition. That's the problem. I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people, and then I know you can't, or you might not be able to see this, but Solid just came up, and I think Solid wants to speak to you. So I'm going to say thank you to a few people, and then I'm going to pass the mic to Solid. W's in the chat for free thinking for the $2 super chat to say new fan and subscriber. I found you through Dean W. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for for foot sakes for the $4.99 super chat to say sounds like the caller's fighting to be special, not for equity. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying if Badger is out here speaking out for FBA, but you haven't had a conversation with them to find out what the agenda is, why are you speaking for them? Like, I think that's a valid point, right? I mean, there has to be some type of like cohesive message. W's in the chat for Kelsley for the $10 donation saying, hey, Santana, I'm biracial. Do I get half reparations or I'm getting left out completely? Kesley, they're going to call you a tether and say you get nothing. Or are we going to have the one drop rule? I've dealt with prejudice from every angle. Genuine question, genuine answer. They're saying that you're a tether and you get nothing. That's a genuine answer. W's in the chat for Michelle for the $5 donation saying, when are you coming out with merch? I have no idea. I'd love to get "Don't Be a Donut" shirt. I think of you slash that every time I hear someone from the right that speaks. Yeah, the right are a bunch of donuts. W's in chat for Jenny for the $10 donation saying one thing the FBA misses is the othering of groups of people that is being used as what white supremacists have been using. I fucking covered that when I played the sound from Ann Coulter and Tucker Carlson. They're literally, I've said that they're trying to weaponize the tools of white supremacy, but they can't do it. Which is why white supremacists find it amusing that they're doing their othering ideology is being used by those that they've been othering since chattel slavery. Facts. W's in chat for Oakley for the $2 donation saying, how you want reparations for slavery here while ignoring slavery everywhere else? Ooh, big facts. If we're prioritizing free everybody, then we can fight for reparations for harm. And last but not least, W's in chat for cousin Jesse. W's in the chat for cousin Jesse, who sent the $5 donation saying she's been up for a hot minute. She's dug her heels in and standing on talking points, and she's regurgitated. Ultimately, you keep asking the question, how are we going to work for Black people collectively when you are isolated. Like that's a whole point. That's a big facts. Also, W's in the chat for 1 second. Holy smokes. The one and only for resubscribing over on Twitch. W's in the chat for BPD Agent for becoming a subscriber over on Twitch. W's in the chat for S Jones for becoming a subscriber with their Prime membership on Twitch. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen that sent out 5 subscriptions over on Twitch. And then W's in the chat for Patty who sent 500 bits over on Twitch. Let's fucking go. W's in the chat for Twitch. W's in the chat for all the donations, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. 1.7 thousand people hanging out here. Look up at the top, guys. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. We only got 75 new followers on this stream. I know for a fact there's more than 75 people that have not followed me. Guys, please, please, please hit that follow button, turn on notifications. We go live all the time. Last but not least, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. With that being said, I'm going to pass the floor to my brother Solid, and Badger Solid's going to speak with you.
This is Badger?
Yep.
Hi.
Have we spoke before?
No, I don't know you.
Okay, I'm a CIA agent, and I'm going to arrest everybody here except for you.
Okay.
All right. I'm just kidding. Hey, can you see the TikTok board?
TikTok.
Can you see my whiteboard on TikTok?
No, let me go in.
No, hold on 1 second. I got it. If you're looking at the YouTube screen, I got you. Give me a second. All right. Okay. So we'll do this, and then we'll do this.
All right.
All right.
Try not
Solid.
to
She
get
should
any
be
of
able
my
to see
work
now.
stuff in here. Okay.
All right.
Do me a favor, Badger.
Okay.
Can you tell me what the overarching goal of FBA is?
To just recognize that we are foundational to this land.
I'm just going to write really shorthand. And to just recognize that we are foundation. That's it.
Recognize, and we, with those things, I mean, there's been specific harms that happened to Black Americans, to our ancestors, and we deserve anything that comes with those harms that were that was done.
So reparations. We're pursuing reparations here in the FBA land.
That's a part of it, but yeah, it's just FBA in general. It's just recognizing your lineage, recognize that you came from this land, you just, and everything that come with it.
So just forming an identity of being ADOS and seeking any reparation or compensation associated with the horrors done to ADOS people. Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm tracking? Okay. Okay. Has this goal been achieved?
The first one?
Just recognizing that we're foundational?
I mean, it's the message is getting out there. Sure.
Okay, I think that's happened. Reparations and we'll say compensation. How about that? Okay. All right. So it sounds like the avenues we have to go about doing this that you all have been discussing is voting Democrat.
No.
Voting Democrat.
No.
Lead to these two.
No. Well, I was about to say the premise is withholding the vote from Democrat.
Okay, withholding vote for Democrat. Okay, so voting Democrat or being anti-Democrat. We'll put parentheses.
I I cannot, again, you can't say that for like a whole group of people. You're just basically, the people that y'all are recognizing are the ones that you see online. Again, those two goals that you actually circle is what it is. The other political party, I cannot say what those, like they cannot just be in these different buckets, because when just those two goals.
Yeah,
a political party, there's no political party of 44 million people.
I'm so sorry. I just want to know if these are the avenues that we have on the table for getting to these goals. Okay, so voting Democrat is an option, or being anti-Democrat is an option. Voting Republican is an option. Liberation is an option.
From my understanding,
what options we have at our disposal.
So as a Democrat myself, I would not withhold my vote from the Democrat platform at all.
I'm because so sorry, I am. It's not a critique on you. I just want to know what our options
I understand.
Are there any options that I'm missing?
So I guess what you hear publicly is a lot of criticism of the Democrat Party. And I guess with that is you have seen some votes being withheld.
Okay,
so in order to
just do me a favor, let's not pay attention to Democrats right now. Let's focus on what the available options in totality are. Okay, the available options in totality: Democrat, being anti-Democrat, Republican. I'm going to go ahead and put being anti-Republican, and being a liberationist, or being anti-liberationist. Okay, that's all I need. Is there any option that I'm not considering here?
Realistically right now, no.
Okay, all right. Now we can go over whether or not these options are going to lead us toward the goal, reparations and compensation. Because I believe that FBA exists because enough people have recognized that they're ADOS. Okay. All right. Is voting Democrat going to get us to reparations and compensation?
Has it? No. Is it?
Okay,
we don't know. That's why they're trying.
I don't think so. I don't think voting Democrat is going to get you towards reparations and compensation. What about being anti-Democrat? Is that going to get you towards closer to reparations and compensation?
I think it's getting them to, I guess, not scaring them, but it's just bringing recognition to realize that they don't automatically have that backing. So I don't know. I can't say. It's fairly new, but I know voting Democrat since we've been free hasn't worked.
But like this is the second election. I guess if you're saying in the grand scheme of elections, sure. But we've already like covered the fact that they were pushing the same message prior to the 2020 presidential election, and like that. So they've had at least 2 election cycles where they've followed this premise.
No, you're talking about a smaller group of people too. Like again, social media just within even since this last election, there's been a lot more people that have been that's growing the recognition of it. So you gotta
have enough time. We gotta get through these. I just need to know yes or no, has it worked?
No, not yet.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and cross this one out. I'm gonna put an asterisk towards it because I like being anti-Democrat. Okay. What about being Republican? Is that going to get us towards reparations and compensation?
Absolutely not.
Okay, let's go ahead and cross that out. What about being anti-Republican? Is that going to get us towards reparations and compensation?
None of it. Okay, let's go ahead and just go. None of this will.
I'm going to cross that out, then I'm going to put a star next to it because I like being anti-Republican. What about being liberationist? Is that going to get us towards reparations and compensation?
Just go ahead and cross all of it out.
Cross it all out. Okay.
Yep.
We'll put a star next to liberationist because I like being a liberationist. And I'm going to cross out anti-liberationist. Okay. if none of these are going to get you towards your goal, right? Why be in the group?
It's not a group.
Okay, what would you call a notable new number of people that have a similar goal?
It's a lineage. It's just recognizing that we are here, and we've always been here. It's not a group. You can't join it. You were born it.
I gotta go.
Alrighty. Yeah. I think the conclusion of what he's trying to get across is there's no tangible outcomes, no tangible benefits or anything. And like the bigger issue is without an actual plan, then there's nothing. And I go back to the analogy that I originally made with the only thing that FBA really is accelerationist, because you don't have a plan. You don't have a plan to mitigate harm. You don't have a plan to unite. You don't have a plan. You know what you want, but you have no idea how to actually get it. Like FBA is literally the dog that's barking and chasing the car. They know they want the car. They have no idea of how to actually get the car and what to actually do when they got the car. And I'm not sure how you don't see a problem with that.
Okay.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
All right.
All right. Have a good one. Thank you so much for the Galaxy, Mercedes. I feel like there was no tangible outcome from what just happened. We spent at least over an hour with that conversation with no actual tangible outcome. And which leaves me not only saddened with the actual conversation, but disappointed, feeling like I wasted time, energy, and effort in not talking to Badger, because I think, Badger's awesome. Badger's been a part of the community, and I've had multiple conversations and, align on a lot of different things. But I feel like at the end of that conversation, it's just like we got nothing. Like we got nothing from that. And like, I don't know. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Fonzie for the $2 super chat to say Solid's volume is really low, hard to hear. Sorry, I didn't know that. And W's in the chat for Zay Gaming for the $5 super chat to say, hey, I'm the Stone Zay guy and requesting to come up, but TikTok has been buggy. If you're in the requested debate, I'll get you up here in just a second. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse for the $10 donation saying, I'm not bashing sister, but Super Solid is focusing on forcing her to break down those kind of talking points. The confidence in her stance is wavering. Yeah. W's in chat for all the donation, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Perfect. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes, I am a Trump supporter on a few things.
Okay. What point on the background do you disagree with the most, where you like to start? Or did you have something specific that you want to talk about on why you support Trump today?
Yeah, actually. So I wanted to address 2 points in particular, if possible, but I wanted to catch up on that previous conversation with that one female individual you were talking
Woman. Are you black?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you want to catch up on?
Yeah, so you got at the time, both of you were talking about reparations, right? The problem is that obviously that isn't free, so that would come from taxpayers. So how would we be requesting that taxpayers with the current generation that is my age, which is, I'm 24, how do we justify that?
Cut the military budget. Honestly, I don't want to debate about like how do we pay for reparations. There's plenty of ways to pay for reparations in a multitude of instances. I mean, again, like Donald Trump is advocating to increase our current military budget from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion. Like you can figure it out. And also, when you talk about reparations, it's not just about money. There's 4 pillars that I lean on when I talk about reparations. Yes, money, but number 2, land. There's a shit ton of land in middle America. The government owns a shit ton of land. Number 3, free education, higher education, which, giving them options to go and, to public college, wherever. And number 4, tax incentives, tax breaks for, people who have been affected. So like the whole thing that people love to talk about when it comes to reparations is, well, why should I have to pay for reparations when I didn't do all this? I don't give a fuck. Like, seriously, people don't know where their tax money goes already. And so people who try to stand on like this moral high ground and say that they want a delineation of their tax money when they don't know how much of their state taxes that come out of their check, how much that goes towards paying firefighters and cops, how much of that goes towards upkeep of parks and recreations, how much of that goes towards like other shit. Like, you guys don't know how your taxes are being spent anyway, so we just use tax money.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, no, forgive me for asking that question. I just wanted to ask that just because
good.
I'm relatively new.
I don't know. I just don't find much utility in that point. But anyway, what point on the background do you disagree with where you would like to start?
Okay, so yeah, let's address. Actually, I wanted to address the Second Amendment, and that was actually the biggest reason why it's voted for Trump.
Okay.
If you wanted to talk about that. Yeah. So, as you know, with the previous administration, Hillary and Biden made a few statements regarding
Hillary
firearms.
wasn't in the previous administration.
With Biden, she wasn't the vice president.
No, Kamala Harris was.
Kamala Harris. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I meant Kamala Harris. I don't know why I said Hillary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. Hey guys, for those people in the comments saying, "Oh, he sounds white or digital blackface," fucking stop. Just stop. Just stop. No, you can't tell if someone is black by the sound of their voice or white by the sound. Fucking stop. Anyway, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So with the previous administration regarding Biden and Kamala Harris, they made a few statements regarding Kamala. They made a few statements regarding firearms, and specifically AR-15s and then high-capacity magazines. I think that is unconstitutional, and I think that that's probably one of the biggest reasons why they lost so many supporters. They were attempting to regulate those firearms. And I think, if I remember correctly, there's even a clip that's going around with Kamala.
Kamala, you can just say Harris. If you can't say Kamala, you can just say Harris.
Thank you, sir. Harris, yeah. It's either Harris or Biden. They basically made a comment stating that they wanted to ban AR-15s. And I think that is, again, highly unconstitutional.
Okay. Anything else that you wanted to add to that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. 1 second here. Okay. Second here. 1 second.
Take your time, sir.
I was looking for something specific, but that's fine. While I look to find that, I'm going to put something on the screen, and I want you to tell me what you know about this.
All right. Yes, sir.
1 second. All right, go here. Here. What do you know about this?
I'm attempting to watch it on the YouTube stream now.
Oh, I mean, you can look at TikTok as well.
It doesn't play the audio when I'm in the.
I'm not playing any audio. I was just.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're just showing me this.
Yeah. What do you know about this?
So you're talking about the bump stock ban that the ATF attempted to enforce, right?
No, I'm talking about the bump stock ban that Donald Trump tried to sign an executive order to establish and was pushing to ban bump stocks after the Las Vegas concert shooting.
I assume this was back during his first term, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yeah, yeah, I can see that.
What does that say?
The Supreme Court obviously struck down a rule that banned bump stocks from the President Trump's administration.
Why?
Obviously,
which amendment did it violate?
Well, it would violate the Second Amendment and the Fourth Amendment, if I'm correct.
Perfect. Okay. Cool. Let's see here. 1 second here. I want to play a sound for you. 1 second here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Well, in the category, you spoke about it, Mr. President, gun violence restraining orders. They're called. California actually has a version of this. And I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process, so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system. Because a lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
Okay.
Hey there, thanks for checking out CNBC on YouTube.
Okay, 1 second. I'm not done.
There's more?
Oh yeah, hold on. Okay. 1 second here. Okay. I'm going to put this on the screen. Boom. I have it here. and then do this, and then here. Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
All right. What does that say?
The Trump administration considered banning firearms for trans people. That's correct.
So.
Well, shit.
Hold on, not done.
You're not.
So they were trying to figure out how they can sign an EO to actually do that. And then when they tried to sign an EO to actually do just that, 1 second here, boom, and then go here. Boom.
I do have a quick question.
Oh, I'm almost done. This is the last one. All right, tell me if you can see this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can see it.
All right, what does that say?
The NRA and other U.S. gun activists. I can't see the rest of the. I can't see the rest of the title. So they pushed back at Trump's officials over the Minneapolis shooting. Sorry for my speech.
No, all good. All right. National Rifle Association has joined other U.S. gun lobby groups to calling for a full investigation by the Trump administration into the killing of Alex Pretty, and comments from NRA coming after the border agent shot Alex Pretty, registered nurse in the Veteran Affairs Hospital. Where's there? NRA labeled and suggested by federal prosecutors that people who carry guns risk being lawfully shot by officers are dangerous and wrongful. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the other one. So the NRA came out against Donald Trump premise of taking guns away from trans people. And so that was the piece that I was looking for this setup. But I'll let you know the thing that preluded this is that Donald Trump and Kristi Noem said that the murder of Alex Pretty was justified because he was carrying a gun. Even though he was a legal gun owner, he didn't brandish his weapon. He didn't threaten anyone with a weapon. He just had his weapon on him. And Donald Trump and Kristi Noem both said that the reason why he was a terrorist is because he had a gun on him. So I guess to land my plane overall, tell me again about how Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were threatening the Second Amendment and how Donald Trump and the Republican Party are upholding the Second Amendment.
I can't even debate. I'll be real. When it comes to what you just showed me, looks like I voted for a certain somebody that I regret voting for. It just looks stupid now.
Hey, did you know Kamala Harris also talked about how she's a gun owner and how she doesn't want to take anyone guns? Did you ever hear that sound?
Yes, she did. But she did word it as common sense gun laws.
Yeah. Do you know what that means?
So I assume with common sense gun laws, it would be basically from a reasonable person's standpoint that they would deem reasonable for certain that they would deem said law that would be reasonable.
Common sense gun laws are universal background checks, which means that in order to be able to purchase a gun, everyone has to go through a background check. And a lot of people think, oh, everyone already has to go through a background check in order to get a gun. No, that's not true. And there's places like, I'm from South Carolina, and we have what's called the Armory, right? Where they have gun shows and things like that. And people can walk in and purchase guns from individuals without any type of background check. They can walk in, give them the money, take the gun and leave.
We're talking about private sales, private dealer, yeah.
Yeah. And so, but still, even it's considered private. But again, this is like an event. This isn't just like, oh, I know you, you know me. Hey, sell me this gun. This is an organized event that's established within the National Armory, which is a government building. And there's no type of like these are actual businesses. These aren't just like individual people coming in and sell the weapons. There's like different businesses and stuff. Regardless, like the universal background checks means that there's a background check completed in order to have the sale of a gun. Red flag laws, which entail credible, not just accusations, but credible threats as far as gun owners being able to flag them for their possible use of weapons to harm people. So being able to report that and having like a police officer check out credible threats. That's red flag laws. Safe storage, right? Ensuring that if you are a gun owner, that you have an adequate storage for your weapons, i.e. I'm a gun owner and I have a biometric safe. I keep my gun in my biometric safe. Not everyone needs a biometric safe, but at the very least, that means that your gun is not readily accessible for your children or people that shouldn't have your gun. And if someone who actually, like if a child grabs your gun, then you're responsible for what happens because it wasn't stored safely. And then this is the big one that sticks in everyone's craw. This is the one that I absolutely agree with, but understanding that any type of, progress is going to have to give and take. And so this is the one that I'm willing to bend on, but I think this makes sense. When people talk about assault rifle bans, the only thing that people are talking about is they're not talking about taking anyone's guns. They're not talking about people having to give up their guns or anything like that. It just means the stoppage of new sales of assault rifle or assault rifles. So meaning that they can't sell assault rifles to the public anymore. Assault rifles were originally created as tools for war, like literally created for the United States military. And we have precedents for that, which was the assault rifles ban that was in place under the Clinton administration that sunset. But under the assault rifles ban, we had some of the best results and a sharp decline in mass shootings. So when people talk about common sense gun laws, those are the things that they're talking about. And like, can you tell me one that you really have like a huge issue with? Like, as a matter of fact, I'll even cede the AR sale. Are there any of those other ones that you're just like, no, absolutely, absolutely not?
See, I have a problem with both the NRA as well as the red flag laws. I understand that there is due process for said red flag law, but the problem is with that is don't we already have a law in place where, if they're in the process of committing said crime, officers would have reasonable, RAS and probable cause to deal with said situation?
Sure. I mean, like the probable cause is one thing, but the premise of red flag laws is not to say that, oh, they have probable cause. It's an actual deterrent in the sense of there's a credible, like, again, it can't just be an accusation. There has to be a credible threat that is registered with law enforcement. And what that does, that doesn't let law enforcement just go take people guns. That gives the that probable cause to go seek out and find if there is an actual threat or not. So the big thing with red flag laws is it helps stems the probable cause, in as long as it's credible. So it can't just be accusations. It has to be something that's worth creating probable cause.
Wouldn't that fall under assault?
What do you mean?
Felony assault with a deadly weapon.
What do you mean?
If they're a credible threat, obviously they would have had to have a threat of some sort.
No, so like a credible threat could be like, someone who has weapons and like they are, let's say someone stockpiling an unusual amount of ammunition and weapons and has been, like saying, hey, you know what? I absolutely hate these black people. Hey, did you know these black people, they're always in church on Sunday at this time. I can't believe these black people. There are so many black people that, hey, I wonder how many clips it would take to match up how many black people are there. And then you say, hey, like, I don't know, this guy's talking about, like, he's obsessing about black people and he's also obsessing about collecting ammo and weapons. Like, I think this is something that, and you can like break down the details. And so what that does is trigger the police to be like, hey, got a call, got to say what's happening with all this ammo and your obsession with black people. And then from that point, it actually, even if it yields nothing at the moment, it then, one, acts as a deterrent to a possible issue, and two, creates a record to put the people on the radar so they can continue to track it just in case anything occurs.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, it took me a second to catch on. But thank you for that explanation. That helps a lot. I think so. Obviously, in order for that red flag law to be enforced, that means they would have to be making some sort of they would have to be a credible threat, which would be hinting at causing violence or some shit of some sort. But I would think that would fall under conspiracy, wouldn't it?
I mean, like technically it could. That's why, I mean, I tried to give you that example just so it'll be more obvious. But like, yes, there's absolutely different levels, and I mean, it's something that's set up as a fail-safe mechanism to try to be more preventative when it comes to those type of harms that are caused by gun violence. I think the one thing that I will say though, even with talking about any issues that you may have with common sense gun laws, is that's still something like it. While actually speaking to the hope, desire, and whatever of people who want to see common sense gun laws enacted, there still has to be a level of buy-in and passing through Congress in order to do these type of things. On the other hand, Donald Trump has specifically advocated for and infringed on the Second Amendment right, which the Democrats, while you're saying they've talked about these things, let's be honest, there has been no tangible movement as far as any type of gun reform from the Democratic Party, but there has been actual tangible movement from the Republican Party to restrict the Second Amendment rights. So at that point, we're talking about who has done something versus who hasn't done something. And then even how do we negotiate if Democrats do get power? How do we negotiate in order to kind of acquiesce to gun owners? Because you got a lot of Democrats like myself, I'm a leftist, but a lot of people on the left who own guns who would never say, take our guns away.
Yeah. Allow me to interject. So if you're talking at the federal level, I think you would be correct. But if we're talking at the state level, wouldn't you agree that California tried restricting firearms by again restricting high capacity magazines?
States' rights.
And then as well as
did you hear what I said?
No, sir.
I scream states' rights. That's the talking point that the right uses whenever a state infringes on the actual rights of the individual versus what's happening on a global scale. Not a global scale, but a nationwide scale. I'll just say either it's all or nothing for me. Either we're going to have the federal level regulate, Second Amendment and gun rights. And if we're saying that, you can't infringe on Second Amendment, then sure, then that means that everyone needs to have access to abortions. The duality as far as when states' rights and individual rights or federal rights are conflicting, it's a whole thing that's weaponized by the Republican Party. Which, fun fact, did you know the whole premise of states' rights is just a racist dog whistle?
No, I did not.
Would you like to know why that fallacy of states' rights is a racist dog whistle?
Yes, please do tell.
Okay. Trigger warning for the chat. I'm going to read something for you, and it's going to be triggering. It's FYI, trigger warning. And everyone lock in for me. Tap the fucking screen. Tap the screen. 1 second here. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, send some gifts, all this other stuff, because this is gonna, FYI, this is going to hit the ear hella hard, and I'm telling you, it may make some people uncomfy. It may make some people super uncomfy, and at the same time, yeah. So trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. You all have been warned. Now, I said states' rights. The premise of states' rights is a racist dog whistle. And for people who love to lean on the fact that we should prioritize states' rights, yeah. This is from Lee Atwater's 1981 interview. And Lee Atwater, while interviewing and talking about the Southern strategy, this is, God dang it, did I scroll past? I hate how this looks. Give me a second. Oh, here it is. This is what he said. I'm going to read this out.
Jesus.
You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfires. So if you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, all that stuff, and you're getting so abstract, now you're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this. It's much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, nigger. So just FYI, when you talk about like states' rights and when people talk about like Joe Biden and like busing and all this other stuff, it's literally just racist dog whistles perpetuated by white supremacists.
Well, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You just blew my mind, sir. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I mean, I think we were straying too far from the topic anyway. The original topic was about why I supported Trump. You already disproved my claims.
Well, I'll leave you with this. Like there's nothing wrong with having a premise or idea or whatever, as far as like, I disagree with conservatism as a whole, period, because I believe in progression for all people. But even if you're someone who holds the classical beliefs of like conservatism or Republicans or whatever, like Donald Trump today, this day and age, doesn't uphold any of those things. Whether we talk about the blatant disregard for the Constitution, with him infringing on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 14th, like advocating for the removal of the 14th, and also I can't remember right offhand, whatever, the one women's right to vote, like they're advocating for those things, and Donald Trump actively even saying that the Constitution should be abolished, from him like destroying the economy, spiking unemployment, increasing the national debt, like all of these. One more fun fact for you. Do you care about the national debt?
To be honest, I vaguely know about it. I know that we're like 38 or 39 trillion dollars in debt or something like that.
Our national debt is the highest that it's ever been in the history of our country. But when you talk about like what has driven us to the point of like such massive jumps in the national debt, you can take a look at, where is it? Dang it. 1 second here. Where is it? Oh, here it is. No, that's not that one. Where is it? Dang it. Where is it? I just had it. I did. I swear I just had it. When you talk about the national debt, right, and you talk about the contributions to the national debt, you do understand, or wait, do you know who the last president was to leave office with the surplus?
With surplus, I remember watching a YouTube video about it, but it was super long ago. It was before George W. Bush, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah, it was before Bush 2.
Yeah. I guess it'd be Clinton then, according to everybody in the chat.
Yep. It is absolutely Clinton. Dang it. Where in the fukata bread? Where is it? Hold on. That's not it. That's not it. Dang it. I can't find it. Anyway, long story short, over the history of since the surplus, The amount of national debt that's been added by Democrats is, I want to say, somewhere around 4 trillion, while the amount of national debt that's been added by Republican presidents is close to something like 30-something trillion. So like the point that I was wanted to drive home was even if you take a look at like the things that classically are supposed to be important to conservatives or Republicans, i.e. Like small government, fiscal responsibility, and all this other stuff, like this administration flies in the face of all of it and insults anyone who claims to be a conservative or Republican, whether it's the Constitution, the economy, all of that stuff. So.
Well, I do want to say thank you so much for, I guess, the lesson. I didn't know any of this, and I feel both stupid yet also renewed. If that makes sense.
It should galvanize you, because at the very least, I mean, like, hey, did you know that Donald Trump is a fascist and he's been installing Nazis into the federal government?
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I can. We got a bunch of Nazis running our country. So this, I'll start in a couple of different places because this is like one that's super interesting. Now, I will say that there's a little bit of caveat since I've had this type of conversation, but you do know who Kristi Noem was, right?
Yes.
Okay. So after Kristi Noem actually had the, after the shooting happened in Minnesota, Kristi Noem came out in public and she did her speech behind a podium. And on the podium, I'm trying to get the picture. Give me 1 second here. God dang it, it's been a while since I've actually got to tell someone about this and they didn't know that we got a bunch of Nazis in the government. Kristi Noem came out behind a podium and the podium said, one of ours, all of yours, right? And that, oh, here it is. Got it. Boom, boom, boom. Let me download this. And there we go. All right. I'm going to put this on the screen really quick so you can actually see this picture. Boom, boom, boom. Download. Put this here. Boom. And then put this here. Okay. And then this. All right. And then turn this on. Okay. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay. You see the podium?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to read something for you. Ready?
Understood.
This one of ours, all of yours. The slogan is built on a racist idea that the life of one person from our group is worth more than many lives from your group. Historically, the logic was used to justify Nazi occupation policies during World War II, where mass reprisals were carried out against civilians at a fixed ratio, i.e. executing 100 citizens for every one German soldier killed. A notable historical example of this was the Lensit massacre in Czechoslovakia in 1942, where the male residents were executed, women were sent to concentration camps, and children were gassed or Germanized in retaliation of the assassination of the SS officer Reinhard Heydrich. So that's number one. They sending Nazi codes. Question for you, and I think you might have just heard it, and so I don't know if I gave up the game, but with Pete Hegseth, right?
Yeah.
You know who Pete Hegseth is, right?
Yes, sir.
1 second here. So what's Pete Hegseth's position for the United States of America?
If I remember, I know he works in the administration. I forget. I confuse him with
Marco Rubio.
Yeah, I confuse those two.
Okay, yeah. So Pete Hegseth is the I say Secretary of Defense, even though like they don't call the position the Secretary of Defense anymore. Like I always lean on the Secretary of Defense because like fuck them, but they call it the Secretary of War, right?
Yeah.
So he's literally the top person in charge of like our military, right? So that's Pete Hegseth. So there was a cabinet meeting with Pete Hegseth, and they had their nameplates in front of them in the cabinet meeting. And let's see here. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I see it.
Make this a little bit bigger. Can you see anything that looks interesting about the nameplate?
No, to be honest, no.
Is there a word that may look a little misspelled? Read that and tell me what
Secretary.
you see.
Secretary.
What do you see?
As off.
Yeah. Now, also, I want to show you something else. Give me a second here. Dang it.
Please tell me I didn't vote for a Nazi.
You did. But let me cook. All right. Question for you. Who was the largest donor for the Trump administration in his second term?
I actually am not aware.
Who's the richest man on earth?
The richest man on earth would be Elon Musk as of right now.
Okay.
Or at least
so
that's from what I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Elon Musk absolutely is the richest man on earth. Do you know what happened to Tesla's stock after aligning with Trump, and what happened to Tesla's stock with Trump, and once he aligned himself with Trump and all this stuff after the election?
I'm guessing he probably got a bump in stock.
Nope, it tanked. It tanked. People were setting Tesla on fire, destroying Teslas and all this other stuff. And so since people were out, like not only destroying Teslas, in which they, like the DOJ started saying like, hey, if you do anything to Teslas, then we're gonna actually arrest you and shit, right? Like they started threatening people over Teslas. And so since they were threatening people over Teslas, but the stock was still plummeting, what they actually did was this right here. Boom. 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 Hold on. You remember this? When like they had the whole big thing in front of the White House where they brought a bunch of Teslas in front of the White House, and like Donald Trump said that he bought one, that red one, and they told everybody to go out and buy Teslas and all that other stuff. You remember that?
I do remember a clip of him of Elon Musk and them walking over to the Cybertruck.
Yep. There was a whole thing. There was a whole thing to incentivize people to buy Teslas, right? Hey, do you know anything about this?
No.
This is Hitler doing a big speech and rolling out Volkswagen, which was the car for Germany, trying to incentivize people to go out and buy German cars, i.e. the Volkswagen. Trump literally did the exact same thing. I can show you more proof, but would you like for me to just speed run the rest of the things for you? Because there's a couple of them. Your call.
Yeah, just speed running at this point. I already feel like a piece of shit. Might as well get it over
Perfect.
with.
So Donald Trump, the biggest rally that he had prior to his the return to office was in Madison Square Garden. And he had that the actual return to office rally in Madison Square Garden. Same thing that the Nazis did. They had held the same type of rally in Madison Square Garden, and they did it on the same exact day. Also, there is, with the Department of Defense, they did a recruitment video playing a song and quoted Bible verses, which talked about like, national pride and all this other stuff. It's literally the same Bible verses that were used by the Third Reich and Hitler to incentivize people and galvanize them for like national pride. Like they use the same verses and use the same type of format as far as the like the music and stuff like that. Also, Donald Trump's first wife, the one that's dead, went on record and like talked about how, and this was in the court filings, that Donald Trump's favorite book is Mein Kampf. Do you know what Mein Kampf is?
No, never taught that in school.
Mein Kampf is the book that was written by Hitler when he used to be just a painter. It's My Struggle. But Donald Trump, apparently that was his favorite book, and his ex-wife said that he would sleep with the book on his nightstand. Donald Trump said that immigrants were poisoning the blood of America, and also they were varmint or rodent. Literally, those are direct lines from what Hitler quoted. Like those were direct quotes from Hitler. Also, when Hitler came into power with the Nazis, the first group that he targeted specifically was not Jewish people. He targeted transgender people first, and that's the exact group that Donald Trump is going after. Also, Hitler tried to coup the German government, and now he was thrown in jail after a failed coup. But Donald Trump tried to coup the United States government, but he didn't make it. Also, Stephen Miller, who is like the person that writes policy for Donald Trump, is a Nazi. Elon Musk did the fucking Nazi salute. It's a bunch of Nazis in our government. They literally have been enacting. They had, once the Trump administration got back in power, they had the Navy, or not the Navy, the Coast Guard remove the swastika as a hate symbol, and so it's no longer considered to be a hate symbol within the Coast Guard. So yeah, a bunch of Nazi shit.
Jesus, I knew our education was bad here in my state, but I didn't know any of this shit. And
What state do you live in?
It's embarrassing. New Mexico.
Yeah, that's just they really like, they're fashy, but like they're a bunch of fucking Nazis. So,
well, yeah, I'm gonna go cry now. I can't believe I voted for a fucking Nazi. This is embarrassing.
What I will say, and I'm very careful with the words that I say and specific about the things that I say. I'm not making the accusation that Trump is a Nazi. I will say, hey, did you know Donald Trump's dad was? Do you know Fred Trump?
Can you repeat that one more time?
You know Fred Trump, Donald Trump's dad?
No.
Yeah, Fred Trump, Donald Trump's dad. He was arrested at a KKK rally. One more. Like I promise you, I'm not gonna. Listen. The Lord will never give you more than you can bear, and so I'm glad that I'm not the Lord, because I'm hoping this is the backbreaker. No pause. But would you say that you would consider yourself to be America first?
How would I guess, yeah. If I had to say that, yeah, I would prefer that we take care of our own.
Okay.
Before we take care of everybody else.
Okay. And so you would say the idea of being America first is like a good thing, right?
I would think so.
Okay. Cool. Got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
The question is, who wore it better?
No.
You or them? America First is a racist ideology that was used by not only the KKK, but a iteration of it was Germany First, which was used by the Nazis.
My God, I got fucking played. Yeah, this is just okay.
The more you know. My wife just sent me a message and she said, is she being trolled? My wife is now even questioning if you're real. That's funny.
I'm being so real. I am real. I'm from the state of New Mexico. I didn't know anything about this. I was never involved into politics until just a few months ago. I was trying to get involved.
So my question now though is okay. I think the question of do you regret your vote? I think that's a stupid question. My question to you is what do you do? Literally, what do you do?
What do you mean? What do I do? Where do I go from here?
Yeah. What's next? What do you do?
Honestly, I don't know.
Can I make a
I genuinely don't know.
Can I make a recommendation?
No. Yeah, yes, go ahead.
First and foremost, you got to educate yourself. That's the most important thing that you can do. Understanding what's happening is critical to being an educated voter, but also a part of a functioning part of society that will contribute in multiple ways. Second thing I would say is that saying, why do you support Trump is it's stupid, but even more so, you can't take your vote away, and Donald Trump isn't going to, you can't vote Trump out right now. So the counter point is the midterm elections that are getting ready to come up. And so I would advocate you, one, educating yourself, two, seeing if there's a way to put checks and balances in place with this fascist regime, which would be voting in Democrats at the very least so they can balance the power. Have you ever heard of Project 2025?
I know that it was some sort of plan that was going around for the Republican side.
Not even gonna hold you, Zay. I'm not even gonna tell you about Project 2025 because I do think that would be too much for you in one sitting. But what I will tell you is when you have free time, maybe go look up Project 2025 and then take this nugget with you as well. They've already implemented over 60% of Project 2025. So whenever you get time, go look up Project 2025 and keep in mind that over 60% of it has already been completed within Donald Trump returning to office. So, take that. Project Esther. Yes, Project Esther is another one. But I would say educate yourself and then see if there's any candidates that resonate with you. But the biggest thing is ensuring that we find a way together as Americans to fight fascism. Because Donald Trump is a fascist. That's what I was trying to say. I'm very particular about the things that I say. And so while I have never called Donald Trump a Nazi, I'm not saying Donald Trump is a Nazi. Donald Trump is absolutely a fascist, though. And he has absolutely put Nazis in power within our government. So
one more question, I guess, before I go. Do you where do you get your sources? And the reason why I'm asking is just because I don't know where the first place to start now. So I'm gonna need to do a lot more research, and I would like to be pointed in the right direction.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on what you mean when you say sources and what you're looking for, right? If you're looking to actually find out what's currently happening and try to find as much unbiased information as possible, then I lean on places like Al Jazeera, BBC, Ground News, Politico. Ground News is really great. Because it gives you the leanings of the articles and everything that you're looking at. And then it gives you left, right, and center of the story. So you can get unbiased, unfiltered, or at the very least, if it's biased, then you know the biases. And then they also, based off of the stuff that you look at, they give you recommendations for blind spots, meaning like stuff that you should probably know that you don't know. I also use what's called All Sides, which All Sides is a site that gives you the credibility and leanings of different sources, articles, all this other stuff. And then at the same time, you can check the actual biases on any type of source that you're reading. Like they have a place where if you go to the website and you put in the URL for like a source or whatever, it'll give you the actual biases there, so you can have a clear understanding as far as what you're looking at. And then from that point, I think it's important to have a historical lens. So like one thing that I love doing is going through and breaking down like different bills or whatever that are being proposed and that have been proposed. Like I did a deep dive into the SAVE Act, and I broke that down as well. Congress.gov, reading the actual bills and understanding like not only what they voted for, but what's the subtext. I will tell you that's a little bit more complicated because a lot of times when they put forward bills, they like put the number for previous bills and other stuff that's connected. And so they make it confusing as possible to try to read it. But I would say like fact checking your biases, trying to get a historical lens, and then also try to keep abreast with anything that's being proposed today. So.
Understood. Thank you. This was an eye-opening conversation. I came up in this stream, sat here for over an hour and a half.
I'm sorry it took so long.
No problem. I was genuinely open to talking. You made a couple of valid points with the previous caller, and I wanted to. And I also had some points that I thought I was right on, and I thought were correct, but clearly I was mistaken.
All good. The more you know. Hang out with us as well. Like our community is super dope here. So like the funny thing is, I have a lot of Republicans that watch me every single day, and they don't watch me because like, oh, I love what this guy is saying. They watch because they realize like, fuck, he's actually telling the truth. So even if you look at like, you check out our community, we have certain Republicans that are our Republicans. We're like, yeah, fuck this guy, but like he's our guy or whatever. So just hang out. I promise you'll learn more. And like I talk way more than just politics. Like politics is cool, but like, you know who Gomez Inez de Zurara is?
No.
Yeah, you should hang out. we talk about way cooler shit than politics.
Fair enough. Do you guys actively hang out in a Discord server or something by chance?
Oh yeah, I got a Discord server, but you got to be a member either on TikTok, YouTube, or Twitch to be able to access the Discord server. Like the Discord is like super protective because the Discord is absolutely a safe space for people within our community because we have such an inclusive community. So in order to be able to join the Discord, not only do you have to be vetted, but you have to understand what it means to be inside of our Discord. We're super protective of people there. But yeah, we have a Discord.
Consider that done. I'm joining now.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, sir. You have a good one, sir.
Thank you. You as well. Let's see here. A couple of thank yous that I need to catch up on. FYI, there's people in the request, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you. He literally just joined over on YouTube. W's in chat for Zay. Like Zay literally just became a member over on YouTube. That's funny. Yeah, I got it. Let's see if that happens again. User a whole bunch of numbers. Hey, like, stop being weird and spamming questions about other creators. We don't do that here. Thank you for the cake. Like, don't be weird. Be cool. W's in the chat for God damn it. Oh, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Damo for the $5 super chat to say, don't forget the congressman with the Americanized Roman salute symbol on their. I fucking forgot that they had a fucking Nazi still in the middle of a flag. Oh, it's just so much stuff. W's in the chat for Domo. Sorry I didn't see that earlier. W's in the chat for Tess for the $5 super chat to say the way they spelled Hexet title on the name card matches his tattoo. Yep, Pete Hexet absolutely has that tattoo on his chest. W's in the chat for Tess for the $5 super chat. W's in the chat for Just Devin for the $5 super chat to say undeniable that modern American conservatism is just a modern day white supremacist movement. They're always using Nazi tropes. Boom, facts. W's in the chat for Tess for the 5 YouTube super chats that were just sent out. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse for the $5 donation saying, last one, does they know that Trump passed more gun legislations compared to Biden? I think we covered that. Did the caller actually do what research or ran on talking points? He got in his feelings and voted for Trump. Yeah, I think again, you know what? I'm not even going to hold it against certain people when I tell you the way that the Republican Party weaponizes misinformation and disinformation, and the fact that people don't have intellectual curiosity. They weaponize that shit to the max. W's in the chat for Gucci. Gucci sent a $5 donation saying, love the hat, Lakers in 5. Listen, I just got this yesterday. It just came in. Wait till you see what else I got. Spoiler alert, got something from my favorite MLB team and my favorite NFL team. W's in the chat. Thank you so much, Gucci, for the 10. W's in the chat for Becca for the $5 donation saying, can you tell me where I can find the article from The Nation? I can't locate it. Can't locate it. Thanks, Stan. Yeah. You know what? How about because the way I always look it up is not the way that I would tell people to go look it up. But you can type in, it's The Nation. If you go to Google, look for The Nation, and then look for fucking stop it. Hold on. I go to the you can go to The Nation and then type in Lee Atwater famous 1981 interview Southern Strategy. Because the way I look it up is I go to Google and I type in Lee Atwater nigger. No bullshit. That's how I look it up. So sorry. I wouldn't recommend you looking it up that way. That's how I find the article every fucking time. Dead ass. On my soul, that's how I look it up and find it. Every single time. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying, please ask the caller, will he now take this information back to his community and share? He absolutely will. He has no other choice. Exactly. White people, do not look it up that way. Do not look it up that way, white people. I'm just telling you, that's how I find it. W's in the chat for She Loves for the $2 super donation saying, if the movement is about revenue, it will corrupt. Yep. W's in the chat for Prince for the $2 donation saying, DHS at Facebook, specifically the oldies cartoons. I don't know what that means, but you know, W's in chat. And W's in the chat for Blue Barbie for the $2 super chat to say, what's your favorite TV show? Supernatural. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read it out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, disagree. I'm not a Trump supporter. I just a couple things on the background. I would like to get, a little bit more clarification for you, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, for clarification, is there something specifically that you disagree with?
Yeah, the moderate Dems.
You disagree with the premise that moderate Democrats don't care about our country?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if you want to debate. I'll lay it out. The reason why I say moderate Democrats don't care about our country is because we're at the point where there's only two sides. This is no longer Democrats versus Republicans. This is fascists versus non-fascists or Antifa. Anyone who claims that they are moderate and there's a sense at this moment to reach across the aisle and like bring MAGA into our tent is woefully misled. And the only reason that Donald Trump is currently in power and the Republican Party isn't able to enact so many things that overwhelmingly harm so many Americans is because moderate Democrats are too weak to actually stop them. And actually it benefits them because it allows them to hold on to a certain amount of power while also continuing to enrich themselves.
Okay. So I was going to say, speaking, because I feel like I'm a moderate Democrat, if that makes sense. But maybe when you say it that way, maybe I'm not.
What when you say moderate, is there like okay? Tell me to stop when you disagree with something.
Gotcha. Okay.
Universal health care. A free public option for a free public option for higher education, so a free college public option. Increase parental or federally covered and parental paid leave for like when you have a baby.
Right.
Universal background. I mean, I'm sorry. Common sense gun laws.
I don't disagree with you there, but I think that's the issue where I feel like I would be moderate, because I feel like not a lot of Democrats, but I do see a lot on the left hand side, which I say I lean more left, where people are saying we need to do a complete ban on all firearms.
Who's saying that?
There's been a couple other lives that I've seen. People said it wouldn't take.
Can you give me any like any specific member within the DNC that's ran on that premise, or even like, can you point me towards a communist, right? A communist that would say that. Actually, as a matter of fact, hold on one second. Damn it, Sean isn't here, Solid isn't here. Ari, I don't know your stance on that, but so I don't want to bring you up and put you in. Anyway, if you check like with even like people who are communists, right? Most communists wouldn't even say like they want a ban on all guns, because they believe in like Black liberation or revolution, and there's no way that you can have revolution without proper access to weapons to defend yourself and all this other stuff. So like I'm not sure who you are saying that's saying ban all guns. I've never heard someone say ban all guns.
So I was on, I want to say a couple of days ago, I was on with a creator. I don't remember his name.
How many people were watching?
There was I want to say about 800 at the time.
What did he look like?
He didn't have his camera on, but he says he was he kept saying, I'm a gay Black guy. You know, he kept trying to use that as something to, justify. And he was saying that he started off with he said that he had a plan. He was working with lawyers and other people to say, he was like, one we would do would be a registry, and then a buyback, a voluntary buyback. And then he was like, once the voluntary buyback is done, it was a mandatory, he had mandatory where, okay, well, now we go and take them.
Oh, sorry. Chat, let me eat my gummy worms in peace. I know what I'm doing. Dang it. I got this one. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
And I was like, well, you know, I very much lean left. Like I'm not everything you said, free healthcare, free school, I'm for all that. And I was like, well, I will go as far as the voluntary buybacks, but also I do agree that we need common sense gun laws. Like I firmly believe that if you own firearms, we should have a insurance system in place like we do for car insurance. And if you can go the entire year without any kind of incidences or reports, like, you know what I mean? Like, then that could be a tax write-off and you can get that money back, because some of the people that are pro 2A are going to say that it's an extra tax on them that they have to pay for insurance. But also, I feel like if we do that, then it should be like a write-offable thing.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say this. Like, I'm not sure who this person was or what they may or may not been advocating for, but like the issue that I have is that I don't know anyone who holds a left-leaning position that's advocated for the overall banning of firearms. But even more so, like I kind of push back on that premise, because in order for that to be something that would mean you need to be moderate would mean that the people who are more extreme, the socialists, the communists, more people on the left, they would have to have that opinion that we want to ban all firearms, and that's not the position that most people who are more extreme to the left actually hold. So I guess this is the best thing that I have, and I always try to get to the heart of this, right? Do you think that Donald Trump and the Republican Party are overstepping and overreaching?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I didn't.
Do you think that Donald Trump and the Republican Party are overstepping and overreaching?
As far as, yes. Yeah, I mean, yes.
Okay, perfect. What do you think that moderate Democrats have done to actually stop him from overstepping, overreaching, and even keep him in power?
I will say, like, I guess, what is it Fetterman? Is that the, yeah, what he does, how he says, oh, well, we just need to open the government can't be closed. Like the way he talks and the things that he does, I feel like is what moderate Democrats, how they keep him in power.
Hey, chat. Let me cook. How do you feel about the war in Iran?
I don't like it. I don't think we should be there.
Got it.
I've been the only Democrat that has supported Epic Fury. And now we're 48 days into it, and none of this has been illegal. Every single president in those 47 years have effectively dealt with the Iranian nuclear.
Oh, hold on. Hey, real quick. So are you asking me who's a moderate? So let me, because I think I might have been confused with your question. Are you asking me a moderate that isn't doing that? Because I took it as for me to give you someone who is a moderate, who says they're a moderate Democrat, who is actually helping him stay in power. Like,
No. I wanted to know who you deem to be a moderate Democrat that is actively fighting and stopping, doing any type of fighting and stopping what's happening currently with the Trump administration. You could take a second to think about that, and I just want to say, hey, chat.
Yeah, go to church, find Jesus. Like, I mean, why is everybody so horny here?
I'm going to save that sound. That sounds funny as shit to me. W's in the chat for Emmanuel for W's in the chat for Emmanuel for the $5 donation. Emmanuel for the $5 donation saying, W Supernatural fan, you're one of my favorite creators. I appreciate that, friend. Holy fuck. W's in chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, Santana eating gummy worms again. Does management know the Heimlich maneuver? She does not. we were just talking about this the other night. She actually has like medical professionals in her family, like a lot. And she has no idea how to do the Heimlich maneuver, which is fucking mind-blowing. Also, she was talking shit because she was like, tell the chat that you got your Laker gear and you didn't get me anything. Chat, lock the fuck in when I say this. Before I ordered my stuff, my wife, who was not here, I picked up the phone. I said, hey, baby, I'm getting ready to order some hoodies and a couple of hats, some Laker hoodies and some hats and stuff. I said, would you like for me to get you something? Because I know like she likes to get the same hoodies and stuff that I wear, like the same things. And she said, no, baby, I'm good. I don't want anything. I said, you sure? She was like, yeah, I don't want anything. So then when my stuff comes in the mail, I open it up and she says, where's my stuff? Nah, fuck that. Ain't no lies. Nope. Nah, ain't no fucking way. Nope. I'm not about to have y'all gaslight me. Anyway, W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Blue Bonnet for the $5 super chat to say, I see you ready for the game tonight. Did you say go Houston? If I could reject this $5 super chat, Blue Bonnet, I'd send it back. Appreciate your lives in your community. Y'all make my day work. My work day fly by. Thank you. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. And speaking of Supernatural, did you ever watch my interview with Metatron? I started, but I didn't get to finish. I got to go back and finish it. Thank you for reminding me. W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $20 donation. I'll check that out for sure, Jennifer. Absolutely. Fucking hell. Holy hell. Yeah. W's in chat for Jennifer. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you are over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. 1.8 thousand people hanging out. Guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We've been streaming for like almost 5 hours and we only got 98 new followers. What are we doing? Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. I know there's more than 98 people that haven't followed me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live, because we go live every day, all the time, like good shit. Last but not least, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. All right. You were getting ready to tell me about a moderate Democrat that is currently or actively fighting against what the Trump administration is doing.
So I can't. No, I don't think I know any moderate. I'm not sure like what you mean by moderate. Because I thought I would be a moderate. I thought I would be a moderate.
Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, John Fetterman, which I guess he's not even like really fucking moderate, but Cory Booker.
That's why he was the guy I thought would be but I feel like he's been bought now, so I don't really even consider him moderate.
Yeah.
But I feel like Democrat. I feel like they're trying to stop him. I'm not 100%.
A point being is that there are no actual moderate Democrats that actually are doing anything actively to fight or push back on the fascist regime that is currently in place, right? You know what the ACA is, right?
Absolutely, right.
When the ACA was created, what was the purpose? What was it intended to end up doing?
If I'm not mistaken, this is what I thought it was initially. It was to help people transition from insurance. Like if you lost your job and you needed an insurance until you found a new insurance, the ACA would cover you. And then when you found a new insurance, it made it to where that new insurance couldn't turn you away for pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely like a benefit and something that was implemented. But the overall premise of the ACA was to be a stepping stone to universal health care, right? At least a public option. And since the inception of the ACA, what has the Republican Party done?
Complain about it?
Well, yeah, but also over 60 times has tried to actively repeal the ACA, right?
Right.
In that time frame, what has the Democratic Party done?
Not advanced.
Right. There has been no actual tangible advancement at all of the ACA. The only thing that you can speak to is, yeah, they've stopped the Republican Party from like dismantling the ACA. But then even when you talk about like moderate Democrats, the 8 moderate Democrats who voted alongside Republican senators to reopen the government without any assurances for the subsidies for the ACA, has in all intents and purposes choked off the ACA and gives a clear pathway to having it repealed, right? So when you talk about the moderate Democrats, or when you talk about the Democratic Party as a whole, the reason why we haven't had substantial advancements to the ACA and we're not at universal health care is because moderate Democrats are too worried about reaching across the aisle and working together and trying to uphold each other and all this other stuff instead of like fighting and getting the things that are needed. Like I absolutely don't care if we have to lie to stupid people to do good things for them. If we have to lie to people and tell them, if you vote for us, then your gas will be 99 cents a gallon. And then they vote for us and then we give them universal health care. I don't give a fuck if they don't like, I didn't want universal health care. You're going to take it regardless. Like, and that's the point. Moderate Democrats are so worried about like the whole like respectability politics, not understanding that like there's a fascist in office.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So I guess I would say I guess I'm not a moderate then, because I always assumed that I was moderate because I and you know, I've heard in other lives, maybe the people not as, you know, as big as you are, but I have heard people who say they are way left be like, take away all.
I'm not really big either. I'm a small town creator.
Okay.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. I'm sorry.
I feel that way, but yeah, no. So I feel like, you know, I've heard it multiple times. Like I can't give you anybody, like I can't give you someone specific, but I've heard it in their like smaller creators than you are, and people in their lives saying that. And then I had the guy yesterday who was like a complete takeaway of and I'm like, well, no, I don't believe that, but I do believe we can have common sense and sensible regulations on these things.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that like being moderate is not going to do anything beneficial for our country, especially the fact that like we should be progressing our society. Like the point that I always speak on is like the responsibility of the people living today is to leave our society and leave our planet in a better position for the generation to come after us. And for generations now, this has not been the case. And even more so now, this has not been the case. And when you talk about being conservatives or being moderate, there has been no type of substantial, thank you very much. There's been no substantial type of advancement that would make our society better. And that's a problem, which is crazy because if you take a look at us and the grand scheme of things, we're a really, really young country. And there's like the actual framework and how we get shit done has already been done by countries all around the world. And the only thing we have to do is follow what they already did.
Right. I agree.
So, all right. I appreciate you coming up then.
Oh, I did have one more. Okay. The white women, white supremacy.
Nope. Are you a white woman?
No.
All right then.
But my wife is.
Go get your wife.
Oh, okay. She's not here. I'll let you. She's not here, but I didn't know what you was. I didn't know if you were saying like all of them are that way.
All of them.
Oh, okay. Can you tell me why you think that? Well,
Nope.
I mean,
either no, go get your wife or maybe a white woman to come up here and debate me on it. I can talk to a white woman about that. I just can't, look at J Hops. J Hops said all of us. So.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate you coming up.
Yep, no problem.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. You know what I think though? Like, I think a lot of white women, like we've ran out on white women that want to like push back on that one. Because for a while, I think I might have talked to like 5 or 6 white women in a row who was like, I'm white and I disagree. And then it was like, oh shit. So if there's a white woman that disagrees with white women that white women don't care about white supremacy, if you're a white woman and you disagree with the point that white women don't care about white supremacy, come up here. Let me hear it. Debbie's in the chat for just Devin for the $5 super chat to say, I follow Fetterman since he's been the mayor of Bad Rock, PA. Back then, he was playing the part of progressive, but turned to conservative when he was voted in. Yeah, listen, he got that money. He got that APAC money and fucking did a whole flip-de-doo. Debbie's in the chat for just Devin. Debbie's in the chat for Amanda for the $5 donation saying, Amanda, 1, congratulations. Fucking congratulations. 2, take care of yourself. You know how we feel about you here in our community. Make sure you're safe. And I'm hoping a speedy recovery. But thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Amanda for the 5. Debbie's in the chat for Barbara. Barbara sent a $25 donation and said, you worked hard today. Go Lakers. Fucking right, go Lakers. Fucking right, go Lakers. Debbie's in the chat for Barbara. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Is there someone named Susie? Where's Susie? Where's Susie? Is Susie in the chat saying she's a white woman and she cares about white supremacy? Where's Susie? I don't see Susie. Where's Susie? Mods, if you guys see Susie, somebody send her a request. Where are you at, Susie? How do you get into One Piece? You just start reading it. I don't know. They said, no, I could have sworn it was Susie, right? Or is it you? No, it says Susie. That's fine. I don't know. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I am not a Trump supporter. Honestly, I had you on background and I heard something about white women and I was like, wait a minute, I could talk about this because I'm a white woman. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry.
Do you disagree with the statement that white women don't care about white supremacy?
I can't speak for all white women. I care about white supremacy. I don't like it. I don't think it's right.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to make you the arbiter of white women. Okay. I deem you, boom, you're officially now the arbiter for all white women. All right.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. You said that you're a white woman and you care about white supremacy and you don't like it. Cool.
Correct.
Tell me, what do you do on a daily basis to fight white supremacy?
I don't know that I actively do anything right now. I can tell you a little bit about my background and the way that I try to treat specifically. I work in customer service, so I see a lot of people and I try to specifically look out for Black people and make sure that they feel welcomed, that they don't feel unsafe around me. as much as I can in my position. I can't always just flat out say, hey, I am completely pro-Black. Don't let my whiteness scare you. I'm on your side.
Got it.
I could probably do more. I'm sure I could do more. I'm not sure what I could do more. Tell me, teach me.
Do you have I'm sure the chat knows exactly why that just made me pause. Question for you. Do you have family, mom, dad, sisters, brothers? Like what is your family dynamic? Children, husband?
I am an only child. My husband and I are currently separated by a prison sentence. My father passed away recently.
Any children?
My kids are all grown. Yeah, I have 4 kids. They're all grown.
Okay.
They're all boys.
When's the last time you had a conversation with your sons about racism?
The last time I was picked up from work, I don't have a car right now, so my son was picking me up to bring me back home after work, and we were talking about the way that they grew up. I live in a predominantly Black neighborhood, and I grew up in a predominantly Black neighborhood as well. And we were talking about what it was like for him to be white in a Black neighborhood.
Did he experience racism growing up?
No.
Why not?
Because he's white.
Oh, can white people experience racism?
No.
Okay.
They can experience prejudice and fear from people of color, but they cannot be suppressed in the way that Black people have been in this country.
Hey, what's the foundational basis for prejudice?
Fear.
Nope.
No?
Mm-mm.
All right. Well,
without any type of historical reference or rationale. Would you say that Black people have any type of historical record or rationale when it comes to having any type of preconceived notions about white people?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I feel like I'm going to answer as far as I understand the question. I think that Black people have reason to fear white people because we have consistently oppressed them. And that's wrong. We shouldn't be.
The point that I was getting to is there's a long documented history of like the way that white people have interacted with Black people. So there's no way that there can be a sense of prejudice because prejudice relies on not having any type of historical or actual pre-existing conditions or whatever that would justify the interaction. So
okay, yeah.
No, they can't experience prejudice, being prejudiced from Black people. What is race?
What is race? I mean, we're all human. We're the human race. It's a species.
Got it.
I dare say.
Got it. Who created race?
People.
Who?
I don't know, actually. I'm throwing out a guess.
Okay, all good.
Sorry.
Do you see color?
Yes.
Why?
I noticed the different variations of people about how we have so many different characteristics, but we also look the same. There are people who are dark. There are people who are fair. There are people who have straight hair. My hair is straight as an arrow. I cannot get it to curl ever. There's people who have curly or kinky hair. There are people who have, I don't know how to.
So you see race because. So you see race
Uh-huh.
because like people look different.
People look different, and I
mean,
like
you see
to
color
celebrate
because people look different. Got it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I tell you about an experience I had when I was young?
Sure.
I grew up in a Black neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
It was basically a mix of some white people and a lot of Latino and Black people. And so I thought that this was a normal thing. This was a normal thing for me. This is how I grew up. I had brown friends, Black friends, white friends.
Yeah,
that was normal for me. And then when I was about 14, my mom got a better job. She got a bigger apartment, and we moved to an area where it was mostly white people at this new school that I was going to. And I literally was shell shocked because everybody there was white, and I wanted to know who had taken a cookie cutter to this school. I kept looking for people of color, and I couldn't see them, and it was literally freaking me out. That sounds weird coming from a white woman, I know, but I was used to this.
Yeah.
This was wrong for me. I didn't understand it.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't know where the darkest went. All right.
Oh my God, that feels awful.
Question. Hey, who'd you vote for in the 2024 presidential election?
I voted for Kamala. I was devastated when she lost. Yeah, sorry. I still struggle with that. I don't know why. I know how her name is. I'm nervous.
No, you're good. You're good. Hey, what are your thoughts on the blue bracelets?
I had a blue bracelet for a while. I was
Tell me
wearing
about
one
it.
and it broke. I was seeing a lot of women of color on TikTok that were selling them, and I bought one. It wound up breaking, and I haven't had a chance to replace it yet.
So you don't wear it now.
I'm not wearing it right now.
But if you could get a replacement, you would start wearing it again.
Yes.
But why? Why is it important for you to wear the blue bracelet?
It was meant to show solidarity for Black people.
Hey.
Yeah.
Right.
I need to get another one. I really do need to get another one.
Yeah.
I've been very poor lately because of Trump.
Yeah. Last question I have for you.
I just saw a comment that said we need more than women wearing blue bracelets, and I completely agree. I've also been going to No King speeches. I have sign out in front of my yard that shows my solidarity to not only Black people but queer people, immigrants. Everybody that's considered the odd person out.
Oh, got it. Yeah, like those signs are super important.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay. What if I told you don't care about white supremacy?
I care about it because it needs to be.
Hey, Jenny, thank you for the future encounter. Say it again.
I care about it because it needs to disappear. It needs to be torn down.
How?
I can't ignore it because it's a threat.
How can it be torn down?
I guess we'd have to change the minds of all of the racist white people.
Have you?
I'm not sure. Legislation. I need to
have you started with changing like your racist mind first?
Yes.
How have you changed your racist mind?
I think I named some ways that I did during our conversation, but I don't know how to quite.
Have you started
Mm.
deconstructing? What literature have you read?
Hang on a second, there's a siren. I can't hear you.
Oh, good. Hey, look at the bee. Thank you for the bee.
I read more literature when I was younger. I haven't read a whole lot lately.
You read literature on you read literature on deconstructing when you were younger?
Yes. When I was in that high school.
You remember anything from that literature that you read when you were younger on deconstructing?
No, I have some memory loss issues right now. I know that I read the stuff, but I don't remember the particular titles. I'm sorry.
You remember what you took from it?
That I don't know. Generally that racism was wrong. That prejudice is wrong. That
Why is
we need to
racism
elevate
wrong?
how is racism wrong? Because
No,
you
I said
can't
why.
say something.
Why is racism wrong?
Right. Why? I'm aghast that the question has to be asked, but I know you're asking it for a reason. Because why? Because why? We're all humans. We're all together on this planet. We all need to look out for each other. Just because we look different doesn't matter. I have brown hair. Somebody has red hair. Am I going to hate her for having red hair? That's dumb. Why would I hate somebody
is
for having a
ableist.
different...
DUMB is ableist, and so we want to stay away from that.
What is ableist? Say it again.
Saying the word DUMB, we don't say that here.
Okay.
But like, so see, this is the thing. Racism is not predicated. Hey, I'm a feral. Racism is not predicated on hate. Like the hate is not a prerequisite for racism.
Based on fear.
No.
Fear of the other. No, you don't think so?
No, racism is predicated on capitalism and upholding whiteness.
But why would we uphold whiteness?
That's the question that you should be working to resolve. So,
okay, yeah.
Race was created by by a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes Inês de Zarara. He created the construct of race in order to justify chattel slavery. Right, race is the social construct, the socially acceptable construct grouping of phenotypical characteristics for the othering of non-white people to create a free and cheap labor class, i.e., capitalism. Right, capitalism, chattel slavery, racism, systems that still persist today. Like all of this is connected. Long story short, right? The reason why I say that you don't care about white supremacy is because there's no action behind the things that you are actually doing, right? It's not saying that you don't say that you don't care. It's also not saying that you don't do things like wear blue bracelets and put signs in front of your house, which FYI, that doesn't really do anything. Black people still wouldn't look at you and say, oh, solidarity, if they saw the blue bracelet, because it's a performative measure. And FYI, this is not personal to you. Like I talk to people about this all the time, but if there is an actual, in order to have any type of tangible effect, then you have to have some real world practicality, some actual action, and you have to educate yourself. You have to work on deconstruction. You have to, I was about to say consort, God dang it, what's the word? Connect with other white people who have started deconstructing in order to, one, ensure that your deconstructing journey is on track. And then you're also having these active conversations. Hey, thank you for that. With other white people, right? The only way that white supremacy is going to be dismantled is by white people leading the dismantling of white supremacy. And while I say like white women don't care about white supremacy, is because like white women will not have these conversations with their children. And so little white boys grow up to be white supremacist men who perpetuate this harm because the actual deconstruction and breaking down of whiteness and white supremacy has never occurred, right? Yeah. And so the big point that I'm trying to get across is, one, like if you actually care about white supremacy, then you have to actively do things to fight white supremacy. And if you're not actually doing anything to fight white supremacy, then you're upholding it. And so that's why I say it's not a conversation to just say like you don't have a negative feeling towards white supremacy. It's to highlight the fact that the only way that you can truly care about white supremacy is if you're actively fighting it.
Yes, I agree. And thank you for correcting me on that. You're right. I need to do more.
We all need to do more, not just you, not just you. It's not just you. Like it's all of us. Like all of us have so much more that we can be doing in every single aspect. Like even I could be doing more in anything that I say that I advocate for. Like I'm not absolved. And the whole point of that whole white women don't care about white supremacy point is to galvanize the white women that want to look at themselves as being on the right side of history, but actively challenge them to like, one, get out of the sense of thinking that, oh, just because I say I don't like it, then I actually care. Two, get them active, and three, weaponize them against other white people to actively fight white supremacy.
Yeah. Yep. I like that. Yes, I agree. Thank you. Thank you for the lesson. I appreciate it.
All right. Oh, also, don't tell Black people to teach you. Black people labor isn't free. That's a no-no.
Fair point. Very fair point. Yes, I have to do this on my own. I have to learn for them, basically. Yeah.
No, you don't have to do it on your
And
own.
for myself
Like you can,
as well, and for the system.
No, like you can reach out to other white people and they can help you. But like, if you relying that, like, Black people shouldn't have to teach you how to see the humanity in them. So like actively reach out to other white people going through that process. But you know, even in a situation like this, I don't teach people free. So anyway,
Right.
I appreciate
I
you.
don't think that I didn't mean to give you the impression that I expect them to teach me. I just like I knew this from a young age because I saw it around me because of the way that I grew up in this mixed neighborhood. You know what I mean? But yes, I can absolutely do more.
I would also stop telling the stories about like, I grew up in a Black neighborhood. I wouldn't tell that story anymore. Just me personally, though.
Oh. Why?
That doesn't galvanize you. It just tokenizes situations. I'm not invalidating the way you grew up, but like that doesn't bring credibility to you.
Okay, I disagree, but
I mean, it's fine. I mean, if you want to keep doing it, you can.
Tokenizing. No. I didn't. How can you explain that more? Because I feel like I'm not using the right words, perhaps. How am I tokenizing them?
Because you're trying to say like, hey, look, I got this thing because I experienced this thing. I mean, I know it might sound different the way that you said it, but in terms, it's like, oh, I can't be racist. I know Black people. Like it's a correlation.
I'm sorry that I came off that way.
No, I'm not telling that you came off that way because I don't think you intentionally did it. I'm just letting you know, like the intended impact of you saying what you said does not land as far as what you were trying to portray. That's all. I was just letting you know.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that off. How do you want it? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Sorry, Santana, I didn't mean to join up.
Okay, no worries. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background? Hi, G Bucky, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background?
It's baby Santana.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Kel Bell. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I don't enjoy those. I know other people may tend to enjoy, like, you know, the friendly trolls and all this other stuff. I don't. I don't find amusement in that. So sorry. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only thank you, Kel Bell. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Boundaries, exactly. Exactly. Boundaries are super important to me. Boundaries and consent, super important. I don't know if this person's gonna load. He said his feelings got hurt. Mine? No, my feelings are fine. My feelings are perfectly fine. No, you didn't hurt my feelings. Hi. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Absolutely not. That was an accident. I'm very sorry.
No worries. Thank you. It's not about feelings. It's literally about boundaries. Consent is important. And I think people who lack the understanding of consent and boundaries just because they want to perpetuate something that they think is informative or funny or whatever the case may be, lack the critical thinking and understanding of reading the room, right? Like when someone clearly states their boundaries and they're very intentful, you making an active decision to say, I hear you, I see you, and I'm going to disregard your boundaries and disregard the fact that I have not received consent and do this thing anyway, that speaks to who you are as a person. So whether you think it's funny or if you think that, you know, you're doing whatever the case may be, and again, some people may find it funny. I don't. I personally I enjoy boundaries. I enjoy consent. So like you're just not going to get that laugh or whatever here in my space. Sorry. And it's not personal. I mean, that's to everyone. That wasn't something personally targeted at you. Like, that's just how I work. Sorry. W's in the chat for Dilla. Dilla sent a $20 donation. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I just love listening to your lives. I also think you bring so much to the table, and I love when you co-host with Parker and Dean. Please keep up the good work. Absolutely. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate the hell out of you. $20 is crazy. W's in chat for Tyler for the $15 donation saying, happy Friday. Any thoughts on the California governor race? Not at the moment. I'm not as well versed. I mean, I know Eric Swalwell is out. I know the log jam as far as who is the front runner has been kind of resolved, but like honestly, at this moment, I'm not educated enough on the California governor race in order to be able to give an informed opinion, and I would feel like I'm shortchanging you if I tried to. Sorry. W's in chat for Emmanuel for the $4 donation saying, and you're a One Piece fan? You're goated. Fucking right, I'm a One Piece fan. Wait. Fucking right, I'm a One Piece fan. W's in the chat for Jamie, Jermaine for the $8 donation. Jermaine, I'm confused. Like, I don't see anything else attached with that. I know you said there's the GF, but I don't see anything. I'm a little confused as far as what you wanted me to do with that. But W's in chat, thank you so much for the donation. W's in chat for Emmanuel for the $3 donation saying, but I have black friends. Right. W's in the chat, thank you so much for that donation. Let's see here. W's in the chat for Garrett for the $5 super chat to say, the convo with the white woman hit me. The convo with the white woman hit me by showing me I'm not doing anything to dismantle my white upbringing / supremacy. Thank you for opening up my eyes. Like, literally, that was the point of the conversation. Like, the funny thing is, yeah, sometimes I fuck with white men because, you know, why not? Always punch up. But white women, the reason why, like, it was so important to me to have this conversation towards white women or to challenge the way that they think is because, yes, often they do try to align themselves on the quote unquote right side of history, but understanding how, like, they could weaponize, like, women, period. women, we have to start weaponizing you against men, period. Women, you have the power, like fucking He-Man. Like this is Castle Grayskull, and it's time to weaponize you against the patriarchy. Holy shit. Now, different women will have different roles, but we need to lock the fuck in. But white women tend to like say that they're on the right side of history, and I think that like challenging them to open up to like where the flaws are, and even more what they could be doing, like would be beneficial to us as a whole. So like that's why I do that. W's in the chat for Blue Barbie for the $2 super chat. Said, what's your favorite band? The Gap band. Uptown Funk. I don't know. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. W's in the chat. Oh, wait. W's in the chat for, let's see, 45, 47. Hey, thank you for the confetti. W's in the chat for Patty for the 500 bits. W's in the chat for Megan a Mushroom for the subscription using a Prime. Hey, FYI, if anyone's on Twitch and you are not a sub over on Twitch, you can, and you have Amazon Prime, you can use your Amazon Prime to sub for a month. So like do that. Santana speaks for you. Twitch, Kick, Instagram, YouTube, pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Santana speaks for you. It's the same everywhere. W's in the chat for Fromans, who just subscribed with their Prime membership. And we hit 100 and fucking subs over. Holy shit. How do we have 150 subs over on Twitch? That's fucking insane. W's in the chat for Twitch. Fucking W's in the chat for Twitch. W's in the chat for Megan for the $10 donation saying, I know your education isn't free, but would you have any literature suggestion or white creators that are working on this issue to look up? I'm a college counselor and I really want to be the best I can be. Yeah, like we got a bunch of white women that are in our community. I don't know if you are currently on YouTube, Twitch, or Instagram, but Wizard Santana is not drunk. I don't know what you're talking about. Who is Wizard? I don't know. Anyway, white women that are in our community, if you don't mind, could you drop a like, hey, holler at me so Megan can find you? There's a lot of white women that could actually lead you in the right direction, set you on. Get out of here, nerd. Ari's been here the whole fucking time and not one comment until she heard someone say book. What are we doing? Ain't no fucking way, Ari. The entire time, and I say book one time and she shows up. Scram, Ari. Scram, I say. Is this Susie? Hi, Susie. Are you the one that was in the comments said that you care about white supremacy?
Yeah, and I couldn't come up because I had to go change my camera settings and my audio settings.
Okay. Do you still stick by that that statement?
Well, I do care, but my caring comes from the fact that I have family members now. And my family, my white family, voted for Trump, and I argue with them on a daily basis that them voting for Trump was voting against our family members.
Okay. Did you hear the last conversation I had?
I feel like they don't understand that. Well, I mean, I feel like a vote for Trump is a vote against women too, and they don't understand that either.
Did you hear the last conversation I just had?
Yeah, I heard you. I listen to you all the time, and that's one of the reasons why I've never come up to talk to you, because I know you're just going to tell me that I need to read more and I need to deconstruct. But you
need to do something.
Like the way it
what
is,
what are you actually doing, Susie?
Most certainly, I don't like the way the world is in my family.
Okay, then what are you doing, Susie?
Family right now.
How? What are you doing?
Talking to first of all, my youngest brother has Black granddaughters, and he votes for Trump. And I try to talk to him on a daily basis to tell him that that was a messed up vote on his part. And you don't know the arguments we get into, Santana. We argue big time. So don't tell me I don't put my shit on the line.
Yeah.
I try. I do try. I'm not a perfect person, and I know that I'm not. But I do try.
Yeah, give me a second.
Because I love my nieces.
Yeah.
And I want a better life for them.
Yeah. Hold tight. Hey, J-Hop, you mind?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this with you for a second. I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Susie, before you had Black family members, would you say
I've always
didn't
cared.
care?
I've always had different people, different races in my family.
Okay. Calm down. It doesn't feel that way. And especially because you started answering my question before I even asked it, that speaks volumes as well. You don't care. You made it clear you don't care because you said, I care about my family. You've said it 4 or 5 times, actually, making it very clear to everybody in here that if you didn't have Black family members in your family, you would not care and you would not probably be listening here to Santana. And why did you have an attitude about, I know what you're going to tell me to do. I need to read more books and I need to do, what is wrong with reading more books and educating
Santana
yourself?
treats people that come up here and try to get help, and I feel like he attacks them. Sometimes I feel like he's part of the problem because he's not building bridges. I mean, I've always liked Santana, but in the last couple months, it seems it seems like he's starting to cause a little bit of a problem with people.
You know what,
he should be trying to build bridges with people.
Why? You know
Why
what
not?
happens?
Isn't that what helps? Isn't that what helps people to understand each other?
You know what? Hey, Susie, you know what happens when Black people build bridges?
White people set them on fire. I almost said B word. Holy smoke! I caught myself.
Listen, you took
that's
the
why
words right out of my mouth.
that's why I said when I came up here that I try to make an effort and do things better, but you're just gonna say that what I'm doing is wrong. So I guess
you know what's funny. You know what's funny. You know what's funny. You know what's. Don't worry, I got you. Just when I start speaking, that doesn't mean you speak louder, Susie. Like, I got up to go use the bathroom, and I always take like my backup device with me, right? Just in case, things get kind of wicked. And I'm walking out to use the bathroom, and I hear you like yelling at J-Hops and like speaking over, and that's why you got muted. I muted you, me. And then you're gonna say, I've always liked Santana, but I feel like recently he's been the problem. No, you've always liked the fact that I never called out white women specifically, and now that I am, saying something that's hitting too close to home, it makes you feel uncomfortable. And since you're uncomfortable, now you don't like what I'm saying. But I'm sure you love it when I'm calling out men. I'm sure you love it when I call out Trump supporters. I'm sure you love it when I call out Blagga. I'm sure you love it when I call out anyone else that has nothing to do with you. But when I call out someone that's too close to home, then it's a problem. So, like, there's a lot to that. I laughed so hard when I heard you say that, because the actual fact of the matter is, for you to say, oh, Santana's not building bridges, literally, you cannot build a bridge on rotten foundation. And unless you're willing to address the actual issues, then there's no fucking bridge that will stand. Sorry, go ahead, J-Hops.
Oh, no worries. You said that you care because of your Black family, and right now you want to worry about your Black family. If you don't read, if you don't educate yourself.
Santana, can I ask you a question?
No, because J-Hop was in the middle of her sentence. And do you know how conversations work? Are you listening to J-Hops at all?
I'm about to hang up.
Then leave. Like, I don't like, is that supposed to, are you trying to threaten us with a good time? Go ahead, J-Hops.
You need to leave. Sorry, I couldn't resist. If you're going to educate people in your family, then you need to start with educating yourself first. All I can tell just by the way you're talking here. Anyway, I could tell by the way she's talking to you, Santana, and talking over me, that 100% of everything you said is correct. She is here to see you yell at Blaga. She's here to see you yell at men. She's here to see you hear you yell at everybody. And she is 100% triggered because you said something about white women. And that is it. And it was so telling when she said, I care. Her words, and I don't know if anybody heard her say specifically, I care now because I have Black family. She did not care before at all.
Yeah. I like the thing that gets me is, and the reason why I said like, hey, did you hear the conversation that I had with the last person specifically? Because like if she didn't hear the last conversation, then hold on. Ambush, you can get the fuck out of my request. I don't know why you're here, but you know I would never platform you. It's so weird when like these people who know I wouldn't platform them keeps coming back and hitting my request like I'm gonna forget you. Fuck off, racist. Sorry, Susie, did you come back to actually now listen?
And I'll just sit here and keep my mouth shut.
Okay. Go ahead, Jay Hops.
Anyway, what I was saying is if you really want, and I don't believe that you do, but just for this conversation, I'm going to pretend you at least care about your family, that you need to read and educate yourself, or else you're just going to be.
How is that you telling me that I don't care about people of other races? I have friends I've had my entire life from people of other races.
Hey, Susie, we're going to go one at a time, okay? So the beginning of your sentence should not start in the middle of J-Hop's sentence. I promise you we'll give you the opportunity to speak, but what we need you to do is not speak while other people are speaking. You see how like J-Hop goes on mute when like they're not speaking? We just got to remember like not to talk over each other. Anyway, J-Hop, you were in the middle of a sentence.
You need to educate yourself before you educate anybody else, or all you're doing is you're going to continue to spew misinformation and you're not even going to have the right tools. Like, do you walk into a kitchen to cook some food and don't have a stove, don't have any power, don't have any food? How are you going to cook if you don't have all the items that you need to actually cook the meal? You need to educate yourself before you can teach anybody anything else. I don't know if you're willing to or not, but you can send me a follow. I have a couple lists of books, but I think you need to start with the basics and watch Deconstructing Karen on Tubi. And you probably won't, because as soon as they start talking about white women that have friends of color and Black friends, you're going to immediately identify with them and you're not going to want to watch the show. But I promise you that's where you need to start. Why is your camera on, white lady? Don't nobody want to see you? That's another thing we like to do, is come into these spaces and take over. Just listen. Send me a follow.
I was trying to turn my microphone on.
Okay, I'm talking, so I don't know why you're trying to turn your microphone on. I'm about to send you a follow, and then I can send you a book recommendation list, and it also has the name of the movie on Tubi for you to watch. But
I have already watched that. That's why I was trying to turn my microphone on.
Oh, and you're still this much of an asshole?
I have watched that.
And you're still this much of an asshole after watching
Yeah, you really know how to build bridges, don't you?
I don't need to build a bridge.
I have a question.
Well, you're not going to help anybody then.
I have a question, Susie. Can you tell me why this topic and why hearing this has triggered such an emotional response in you?
Because I have little nieces that I care about, and I see that the world isn't fair to them, and I want to do whatever I can to help them.
Okay, so does the actual topic make you feel uncomfortable?
It's painful. Yes, it makes me feel uncomfortable, and it's painful because I care. I do care about it, Santana. If I didn't care, I would not be here talking to you about it.
Do you think the root of that uncomfortability is the fact that it strikes a nerve in the sense of digging at the heart of while you think you may care, you knowing that there's no actual care without proper action?
I know that I argue with my brother about this, and I haven't made any difference in him thinking that Trump is the greatest thing that ever walked on earth.
Well,
And I tell him that
how much
I tell
have
him
you
that voting for him, I try to explain to him that he's not helping his grandkids.
how much have you properly educated yourself as far as prior to having like these conversations? I know you said that you watched the movie on Tubi.
I had probably not enough, and I don't think that I've changed his opinion at all.
Do you think that you've been unable to change his opinion because you're unequipped for the conversation?
It's possible. I'm learning. Maybe that's possible.
Okay, so if you're not well equipped for the conversation, then why would you think that you would be able to actually make a difference if you haven't given yourself the proper tools to make a difference? Also,
I didn't realize that I didn't.
Also,
I didn't realize that I
we
didn't have
gotta watch the
tools.
tears, Susie. Like, I understand that this might be like an emotional thing, but we want to try to like bring it together. Don't worry, take a moment, and then we'll come back to the conversation. I'm going to mute you for a moment, thank a couple of people, and then we'll come back to the conversation. Okay. Debbie's in the chat for E.T-phone, the prank 1925. I have no idea how that name came up. It's in a $2 donation saying it's Jeremy Elders. Oh, GoFundMe. I still don't know what you're talking about. Send me an email. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but thank you for the $2 super chat. Debbie's in chat for Megan for the $5 super chat to say, Santana, I understand the white woman thing you're saying. I wanted to come up, but I'm terrified. I'm a friendly, and I just wanted to say hi. No, Megan, don't come up just to say hi, but hi. J Hops got to do a lap. You can come back in a few minutes, okay? Just do a lap, J Hops. We're good. Debbie's in the chat for Megan for the $5 donation. Debbie's in the chat for Stacy for the $2 donation saying, does J Hop have YouTube or Instagram? I don't have a TikTok, but I'd love to follow book recommendations. Yeah, well, we'll get J Hop back up here in a few minutes, and I'll make sure that J Hop drops the best way to contact if you guys are not on the TikToks. Debbie's in the chat for Mike for the $10 donation saying, Santana, you've had some really good conversations today. I'm really glad that I found you, brother. I also like the way that you talk to people when you're trying to lightly guide them. Yeah, you know, you can't talk to everybody the same way. And like the one thing that I really do try to pride myself is the ability to talk to people no matter what level they're on. I'm not always the greatest, but I do have like a lot of really amazing people in and around my community that allow me to actually be successful, right? So like I think that's a major key. Major keys. W's in the chat for Wendy for the $5 donation saying, born to be a weapon against the patriarchy, forced to have a job and pay taxes as a distraction. I know that's fucking right, Wendy. That's funny as fuck. Debbie's in the chat for Ali for the $1 donation saying, love One Piece 2 question, Nami or Robin? I cannot answer that question because I think that both of them are amazing characters. That's a sensible answer. Fucking W's in the chat for Ryan. Ryan R on TikTok, who sent a $50 donation. You said I don't need to read that, and I won't read it out loud, but Ryan, thank you not only for the $50, but like your words are way too kind. I don't think I deserve that. Honestly, I'll just say I think that like each one of us trying to be just a better person each day is something to strive for. And thank you. I mean, honestly, thank you. Just genuinely thank you. Holy fucking hell. W's in the chat for Philip for the $250 donation. What the fuck is going on? W's in the chat for Philip for the $250 fucking donation. Holy crap. Holy shit. Thank you. Self-regulation seems to fly out the window when it comes to white women and accountability regarding a race. My white mom would never. She understands my black boundaries. Also, my family also is, and so is black. It's so tiresome. Yeah, like, I mean, I think that a lot of people retreat to the comfortability of being able to say, like, hey, I have this thing, and so I can't be like this, because they automatically think that like you're calling them individually bad or all this other stuff. And it's not about just calling people out and saying people are bad or whatever. It's literally about addressing those things that limit us as a collective. And if we address those things, we would be better. Like we would be better individuals, and we would be better for like the collective. And so if we can get past that, holy fuck, if we can get past that, man, we would be in a better place. Absolutely. And last but not least, guys, fucking W's in the chat for Becca. Becca sent a $1 donation. Becca said, from a medical social worker out here in the trenches, fighting the system each day and learning from people like you. Thank you for all the hard work you do. And please don't forget to drink water and say something nice about Becca chose violence. Drink some water and say something kind about yourself. Becca fucking chose violence. W's in the chat for Becca. Thank you so much for that $1 donation. Holy shit. Guys, W's in the chat for all the donos. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. 1.9 thousand people hanging out. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when I go live. We go live each and every day. We only got 133 new followers on the stream. I'm positive that we have more than 113 followers. So please, please, please hit that follow button, turn on notifications. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you're giving the VOD a thumbs up. It'll push the actual VOD out for us. Susie, I'm gonna send your request. Are we okay? We're ready to pick back up on the conversation?
Sure.
Okay.
Santana, I started listening to you right after. Can I tell you? I started listening to you right after the Trump got voted in, in the last election, because I was so distraught over him being nominated again that I got on social media for the first time in my life, and that's when I found you. And I've been listening to you ever since, and I do try to learn from you every day. I try.
Okay. So the actual thing that I will say is, like, if you have been here for such a long time, and one, I appreciate you being here, or appreciate you being a part of the community, like that's super important. But like, I think the bigger thing is ensuring that you are not just here watching, but like taking something with you, right? And if you have been like part of our community for that long and you don't understand why I'm saying the things that I'm saying, and also the responsibility that we have as individuals to address these things, then like sorry, 1 second. Cabra or whatever, who said drag her chat? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Chat, for anyone who is sitting here and saying that you need to be mean, rude, or nasty, I don't know taking something with you, what that actually looks like is understanding why we are saying the things that we're saying, right? I think that's super important. So, like, while you say that you've been watching, and I appreciate it. I believe you that you've been watching. The issue is, though, is that if you are actually watching, then like I'm not exactly sure how we're still at this point right now. Like that's a bigger problem, right?
So maybe I'm not very smart.
It's not about being smart. It's about actually ensuring that you're doing the things necessary to take away like things that would actually benefit you spending time here, right? I mean, if you've been here for like months, then that means that you've had a massive opportunity to take away, learn, and grow. And like the reason why I brought up the whole uncomfortable thing is like a major part of ensuring that you are, doing things that are necessary is when you feel uncomfortable by a topic, when you have something that makes you feel like, I can't believe this is being said or whatever, it's about sitting in that uncomfortability and then recognizing why you feel uncomfortable. Because a lot of times, like I live by the saying, if it don't apply, let it fly. But if there's a situation where you hear these things and they're making you feel some type of way, then that means that there's something unchecked within inside of you that you need to address. And that's the point that I'm trying to get to. That's the thing that I'm trying to get across. It's not about me targeting you specifically, because Susie, you and I haven't met before. There's no way I could be talking about you on an individual basis. But we live in a society, we are part of a collective, and if we don't address the entire whole, then it doesn't matter what we do as individuals.
You before, but I'm an extremely sensitive person. I always have been.
That's okay. Like
I didn't want to be attacked, but I do want to learn, and I want to be a better person. I have friends and family members that I want to be there for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to learn, then it starts with a couple of different things. One, it starts with impulse control, right? The people that I bring up here on my live, I don't just bring like random people up. Like the people that I bring up on my live, and especially when I have certain conversations, is because I trust these people, and these people are like people that I feel like are very beneficial to be able to have these conversations and things along those lines. So when I do stuff like bring J-Hops up, like you interrupting and immediately like, speaking over and all this other stuff, like that's not a way to get to any type of resolution or be a better person. The first thing that you got to do is stop. You got to stop and then like just take a whole half a beat and try to engage in good faith with the person, understanding no one's attacking you. Like I'm not attacking you while we talk. J-Hops isn't attacking you, but sometimes
when she told me that I don't care, that is attacking.
Sometimes the truth absolutely hurts. And I understand
but
that.
I do care.
Sometimes the truth hurts, and it's one of the hardest pills that we have to swallow. And looking in the mirror and pointing the finger in the mirror is the hardest thing we can do. And I'm not saying that because I can do it. That I am so damn good at giving advice without taking my own advice. And I know that's a flaw that I have. So I know how hard it is to actually look in the mirror and then hold yourself accountable. But like that's what's necessary if you actually want to be better.
Some woman in the chat told me to care more. She has no idea how much I love my nieces.
Susie, I'm in the middle of talking to you, and you're reading the chat and then cutting me off to talk about the chat while I'm actually literally talking to you on the camera.
I'm gonna get rid of the chat. I don't want to read their nasty comments. I'm gonna get rid of it.
Susie, I'm gonna pass the mic back to J-Hop. My request is please don't interrupt J-Hops. I'm not gonna mute you, but please don't interrupt. I don't want to have to mute you. Wait until J-Hop's finished, and then you can speak. J-Hop's, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Susie, I know that you don't like it when I say that you don't care, but you don't. You care about your family members, and that's it. I care about I care about Santana. I care about everybody that doesn't look like me, whether or not I know them personally or I'm related to them, or if they live next door to me, or if they're my friends. I care about people and humanity. So you care about your family. That's it. And if you didn't have them in your family, you wouldn't be here. And I know that it hurts to hear, but I'm just gonna share really quick. I'm just gonna share really quick.
Tell me when I can talk.
Yes, when she stops speaking, you can talk. I literally muted you because you wouldn't stop interrupting. And then you came off mute again to interrupt just to tell you when you can talk. Susie, I'm being so serious now. Like, I've been trying to be extremely kind and patient, but at this point, if you can't exhibit impulse control, then there's no point of having this conversation. Like, if you can't regulate yourself at least to stop interrupting, then there's no point of anyone wasting their breath having this conversation. You have to stop. J-Hop, go ahead and finish.
I'll share quickly, as a white woman and as a white person in general, we will be deconstructing this and our entire life, and we will make mistakes. I've made mistakes. I remember not too long ago, probably about 3 years ago, freaking out because somebody called me racist. I was more concerned that people were going to think that I was racist than I was about the actual racism that was happening. I didn't realize that that's how it was coming across. In my mind, I cared about the racism, but I actually cared more about being called racist. And I responded exactly how you're responding now. You need to educate yourself. You need to listen to people that are deconstructing. Oh, they're gone.
J-Hops, the question that people had while you were off the panel is there a way for people who don't have a TikTok to be able to get in contact with you for resources and all this other stuff?
Yeah, I just created a Gmail while I was on restriction from TikTok. jhops2021@gmail.com. Just like my user ID, JHOPPS, but 2021@gmail.com.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead. Susie is back.
I got kicked off for some reason.
Did you hear anything that I said, Susie?
Yeah, I heard everything you said, but I got kicked off and I had to join again. Yeah, I heard you.
So you heard me talking about how I was more concerned with being called racist than the actual racism?
Yes, I heard that.
And I responded just like you did?
I heard that too.
So I know that it feels painful, but it's not as painful as Black people's lived experiences. Like literally, it's not.
But I did care before I had family members because I have lifelong friends that I care about also.
Do they know that you're on Santana's live in front of 1,200 people tokenizing them? Do you think that they would be happy to hear that?
Tokenizing my nieces and my friends?
Yeah. Have you heard me say? Have you heard me say?
They're part of my life, and they're the reason why.
Susie, do you think that I have Black friends and family members?
I'm sure you do.
But did I mention them at all?
No, but I don't understand why there's a problem with me.
Do you know why I don't?
Mentioning my family members.
Do you know why I don't mention people in my proximity?
No, explain it to me.
Because it doesn't mean I'm not racist. It doesn't make me a good person because I have Black people in proximity to me.
That's not why I brought up my family members to prove
it
I'm
is
not
though,
racist.
because I remember your very first sentence was, I care now. N-O-W.
No, that's not true.
I care now. And when I mentioned it the first time, a lot of people in the comments
because I have girls in my family that I can maybe help and be a different person for. I've had friends my entire life, but it's never felt, like I said, I was upset when Trump won this election because I know he's going to mess this country up, and he's doing it. But if I have these little girls that I can try to help, like my brother, their grandfather, do things differently. But I guess Santana's right. I guess I don't know how to. I don't know how to change my brother's mind. I mean, and I have friends that I've had my whole life. We don't have issues. I'm fine with them.
Yeah. J-Hop, I don't know if you know that you're muted. Oh, I don't know what happened with J-Hops. Oh, got to drop. All good. Yeah, I think the point that's being made, right, is like you lack the foundation of understanding like the harm that you're unintentionally perpetuating while thinking that you're using these things to vilify, or not vilify, but vindicate your feelings, right? The issue is that proximity does not absolve you, and saying that you care does not lead to actual action. And if you did care, if you did like mean the things that you say that you mean, then like you would actively want to engage yourself with or engage with like actual resources to make sure that you're equipped to have the conversations necessary to address your family and then address like white supremacy on a outward basis. Like sending you out as you are to actively try to fight white supremacy is a failing mission, and it's not going to be beneficial not only to you because that you end up running your head into a wall and getting nowhere, but it harms the people that you say that you care about because you're not properly advocating, and it like you're not ready to be able to do the type of thing that you say that you're doing. So the basis of it
I believe
is,
you're right. I don't even know how to advocate for myself against my family. I suffer from severe clinical depression, and I can't even advocate for myself.
Okay. Susie, this is what I'm going to recommend. J-Hop actually shot you a follow, right? I would recommend following J-Hop's back, and then connecting with J-Hops and also other people. Thank you for the money gun. Other people within the community that can actually help push this forward for you. I mean, like as a overall, like we have a lot of people, resources, and a lot of different ways that we can actually help. But I think there's a lot to where you are, and I think like one, I don't think you're necessarily ready to talk about this in public on a panel, but also two, I think that there's a lot of stuff that maybe we need to address before.
No, I know that I'm not.
That. Okay. Well, I'm going to drop you down now. Thank you for trying to come up and have the conversation, but I would highly recommend that you connect with some people within our community and, you know, stay close to our community, and we can move forward from there. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Santana. And I do think you're an amazing person.
I think you're a good person too. I think that like life in reality is hard sometimes, and like we often are in a place of discomfort, but I think like the best thing that we can do when it comes to being in that place of discomfort is figuring out why, and then trying to move forward and be better people. I think that's super important. But anyway, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you. I'm going to go and drop you down. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dub's in the chat for Alistair. Alistair sent a $5 donation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Saying, yo, Santana, longtime viewer, listener, poor person. Just got my first wages in 6 months. Really? Fucking congratulations. Holy shit. I'm so happy to hear that. First wages in 6+ months. That's crazy. And you sent me something? Holy fuck. Ain't no way. Thank you. You really didn't have to do that. You should have kept that for yourself. Like, dead ass, you should not have done that. You, like, that's fucking huge. Just got my first wages in 6+ months. This one is for the first thing I wanted to. This is the first thing I wanted to do when it happened. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. Love you, and all the right-minded folks who are in the chat. Fight with power. Also, I truly mean, like, when I say you genuinely did not have to do that. That means the world to me. But seriously, like, you earned it. I'm happy that you know, things are moving in the right direction for you, and I'm just happy that you're here. You're here. You're a part of our community, and that means more to me than any type of like donation or whatever you could send. Seriously, I value our community as a whole. Like, when I tell you, I genuinely value what we have here, and like what we build. Like, that's way more important than anything else. So. Debbie's in the chat. Guys, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. I think not only do I think that's it for now, but I think that's it for today. We've been live for almost 6.5 hours. You rooting for Susie? I am too. I think we're good. I think that I think what I'm going to do is try to see if management will go see Michael with me. I'm gonna see. I wonder if they're playing. We have this adult theater, and not like, you know, bounce go wow wow, not that type of adult theater. Not the type of, not get your minds out of the gutter. Holy shit! Stop it, guys. Stop it. Not that type of adult theater. Holy fuck! Really, chat. An adult theater that's like 21 plus, and with the actual theater, like it's fucking dope. Like, they bring alcohol to your seat and all this other stuff, right? Let's see if they're playing it, because if so, I'm gonna see if we can go there. Oh, they are playing it. Okay. They are playing it. They're playing it in IMAX and standard. Oh, wait, no, here it is. They're playing it. Oh, okay, they're only playing it. Is this standard? I think this is only standard. Let's see here. Probably like 7. We'll go at 7. Let's see if there's any seats. If the seats are trash, then we can't go. Holy fuck. Look at this. All the ones with the gold stars are the seats. Look at they got us sitting at the fucking front. I can't do that. God damn it. Hold on. Okay, what about 8? Look at this. We might not be. Look at all the gold stars. Like, I don't want to sit too close. Fuck. And I want to go to this theater. I don't know about 1010. So there's one that's playing at 1010. But then, like, I'm old. I don't know if I want to go to, like, see a movie at 1010. Fuck it. We might have to go tomorrow. Okay. So either we're gonna have to go tomorrow, or we're gonna have to go to one that's not the adult movie theater. And I kind of want to go to the adult movie theater because I don't know if you guys have ever like been in the movie theater and drinking alcohol while watching a movie, but that's based. I don't know. Let's talk to management and see what she wants to do. Anyway. Regardless, I think that I'm done for today, and I'm gonna try to see if we can go to the movie. So Anywho, we're gonna get out of here, and I will be back in the morning. I'll be back in the morning. We'll get back into this in the morning. We'll get back to it in the morning. Let me just make sure that we're good everywhere. W's in the chat for AKA Zombie, who just resubscribed for 3 months. Holy fuck! Over on Twitch. W's in the chat for you. W's in the chat for Dino Depot. Dino, thank you so much, who just became a subscriber with their Amazon Prime. Again, if you got a Twitch and you got Amazon Prime, then you can actually use your Amazon Prime to get a Twitch subscription. And then with your Twitch subscription, you can get into the Discord. If you got a subscription on Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok, then you can get into the Discord. So there's that. W's in the chat for the Twitchers. And we are all caught up. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. We are going to get out of here. We're going to call it, and I will see everyone tomorrow. I don't think that I will be in these TikTok streets at all, but we're going to get out of here. And hey, chat, you said, how do you join? You got to be a member. You got to be a member to get into the Discord. But hey, chat, miss me a little when I'm gone. Mother got W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Mike for the one. Okay, I got it. Yeah. W's in the chat for Mike. All right, guys, let's get out of here. Boom.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats who get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. You guys locked the fuck in. It was a long one today. No pause. No pause. We had some heavy conversations, but I think like today was very productive. I don't know. Am I tripping? I thought today was actually productive. Regardless, I appreciate you guys hanging out today. I will miss you all this evening, but we'll be back at this again in the morning. Long and strong. Hey, yo, Zay. I'll miss you guys, but we'll be back in the morning. Thank you. I sincerely mean that, because there's no way in hell that I could do any of this without you. I literally mean that. Fucking stop, Mike. Stop it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you for all hanging out. Thank you for all being you. Thank you for just being amazing. Go Lakers. And as always,